Hey guys, tonight we step into a place where the stones have been waiting far too long and the air itself feels like it is remembering something it can't tell you. You probably won't survive this if you wander off alone, so stay close. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you are feeling bold, drop your location and local time in the comments just so we know who is walking into this with us. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let us ease into tonight's journey together. The gate ahead should be groaning on its hinges, but it does not. Instead it yawns open into a twilight that never quite fades. My footsteps land softly on flagstones worn smoother than glass, yet they make no echo, as if the city swallows sound on purpose. The scent here is strange, dry yes, but threaded with fennel and something metallic, almost like old coins. I glance back instinctively, but the road I came down is gone, replaced by a wall that should not exist. I tell myself it is just my mind catching up to the dim light, but that is a lie. Even I do not believe. The outer buildings loom like watchers, their brick and marble cloaked in shadows that stay fixed no matter how I move. Rome had hundreds of cities scattered across its empire, each a perfect blend of function and display, but this one is incomplete, not ruined exactly, no cracked columns or toppled statues. More like a stage set after the actors have left props in place, audience gone. In the square ahead stands a sundial, its gnomon jutting defiantly into the sky. Only the shadow refuses to creep, as though time itself has been excused from duty here. Historians still debate whether some ancient cities deliberately manipulated time through ritual or architecture, but here the effect feels uncomfortably literal. I pass beneath an arch engraved with a Latin inscription so worn it should be illegible, yet my eyes trace the letters effortlessly, as though my mind already knows them. Tempus hic servet seos. Time here keeps its own. I think about fringe theories I once read about forgotten Roman colonies built to test the boundaries of human perception, little experiments in controlling the senses of an entire population. Most scholars dismiss them, but standing here it is harder to laugh them off. The street slopes gently, and each building I pass seems a little taller, as though I am walking deeper into some vast amphitheater of stone. Above, the sky is wrong, washed in bronze instead of blue, and the clouds are frozen mid-whirl. I test it by holding up a finger, measuring a tiny wisp of vapor against the edge of a roof. 5 minutes later, it has not shifted. A cool draft curls around my ankles, and I follow it to a recessed doorway where a heavy curtain of red wool sways in a non-existent breeze. The fabric is embroidered with laurel leaves and golden bees, a motif I recall from Augustus' reign, though here the bees have tiny human faces. Inside is a narrow vestibule lined with frescoes. They are vibrant, too vibrant for their age, and one depicts a man at a gate exactly like the one I just entered, flanked by 2 dogs made of shadow. I step closer, and the paint shimmers faintly as though it is wet. My fingertips tingle before I even touch it, so I pull back. Roman artists often used encaustic methods, mixing pigment with hot wax, but this feels more alive than technique could explain. In the corner of the fresco, a figure stands half hidden behind a column face, obscured hand outstretched as though beckoning. A faint sound pricks my ears, like a breath pulled in and never released. I turn sharply. Nothing moves. The street outside is empty, yet I can't shake the sensation that someone is just out of sight, pacing me step for step. Rome was never truly silent. Its markets, baths, and forums hummed with life. Here the silence is a texture wrapping around me, pressing against my ribs. The weight of it makes me want to whisper, though there is no one to hear. By the time I reach the forum square, the air feels heavier, warmer. The basilica's columns are perfectly aligned, their shadows pooling neatly at their bases like ink. A pigeon lies motionless on the steps. Not dead, just still, eyes open, feathers ruffling slightly, though there is no wind. It blinks once slowly and does not move again. I skirt around it, my shoes brushing the fine dust that coats everything. It sticks oddly to my soles like ash. Somewhere far off, a single chime rings, deep, resonant, impossible to place. I decide to find its source, but as I step forward, I notice something else. My own shadow has stopped moving. It holds position no matter how I turn, rooted like one of the marble statues watching from their pedestals. That is when I realize those statues are facing me now. And I do not remember them doing that before. The statues do not blink, but the longer I look, the more certain I become that they are waiting for me to turn my back, their white marble eyes fixed with a patience only stone can afford. I force myself to walk, each step slow, my own breathing unnaturally loud in this place where nothing else seems willing to make a sound. The square stretches longer than it should. A trick of perspective, maybe, or maybe the city shifts when you are not looking. I pass a collapsed column whose capital has rolled to the edge of the paving stones, yet there is no dust in its fluting. As if it fell yesterday or perhaps never truly fell at all. I remember the hanging trap from the arena yesterday and wonder how many of these streets hold their own quiet snares. The warmth grows underfoot and I trace it to a narrow alley where a thread of heat seeps from beneath the stones. Crouching, I touch the surface and feel a pulse. Not mechanical. Not like the hypocaust systems of Roman baths, but slower, heavier, like the city's own heartbeat. At the end of the alley a doorway yawns, the lintel carved with sheaves of wheat and amphory. Inside is darker than it should be. The air thick with a faint briny tang that makes me think of fish, sauce and salted olives. My eyes adjust to find rows of amphory stacked to the ceiling, each sealed with wax and marked with ink. Some bear dates from emperors long dead. Some carry no date at all, and one, the nearest to me, bears my name in looping cursive. The wax is unbroken, but the jar is warm to the touch. Historians still debate whether some amphory were used as offerings to household gods or as vessels for messages in rituals lost to time. A fringe theory even claims they were containers for memories, poured into liquid form and stored for when the living forgot too much. I pull back from the amphora and my elbow catches a smaller vessel on the shelf. It topples but does not shatter. Landing soundlessly, when I lift it, the seal is gone and the inside is empty yet damp. I can't tell if that is worse than finding it full. A faint light pulses at the far end of the storeroom and I edge toward it. My shoes scrape softly against the floor, a rhythm that suddenly stops when I do. I look back, nothing, but the dust pattern on the floor has changed. Now 2 sets of footprints instead of 1, both leading deeper in. The warmth intensifies until it is almost uncomfortable, and then the room opens into a courtyard. In its center is a hearth, the ancient kind that should be surrounded by a family sharing bread and stories. Yet here there is only a ring of bricks and a bed of ash. No flames, but the heat radiates in steady waves. Roman hearths or faculae were central to domestic life, tended daily, never allowed to go cold. Yet this one, though choked in ash, feels freshly stoked. I kneel, brushing the surface with my hand, and a small puff rises, carrying with it the scent of fennel again. Sharper now, I glance at the surrounding walls and notice niches, holding terracotta figurines, Lara's perhaps, their tiny faces fixed in faint smiles. One niche is empty, the dust outline suggesting something recently removed. I hear the faint scrape of pottery from somewhere nearby. My pulse jumps. I follow the sound toward a shadowed archway. The heat fades as I pass beneath it, and I emerge into a colonnade where light from the bronze-tinted sky seeps in between columns. The floor is a mosaic of wheat fields, shifting subtly when I am not looking directly at it, as if the stalks sway in a breeze that does not exist. At the far end stands a heavy bronze door, embossed with scenes of harvest and sacrifice. My hand hovers near it when I feel a rush of air at my back, warm, insistent, and I turn quickly just in time to see one of the amphory from the storeroom now standing in the middle of the colonnade where it could not possibly have rolled on its own. Its wax seal broken, the scent of fennel overwhelming. The shadows between the columns seem to lengthen toward me, and for a moment I swear I hear whispering in a language I can't quite understand. Something about an oath and the keeping of days. The amphora tips slightly as though nudged by invisible fingers. and from its mouth a single bead of liquid slides down the clay, dark and gleaming, before falling soundlessly onto the mosaic, where it is absorbed instantly. The wheat stalks in the design shiver, and every column in the hall seems to lean infinitesimally closer to me. The columns hold their tilt just long enough for me to question whether I imagined it, then straighten in unison as if some silent conductor had given the cue. I step back, but the mosaic underfoot has already changed. The wheat fields now cut into neat bundles bound with twine, and in the distance of the image a tiny figure appears, a dark speck walking toward the foreground with a burden on its shoulder. I blink and the speck is gone, yet the twine bindings on the wheat remain. I edge along the colonnade toward a staircase curling downward. The stone steps smooth from centuries of use, the air cool and tinged with mineral dampness. Water drips somewhere below with perfect regularity. Roman engineers built aqueducts that could carry water for miles, but this sound feels closer, more intimate, as if it belongs to a single hidden cistern. At the base of the stairs I find a narrow tunnel arched overhead, the walls coated with a thin sheen of moisture. In the middle of the passage runs a shallow channel, and water glides through it faster than the slope should allow. I crouch, touching the flow. It is cold but not unpleasant, and when I lift my hand the droplets on my skin slide upward toward my wrist before sinking into the fabric of my sleeve. I follow the channel until it emerges into a long vaulted hall lined with stone benches. The hum of moving water deepens here, resonating in my ribs. Historians still debate the acoustics of Roman baths and whether certain halls were designed to enhance whispers or chants. Fringe theories speak of spaces tuned to specific frequencies meant to induce calm or trance. I lower myself onto one of the benches, and the stone is unexpectedly warm. Beneath my feet the floor vibrates faintly, a hypocaust perhaps, though I smell no smoke, just the mineral tang and a faint sweetness like pressed grapes. In the center of the hall a pool of water mirrors the bronze sky outside, but instead of reflecting my face it shows an aerial view of the city. Tiny roofs and streets, and in one of the plazas a speck of movement, too small to identify. Ripples distort the image, and when they clear the speck is gone. I lean closer. The edge of the pool rising higher than it should. The surface now level with my eyes, though I have not moved. The water bulges without spilling, forming the faint outline of an arch. And beyond it shapes move as though I am looking into another room. I hear the chime again, low and patient, and the water shivers in time with it. Suddenly a drop falls from above, striking the surface and sending rings outward. And in those rings I see faces, half-formed, flickering, turning away as if shy. I blink and the water is just water again. My pulse uneven, I stand, intending to leave. But the benches have shifted, now all angled toward the pool, the way seats would be arranged in a small theater. I retreat into the tunnel, the hum fading behind me. Yet when I reach the staircase it no longer leads up. Instead it descends further into darkness. The sound of water replaced by a muffled chorus, of voices speaking Latin too fast for me to follow. My feet move on their own, carrying me down into a chamber lit by thin shafts of light from holes in the ceiling. At the center stands a marble basin carved with dolphins, each spout dripping slowly into the bowl. The water inside glows faintly. I step closer and see coins scattered on the bottom, some with emperors I recognize, others with faces I have never seen in any museum or textbook. I reach in to touch one and the water feels warm. The coin slips beneath my fingers like a fish, vanishing into the depths. I pull my hand back quickly, droplets sliding off and leaving no wetness behind. From somewhere beyond the basin comes a soft splash, and I know I am not alone in here. I turn slowly toward the sound, my eyes adjusting to the dim where the shafts of light fall like pale columns. Onto the floor, between two of them a shape hovers just above the surface of the water. It is not solid, more like a distortion, the kind you see rising off sun-baked stone. Only here the air is cool. The shimmer tilts as if studying me, then glides backward through a narrow arch at the far end of the chamber. I hesitate, the arch low enough that I will have to duck. But the only other way is back toward the pool that already felt too curious about me. I step forward, the marble underfoot polished by feet I can't imagine. The arch opens into a gallery lined with statues, dozens of them, each the size of a man. Each frozen mid-step as though they were caught walking toward the center where a plinth stands empty. Their eyes carved deeper than usual for Roman work. The shadows inside their sockets so dark it is as if they have been hollowed out completely. My own reflection flashes faintly in the polished marble of their tunics, too quick, like it is flinching from me. At the far end a bronze door sits ajar. Behind it a staircase spirals upward. I follow it into a circular chamber whose walls are painted with scenes of the Forum, the colors unervingly fresh. In the center a low stone table holds a scattering of objects, wax tablets, a stylus, a small knife, a half-burned candle, and at the very edge an hourglass lying on its side, sand frozen mid-fall. Historians still debate whether Roman timekeeping devices were ever used symbolically in rituals rather than just practically. Fringe theories suggest hourglasses could be prepared with powders or liquids to manipulate perception. I pick it up and the sand immediately drops, fast, far too fast, spilling into the bottom globe in less than a heartbeat. The air in the chamber seems to pull inward as if I have opened a door to a storm. The candle flame jumps to life though I never lit it. Shadows whip around the curved walls, merging and separating into shapes I almost recognize. Then the hourglass grows hot in my hand. I drop it. It hits the table but does not break. Instead the sand swirls in place as if stirred by an invisible spoon. The candle gutters and goes out, leaving only the dim wash from a slit window high above. I step back, my heel striking something on the floor. It is a bronze disc, inscribed with lines radiating from a central point like a sundial without its gnomon. I pick it up and the lines seem to shift under my gaze, pointing not outward but inward, all meeting at a single mark that glows faintly. I slip it into my satchel before I can think too much about it. The candle smoke clings to the air. Smelling faintly of fennel again, I leave the chamber and return to the gallery of statues. Only now the plinth in the center is no longer empty. A new figure stands there, carved from pale stone, wearing clothes exactly like mine. The head tilted just enough that I know its eyes are fixed on me. I do not remember breathing as I back away, my shoulder brushing one of the older statues, its stone arm cold and unyielding. But I swear I feel the faintest squeeze against my skin before I bolt for the archway. The narrow street draws me onward, its paving stones gleaming faintly in the half-light, as though they have been polished by an invisible crowd that no longer exists yet still passes here each day. The air is thick with that now familiar blend of fennel and old coins. But there is something else under it tonight, a faint note of wet clay, like the scent of pottery still cooling from the kiln. The buildings rise higher on either side. They're insulated stacked with dark window mouths that watch in silence. Some of the windows glint as if glass panes remain, though most Roman apartments would have relied on wooden shutters or woven mats. And yet here I see faint reflections shifting in those panes even when I stand still, as if someone far above is moving from room to room carrying a light I can't quite see. I pass a doorway left ajar, the interior black as pitch, but from deep inside comes the unmistakable sound of water dripping into a shallow basin, the slow, irregular rhythm pulling at my curiosity. I step closer, but the air turns colder and the drip fades until all I hear is my own heartbeat. I back away and the sound resumes, one drop falling like a single heartbeat after another. I continue down the lane and notice that the amphories stacked against one wall are sweating, fine beads of liquid forming and rolling down their sides. In the torchlight their surfaces seem to shiver. Fringe theories about Roman urban storage speak of special amphorae that could regulate Temperature, keeping goods cool through the same principle as porous clay allowing evaporation. But none of those accounts mention amphorae that sweat in the cold. I run my fingers over one and the moisture is thicker than water, almost oily, leaving a sheen on my skin that won't wipe away. Further on the lane opens into a small courtyard where a fountain gurgles softly. Its centerpiece a statue of a boy holding a dolphin, a familiar motif in Roman art. Yet here the dolphin's eye sockets are hollow, water spilling from them instead of the mouth. It cascades into a basin ringed by broken amphora handles, as if the vessels sacrificed their usefulness to build this shrine. I notice the water is not pooling in the basin at all. It flows down through the handles into some unseen channel below. The sound of it is strangely melodic, almost like a tune you could hum if you dared. Historians still debate whether certain Roman fountains were tuned by shaping their channels, producing distinct harmonics. But as I listen, I realize this tune is not repeating. It is changing subtly, like a whisper forming words I can't understand. I circle the fountain and find a set of steps leading down into darkness. The walls here are damp and close. My footsteps quicken involuntarily. At the bottom, I emerge into a vaulted chamber whose floor is a perfect mosaic of the surrounding city seen from above. Only in this mosaic the streets seem slightly altered, unfamiliar alleys branching where none existed above. I kneel to examine one of these alleys and see a tiny moving shadow. As if someone or something is walking through it in miniature, I reach out and my fingertip touches cold stone. But when I pull back, there is a smudge of that same oily moisture on my skin, now glistening faintly in the dim light. In the corner of the chamber stands a low table with wax tablets and a reed pen. The tablets are covered in Latin phrases, some neat, some hurried and jagged. One reads in translation, "Bread delivered, mouths uncounted." Another, "The shutters must not close at dusk." The last is fresher than the others, the wax still soft, and it simply says, "You have been seen." The reed pen beside it is damp at the tip, as though just lifted from ink. A faint rustle comes from behind me, and I turn to find that the entrance steps are gone, replaced by a solid wall of stone. The only way forward is through a low arch in the opposite corner. The arch carved with a repeating motif of keys and grain stalks, the keys pointing downward. I duck through into a narrow corridor lined with niches, each niche containing a loaf of bread as if freshly baked. The scent of warm crust fills the air, yet the loaves glisten unnaturally as though brushed with the same oily sheen. I reach for one, but it seems to pulse faintly beneath my fingers, not like heat but like breath. I let go quickly. The corridor ends in another courtyard, this one lit by a cold pale glow from above, and in the center sits a massive granary door bound in iron. Faint scratches mark its surface, tally marks in groups of 7. I step closer to count them but stop when I hear a slow creak from the other side. Chains shifting in the dark, moving without hands. The sound grows louder, metal against stone, and then stops all at once, leaving the air too still, too expectant. I take one step back, the stone under my heel sinking just slightly, and from somewhere deep behind the door comes the sound of grain pouring as if from a great height. The hiss of countless seeds falling into the dark. The hiss of falling grain does not fade. It deepens, turning from the sound of harvest into something heavier, like a distant tide dragging pebbles across the shore. I step away from the iron-bound granary door, but the sound follows. Crawling along the walls, the pale glow above seems to dim with each beat of my heart, and I realize the light is not moonlight at all, but a reflection from somewhere high in the stacked arches. Above, a shard of polished metal swaying slightly as if suspended. The Romans were known for clever uses of polished bronze and silver to direct light into dark interiors. But this piece moves on its own, flashing dull beams that catch the iron bands of the door, making them look like wet muscle under skin. I turn toward the courtyard's far side and find another archway, narrower than the rest, flanked by 2 low pedestals, each bearing a stone jar sealed. with lead. One jar is marked with the numeral 6, the other with 9. I brush the dust from the 6 and my fingertips come away with a faint metallic taste in the air, like touching a coin and then breathing. Fringe theories say lead-sealed jars in Roman storehouses sometimes held ritual substances, ashes or powders used in grain purification rites, though no record explains why some were numbered. I resist the urge to open them, stepping instead into the passage beyond. The floor slopes gently downward and the scent shifts: damp straw, old oil, and something faintly sweet like overripe figs. The sound of the grain hiss is gone now, replaced by a slow rhythmic tapping ahead. I press on until the walls open into a long, dim hall lined with alcoves. Each alcove contains a figure sitting, cross-legged, wrapped head to toe in linen, more like the funerary wrappings of distant Egypt than anything Roman. Yet each one wears a bronze mask, some serene, some snarling. The tapping comes from the farthest figure, its bronze mask tilted toward me, a long reed or staff tapping the floor in steady intervals. Historians still debate the extent of Rome's contact and ritual exchange with Egypt. But these figures are like no artifact I have seen. I approach slowly and see that the tapping staff is not in the figure's hand at all but leaning against its shoulder, moving on its own. I pass the first alcove and notice that the eyes behind the bronze mask are visible, glassy but not lifeless. Following me as I move, I keep walking, trying not to show that my skin crawls with every step. The tapping slows when I am halfway down the hall. The air heavier now, the sweet fig scent sharper, turning almost rancid. The last figure sits before a shallow pool of black liquid. Not water, thicker and without reflection. I crouch to examine it, and the tapping staff dips once into the liquid and back out, a ripple spreading across the surface. Within the ripple an image forms, me standing exactly as I am now. But behind me in the image the linen-wrapped figures are all standing, their bronze masks gleaming. I spin around and the hall is unchanged, all seated and still, but the image on the liquid surface now shows me walking away, back toward the courtyard. Only my reflection self is carrying something heavy in both arms. A sack perhaps. The ripple fades and the liquid becomes featureless black again. I stand quickly and back away. But as I reach the arch the tapping resumes. Faster now, like an impatient summons. I take the corridor back toward the granary courtyard, but when I emerge the door is slightly open. A gap just wide enough to show darkness beyond. The hiss of grain has stopped entirely, replaced by a slow grinding, stone on stone, and then from the gap comes a dry breath, unmistakable, warm against my cheek, carrying with it the scent of fennel stronger than ever. I stumble back, eyes locked on that sliver of dark, but the door does not open further. Instead, a single grain of wheat rolls out onto the stones, stopping exactly at the tip of my shoe. I bend to look at it and realize it is made of gold, heavier than it should be, and inscribed with a mark that looks disturbingly like an eye. The golden grain rests against my shoe like it has a will of its own. I bend to pick it up and the weight is immediate, far denser than its size should allow. The carved eye on its surface seems to blink as I turn it in the light, though I tell myself it is just the shifting gleam from the metal shard far above. The Romans used grains of gold as ceremonial tokens in some imperial games and offerings, but none were inscribed like this. Fringe accounts suggest that certain mystery cults treated gold not as currency but as a key, literally a shaped marker to unlock hidden shrines. I slip it into my palm and the metal is warm, almost uncomfortably so. I look back toward the granary door, still ajar. And though the gap has not widened, I feel the same faint warm breath escaping, brushing my face in slow intervals. I retreat toward the far archway of the courtyard and find myself in a new street, narrower, the paving stones uneven as if the ground beneath has shifted. The air here is still and dry, but faint murmurs thread through it, words in Latin so old and slurred that I can only catch fragments, something about fates and days remaining. The buildings on either side are taller, looming at angles that make the sky a thin strip of bronze above. I pass a series of closed wooden doors, each with iron nails hammered into patterns. Circles, crosses, one with a spiral. Historians still debate whether these nail patterns were protective symbols or property marks, but here they feel more like warnings. The murmurs grow louder as I approach an open space where an ancient fountain stands dry, its basin cracked, the central column carved into the form of Saturn holding a scythe, the blade missing. The murmurs stop entirely the moment I step inside the square, replaced by a faint ticking sound, like a clock, which makes no sense in a city that predates such mechanisms. The sound draws me toward the edge of the square where a narrow passage opens between two buildings. The walls here so close I can touch both at once. Halfway through I find a small alcove at shoulder height. Inside rests a bronze tablet, thin as parchment but etched with fine lettering. Most of it worn except for a single line that gleams as if freshly engraved. Septum Nox, 7 nights. I feel the weight of the inscription settle into me, recalling the oath I read about before, the one promising a way out if I fed the city one memory. Fringe scholars claim certain urban legends about ghost cities were tied to numerological bindings. Counting days like a slow tightening of a snare, I pocket the tablet and move on, emerging into a dim courtyard where laundry hangs frozen in mid-sway, each tunic and toga stiff as if carved from stone. The faint ticking continues, now clearly coming from the direction of a small shrine at the far wall. I approach and find that the shrine holds a clay jar with a reed protruding from it. Each time the reed shifts, the ticking sounds, like a metronome for some unseen ritual. I lift the jar and the ticking stops. The courtyard's silent again. I open the lid just enough to glimpse inside and see a single curled object, pale and almost translucent. It looks like a seed pod but shaped like a human ear. I shut the jar quickly and replace it in the shrine. As I turn to leave, the laundry shifts slightly, a single toga moving as though brushed by invisible hands, and the ticking resumes now faster. I step quickly back into the narrow passage but stop short when I see the golden grain has rolled out of my pocket and sits in the dust ahead. It's carved eye looking up at me, unblinking this time, and from somewhere behind me, in the courtyard I have just left, comes the unmistakable sound of cloth tearing slowly, as if the frozen laundry has decided to move all at once. The amphitheater receives me like a mouth that forgot how to roar. The oval yawns beneath the bronze sky and the seats climb in pale rings, every bench worn smooth by hands that are not here now. I slip out of a shadowed vomitorium and pause at the edge where the arena floor should feel like a beach, fine grains of crushed stone. Latin calls it harina, the word that gave arenas their name. I put one foot forward and watch the print form cleanly, heel to toe, then inhale, blink, and the mark is gone as if a patient hand has brushed it smooth. I try again and again it resets, the surface unmarked and freshly combed. Somewhere above, a loose shutter rattles twice and then decides it has said enough. I tell myself to count my breaths the way the augurs might have counted birds. Slow in, slower out, except here the sky never changes and the birds I keep expecting do not cross it. I think of the hourglass that dumped its sand all at once, of the sundial that would not bother to keep the day moving, and even though the silence is thick it carries a faint coarseness, the rasp of rope on beam. I step onto the sand, feel the cool grit through my soles, and test the surface with a gentle scuff. It records my movement long enough to prove I am here, and then, with a sigh like a cat settling, erases me. If cleaning crews ever had it this easy, the Empire might still be open late hours. I remember that snapped rope from the galleries we barely glanced in the other night, the intention in that frayed end, the suggestion that falling was expected here, and I tell myself I will keep to the center and give the walls nothing to work with. The Romans knew how to manage a crowd, tunnels and stairs guiding thousands with a speed modern stadium designers still admire. But a single human in a stadium is just a thought in a skull. And a thought is easy to misplace. I walk the oval, my path correcting itself like a compass that keeps finding a different north. There is a scent under the dust that should not be here, a thread of fennel and that oily sweetness I touched in the sweating amphory, closer to resin now, like pitch, the kind used to seal boats, the kind that burns stubbornly. I pause where gatekeepers would have stood, the portcullis above a mouth of iron teeth, and lay my hand to the wood where animals once waited. The grain is unscarred, too perfect, as if no claw ever tested it. The Colosseum in Rome had a hypogeum beneath its floor, a grid of cages and lifts to conjure animals and scenery on cue. Not all amphitheaters had that. Some were simple earth and sand, but this one hums faintly at the edge of hearing like a hive with the queen on strike. I kneel and touch the sand again. It is cool and dry, and it pulses once under my palm, then lies to me about it. Historians still debate the hand signals of the crowd. Pollice verso, thumb turned, life or death. Some argue thumbs were pressed to the fist for mercy. Others that the gesture is a later invention. What I know is that every seat here seems to lean a fraction forward the way a person does when the moment is about to tip. I look up and picture awnings stretched across the top. Valeria catching the wind like a fleet of ships. Sailors from the fleet of Misenum were said to handle those ropes. Clever, practiced, quietly indispensable. Fringe detail creeps in. Stories that some smaller towns strung charms into the rigging. Little bronze eyes to keep envy off a winning gladiator. I would laugh, except there is a bronze eye in my pocket already, in the shape of a golden grain, and it feels heavier now. I circle the arena and find a stair that curls toward the upper gallery. The steps are shallow and polite, inviting thousands to flow. I am not thousands, so they creak just a little under me. As if disappointed, the galleries smell of dry timber and old smoke. The kind that clings to beams long after festivals flicker out. I see the rope there on a crossbeam, the frayed end swollen like a flower gone to seed. It dangles over the aisle where a vendor would have cried fresh olives and watered wine. I raise my hand to test the swing and stop because the rope moves first, a soft arc right to left like a pendulum remembering its math. Then still, I angle my body to look along the beam and find the pulley, wooden wheel, iron pin. The groove is polished to a shine by use and by something wetter. There are tiny flecks on the beam that catch the light, perhaps just resin or the oil from a thousand tired hands. The rope smells faintly of fennel. I smile despite myself, and the laugh goes nowhere. 3 seats down, a wicker basket sits collapsed, the kind a runner might use to shuttle messages. Its lid is tied with a short length of cord in a sailor's knot I do not know how to tie. I lean over the railing to look at the floor and watch the sand erase an entire path at once. Not following my footsteps in order, but smoothing random sections like a lazy tide. It makes a pattern that looks briefly like a palm, and then that is gone too. I walk the aisle and step twice on the same spot. The rope above stays still, the air keeps its secrets. A small gust slides through the opening where the velarium would have been. It carries dust across my face, and in that dust I smell seawater. I close my eyes and pretend the murmur of a crowd is behind me. It almost works until I open them and see the seats lean in again just a fraction. There is history layered in this place, and I can feel it press and lift like a tide. I hear a tiny click from the corridor behind me. I follow it into the shadowed ring corridor and find a restricted doorway marked with 3 vertical cuts. The door is ajar. Inside the room is narrow, lined with shelves, coils of rope, wooden wedges, iron hooks shaped like question marks. Against the far wall, a winch sits with its ratchet poised, the handle tied off with a single knot. I imagine the rope once led down to a snare in the passage. I loosen the knot, and the handle stirs under my hand like a sleeper annoyed at dawn. I retie it fast and back out. When I return to the balustrade, the rope on the beam no longer dangles. It lies across the rail like a sleeping snake. I set my palm beneath it without lifting and feel warmth gather there. The rope slides across my skin with the tiniest rasp. It wants to lead me. I let it guide me toward a stair that dives back to the tunnels. The rope stops tugging when I find a new gate. Barred but with slack in the mechanism. I peer through and see only darkness speckled with dust, until the dust swirls like someone exhaled. I follow the wall and find an opening that leads under. The seating to a maintenance gallery, cramped, beams crossing like ribs. There is a bench and on it a small jar with a reed lid like the one that ticked in the laundry courtyard. I leave it sealed. The golden grain pulses again. It's carved, I feels as if it is trying to point. I hold it out and the warmth seems to tug toward the arena floor. I go back to the railing and look down. The sand is not erasing now. It is writing, shallow lines blooming. A circle, then a second circle inside it, then a line that becomes a path. I follow with my eyes and see where it ends. At the center a small dark oval appears. I place the golden grain in the center. It hums like a fly trapped in amber, and the seam opens just enough to let the smallest breeze lift out. It smells of fennel and ink and damp straw. The breeze shapes a syllable I cannot catch, then withdraws. The hatch does not open further. The lines in the sand redraw themselves, erasing the path until only my fresh tracks remain. Then those vanish and the floor goes perfectly smooth. The sky relaxes back to its patient bronze. I stand there, at the center of a stage that wants me to play a part one do not know. This place is ready. It has been ready. It is only waiting for the cue. I pick up the golden grain. Its heat settling, and the sand under my shoes erases me one more time just to make sure I have not confused myself with someone important. And somewhere in the rafters a length of rope swings. A gentle arc, not a threat yet, more like a nod. Yes, yes, we see you, we are patient, we have 7 nights to spend and we prefer to start on time. The rope's slow arc fades until it hangs still. The air settling as if the amphitheater has drawn a long breath and decided not to let it out. I take one step back and the sand underfoot shifts just enough to register my weight. Not collapsing, not erasing me entirely, just a reminder that it knows I am here. I make my way toward the nearest exit tunnel, the vaulted passage yawning ahead, its stone ribs casting shadows like the bars of a cage. The sound changes inside. The openness of the arena replaced by a close, muffled hum, and beneath it the faintest trickle of water. The air cools and the smell of fennel softens, replaced by a hint of charred wood. My hand brushes the wall and finds a smoothness that feels deliberate, polished by something other than time. Historians still debate whether some amphitheater substructures were finished to such precision for aesthetic reasons or because certain surfaces were meant to conduct sound or vibration. Here the effect is unsettling. Each step I take seems to echo twice, as though someone else is walking just out of sight. I emerge into a small chamber where the ceiling drops low, the floor set with rough paving stones in a spiral pattern. At the center of the spiral sits a square stone table, its surface etched with a grid of squares, like a game board but with no pieces. In the corner an amphora lies on its side, cracked but still weeping a thin dark liquid that glistens like oil. Fringe accounts from obscure inscriptions tell of ritual games played underground, moves recorded on stone while an amphora bled wine or ink until the rite was complete. I kneel to touch one of the grid squares and my finger comes away damp, though the stone itself is dry, as if the moisture is only visible when contact is made. A faint chime rings from somewhere. Beyond, a single note that does not fade so much as withdraw. I follow the sound into a narrow corridor where the walls are carved with reliefs of animals, boars, lions, stags, all in motion. Yet every eye in the carvings is turned toward me. The corridor ends in a wooden door reinforced with bronze straps, each strap stamped with a series of marks like small crescents. I push and it opens with surprising ease into a room lit by a shaft of bronze daylight from a crack in the ceiling. The beam falls perfectly onto a low altar of marble. Atop it a shallow bronze bowl filled with what look like dried seeds. I step closer and realize they are not seeds but tiny carved eyes. Each different, each imperfect, some smooth, some pitted, one missing a corner as if bitten. I recall fringe theories about Roman protective charms, fascina shaped to watch over thresholds. Yet this feels less like protection and more like a gathering. as if each eye was placed here to bear witness. I reach toward the bowl and a soft shuffle stirs in the shadows. I freeze, the sound repeats, not closer but circling. The light from above flickers slightly as dust drifts across it. I take one of the carved eyes, its surface warm and faintly rough, and the shuffling stops instantly. The silence that follows is so dense it feels like the air has thickened. I slip the eye into my pocket next to the golden grain, the two objects touching like they recognize each other. A slow vibration hums against my leg. I back out of the room and retrace my path. But when I reach the spiral-floored chamber, the grid on the table is no longer empty. A small piece sits at the center, a perfect miniature of the amphitheater. I lean closer and see that one section of the model is missing, replaced by a hollow that leads downward. A tiny open hatch exactly where I stood moments ago in the real arena. Before I can process it, the piece shifts slightly on its own, aligning itself with an unseen pattern. The hum in my pocket deepens, and the spiral beneath my feet feels like it is turning even though the stones remain still. From far away, faint but unmistakable, comes the slow creak of rope under tension, as if something above is being prepared to drop. The creak above is patient but insistent, each groan of the rope followed by a pause long enough for me to imagine it fraying one strand at a time. I glance up, though there is no sky here, only the damp stone ceiling veined with hairline cracks. A faint grit sprinkling my shoulders as the sound continues. I grip the golden grain in my pocket, and the carved eye seems to look down instead of forward, pulling my gaze to the spiral under my feet. The paving stones do not move, but the spiral feels deeper now, as if it could draw me inward just by breathing. I step carefully away and the sensation fades. The chime from earlier sounds again, this time shorter, like a command instead of an invitation. I follow it down a side corridor lit by slits in the wall. Thin beams of bronze light cutting across the dust. The air is heavier here, tinged with iron. I run my hand along the wall and find shallow grooves, each about the length of my palm, repeating every few steps. Historians still debate whether these grooves in Roman corridors were marks from tool storage, torches, or ceremonial spears. Fringe theories say they were channels for guiding unseen mechanisms. The grooves here feel too deliberate to be accidents. The corridor opens into a rectangular chamber lined with amphorae, all sealed but for one in the far corner with its wax cracked and lid slightly ajar. The scent of fennel is strong enough to make my eyes sting. I approach slowly, noting how the dust on the floor shows no footprints except my own. I reach the amphora and tilt it just enough to see inside, expecting grain or oil. But instead there is a coiled rope submerged in dark liquid. The same rope smell from the arena galleries. I pull back quickly, droplets sliding down the amphora's rim and vanishing before they hit the floor. I turn to leave and see a low arch on the opposite wall, crawling height only. I duck through and emerge into a cramped space with a domed ceiling blackened by soot. A small bronze brazier sits cold in the center, surrounded by a circle of clay tablets etched with numbers, all sevens, some scratched deeper than others. The repetition sets my teeth on edge. Mainstream Roman calendars marked special days with numerals, but I have never seen a set like this. Fringe accounts whisper about bindings set in 7-night cycles. I step over the tablets and find another arch, this one taller, leading into a tiered chamber like a miniature theater. Each stone bench occupied by a statue in a hooded cloak. The faces are featureless, smooth to anonymity, yet I feel every one of them turn toward me as I enter. The stage below is bare except for a single column about waist height, its top inset with a shallow depression shaped like an open palm. I know before I check that the golden grain will fit perfectly. My pocket feels hot now, almost burning. I place the grain into the palm and the heat drops instantly. The statues lean forward as one. The column sinks a fraction, and a grinding sound starts beneath the floor, slow and circular, dust trickling between the stones at my feet. The The depression rises again, the grain back in my hand, though I never saw it move. The grinding stops, but the statues remain leaning, frozen in expectation. Then from somewhere far above comes the sound of a heavy release rope snapping taut, and I hear something massive descending through the layers of the city, not falling, but lowering with care, as if the city is delivering a piece of itself to me. I back toward the arch, but the statues seem closer than before, the cloaks brushing the edge of the steps, and the air in the room feels as though it is holding its breath. The rope voice fades into the bones of the building, and a side passage opens where there was only wall a moment ago. The air warms by a few careful degrees. Grit turns to smooth paving, and a faint polish of beeswax and olive oil floats ahead like someone has just finished tidying. I follow because pretending I have choices is the night's remaining hobby. The passage widens and gives me an atrium, a rectangular pool so still the bronze sky doubles itself without a seam. The rim of the impluvium worn to a satin by hands that are not here. The walls vivid with crisp panels, red and black frames around little scenes of a boy with a dolphin, a hunt, a bowl of figs that makes my stomach remember time. But the floor owns the room, and it waits. A carpet of tesserae laid out as a city scene from above, streets and porticos and courtyards rendered in a mapmaker's confidence. The tiny forum sitting like a square coin, the amphitheater an oval thumbprint. A line of aqueduct arches precise as teeth. I step to the edge and feel that cat-like shiver the city gives when I hover near a decision, mainstream anchor to calm the nerves. Roman elites loved mosaics because they were durable and washable and could smuggle status underfoot, and water did run to houses like this in lead or clay, into basins and little fountains that whispered of practical luxury behind the walls. Debate for the notebook, historians still argue how common private libraries truly were. Letters boast about them, but the archaeology keeps its mouth shy. Fringe whisper to round out the set. Some household gods were rumored to borrow a memory from their family during certain fasts, returning it later like a mended cloak. I breathe and crouch and lay a palm on the streets. The tesserae are cool but not indifferent. A hairline of light tightens into a route that threads the forum, skirts the sundial whose shadow will not bother to move, glances off the basilica's steps, hesitates at the oval of the arena like. It recognizes my shoes, then slides to a house marked with a laurel, and ends on a small sign that could be a key or an eye. I test it, close my eyes, and the path thickens as if agreeing to guide me, open them, and it narrows to a hair. Shy guide, very funny, I can play that game. I take the golden grain from my pocket, the carved eye warmer than it should be, and set it at the forum square on the floor map. A hum rises as soft as the fan you forget you left on. A side street brightens as if wetted, and a real doorway in the wall to my left decides it has always been there. I step through, and the corridor beyond is painted with birds that never move. Which is good, we love boundaries. But the dust garlands do, settling back into exactly the same drape after I disturb them, which is either masterful craft or petty magic, and I have no energy to pick. The receiving room offers a statue of a woman in stola and palla with her palm up like the column below the theater. I do not feed her the seed. I place instead the little bronze eye I stole. In the tunnels. And for a beat, the faint ticking I keep finding in this city stops, as if we passed a test of very boring manners. A curtain painted with bees trembles without wind and lets me into a peristyle. Garden where everything is perfect and wrong. Hedges are stone. Oranges are alabaster. Birds are bronze with mouths open as if to sing. The fountain smells like water without spending any. The hush here is thick enough that my breath sounds like sandals on gravel. In the far corner, a smaller court waits with a cousin to the first mosaic, only a handful of streets and a single route, and that route brightens the way a patient tutor does. Drifting when I blink and reforming when I stare, mainstream aside to steady the knees, black and white mosaics were common in workrooms because they gripped and endured. Debate to taste, whether a patron designed these pictures or left them to craftsmen. The The surviving contracts will not gossip, fringe nibble, some swore maps underfoot made a house walkable in dreams, practice for dangerous nights. I try the joke of choosing the path that points toward a doorway under a bull relief. Hello, Mithras, bad idea time. But the mosaic dims the bull and brightens a laurel threshold with a tiny bread stamp on its lintel instead. Dinner before doctrine, the city and my stomach finally agree on something. A pantry unwinds beside me, amphory sweating that not water again. A thin, oily gleam that refuses to wet my fingertips even as it coats them. I wipe my hands and the sheen stays like a polite curse. A study follows, and on its low table a stack of wax tablets waits. The top tablet writes to my eyes before I touch it. Neat Latin in a steady hand. The mosaics remember for those who cannot. Do not walk where no stone agrees. Return the borrowed eye, 7 nights count only forward. The final line cut deeper as if someone kept needing the reminder. I do not turn around to see if the statue in the receiving room has her palm out again. I keep going and the path brings me to a long hall whose floor presents a third picture. A road between cypress rows, a black and white ribbon that lays down a new panel at my toes. With every blink and erases the piece behind. I take 1 step, then 2, the softest push rising through the soles of my feet as if the house is easing me onward with cool hands. No trap springs, thank you, and at the end of the road a bronze plaque sits in the floor, warm to my fingers, inscribed with a round mouth and a short line like a very early joke about truth. The Bocca della Verita will belong to later centuries, but motifs travel faster than people. I set the golden grain into the smile and a faint chime answers from inside the walls. Then a sigh of rope somewhere far above, businesslike. I retrieve the seed and the plaque tilts flat as if nothing happened. On the way back, the big city mosaic in the atrium gives a last considerate twitch, adjusting one alley and a stair, and I understand it has decided I should exit not by the bull or the granary but by a postern I somehow missed twice. The door pretends it has always been where it is, would burnish to a blur of the bronze day, hinges that breathe a friendly syllable, and I step into an alley where my peripheral vision still sees the pale ribbon of path drawn along the shade. It waits at corners until I tilt my head left or right and then continues, patient as a librarian. I make a wrong turn on purpose to see if it scolds me, and it does not. The stones underfoot shuffle their pictures softly until they agree with my choice. I pass a niche where tiny footprints appear in spilled wine around Alara's shrine that has set out figs no one will taste. A second floor shutter exhales a breath that smells like bread for no one. Ration marks chalked for names that never arrive. And out at the city's quiet edge the boundary stones rise, pale and patient, their tops flicking silver when the bronze light finds them. The hum begins before I touch them. Not loud, just a presence that asks inside or outside. What is a line if not a thought we share? Historians still debate whether the sacred pomerium ever truly moved with imperial ambition or whether writers simply loved the metaphor of an elastic Rome. Fringe garnish. Some swore the stones themselves shifted at night to keep bad luck penned. I stand with a hand on the nearest marker and feel that low note recognize whatever I have become here. And when I turn back, the path rolls ahead like fresh parchment. It leads me past the forum sundial that refuses all labor, the basilica that drinks light without paying, and toward a door whose lintel bears a little bookmark I failed to notice earlier. Of course, the library I argued about with myself 5 minutes ago while pretending certainty. The cedar latch greets my hand like it has been waiting. Inside is narrow and high, shelves stacked with scrolls tucked like sleeping birds, a table with a lamp that does not flame but glows. Anyway, and on the floor a small mosaic of the city again, simplified now to just a forum square and a single alley. The alley runs into the square, stops, and then bends to the left each time I blink, as if slowly teaching me a drill. I listen for the chime and hear it, lower now, deeper in the walls, counting something I cannot. I hold the bronze eye above the picture and it warms. I place it gently and the alley brightens to a Clean white, then fades, a small payment returned with interest. I leave it there and the ticking I had not noticed stops. Outside, the bronze sky has not moved. My shadow holds still like a dedicated assistant, and the city, pleased with its lesson, lets the ribbon of path withdraw like a tide until only the ordinary stones remain. I linger one last beat at the atrium pool. Watch Neptune keep his fin to himself for once, and tell the room that I understand. The maps are promises only if I keep to stone that agrees. The jokes can stay small. And the 7 nights only count forward, which is a relief because I am already too far in to count back. The library door closes behind me without sound. Yet I feel the shift in air, as though the city just took another step in some slow dance I am only beginning to follow. The bronze sky peers down through a small oculus above, and for the first time since I arrived here, I sense an almost domestic stillness, the kind of quiet that happens when a room has just been tidied for company. The shelves run high and narrow, stacked with scrolls in perfect order, each bound in ribbon the color of dried blood. The smell here is not dust but parchment, olive oil, and the faintest trace of fennel that no amount of cataloging could erase. I move down the central aisle and trail my fingers over the ends of the scrolls, some marked in neat Latin, others in scripts I do not recognize. Mainstream fact drifts through my head to anchor me. Roman libraries, public or private, often house scrolls in niches with wooden doors to protect from damp. Here there are no doors, only the confidence of walls that have not known rain in centuries. The far table holds a set of wax tablets with styluses laid across them like waiting cutlery. I pick one up and the surface reshapes beneath my touch. Words pushing up from within until a full line sits where there was blankness. Remember the oath, it says, the strokes deep as if carved with urgency. I turn the tablet over and the wax is smooth, untouched. Fringe whispers insist that certain materials in ancient rituals could record without being written upon, leaving impressions meant only for the right hands. The lamp beside the table is not oil-fed but glows from within its bronze skin. A low golden light that makes my shadow stretch unnaturally long down the aisle. I set the tablet back and follow the light to a side alcove. Here a single shelf holds only 7 scrolls, each bound in plain linen, no title, no mark. When I pull the first free, it feels heavier than it should, as though the papyrus has been weighted with something unseen. I unroll it to find a detailed map of the city, but the streets shift slightly as I watch. Routes narrowing or widening, certain alleys vanishing, others appearing. The amphitheater is there, the forum, the granary, and a building I have not yet seen marked with a laurel crown. The map hums faintly in my hands, a sound I feel more than hear, and I think of the mosaic floors that guided me earlier, the idea that the city can choose which version of itself to show. I roll the scroll and return it to the shelf. The second scroll is lighter, and as it opens the writing is dense. A mix of inventory and something like a diary, bread delivered, names missing, torch lit though day stands, 7th night approaches. The phrase repeats enough that I start counting entries. There are 6 so far, and the ink on the last one is still glossy, as if set moments ago. I put it back quickly. The alcove's walls carry shallow carvings of laurel branches and bees, the same motif from the curtain that moved without wind. A third scroll unrolls to reveal sketches, faces, places, objects, drawn with a precision that makes them feel more like memories than art. One face is mine, caught mid-step in the amphitheater, eyes turned toward something unseen above. I do not remember standing like that. I replace the scroll, feeling the carved eye in my pocket warm as if to confirm the connection. Historians still debate whether Roman augurs kept pictorial records of omens or relied solely on verbal report. Fringe theories suggest certain cults believed recording an image fixed an event so it could be revisited or altered. The golden grain in my other pocket stays cool. Perhaps waiting, perhaps listening. I leave the alcove and find another table against the wall, this one covered in small bronze plaques engraved with symbols, some like letters, others like constellations. The top plaque bears a series of sevens arranged in a spiral, echoing the floor in the chamber where the rope began its descent. I lift it, and underneath is a hollow containing a single key, its teeth shaped like laurel leaves. I slide it into my palm, and the lamp beside me brightens, the bronze skin glowing with more urgency. A faint chime rings from somewhere outside, not sharp, but like a reminder being repeated. I step toward the exit, and as I pass the central aisle, I notice that one scroll I touched earlier is now missing from the shelf. The gap where it stood is clean, as if nothing had been there at all. I do not remember hearing it fall. The door ahead stands slightly open, the bronze light spilling into the street. And when I step outside, the air has changed, cooler, heavier, as though the city has just remembered the exact count of nights left. Somewhere not far away, rope creaks again. This time with the rhythm of someone drawing it back up. The rope's retreat is unhurried, each pull punctuated by a pause that lets the tension settle back into the stone walls. I follow the sound through the narrowing streets until it fades to a memory, replaced by the faint scrape of something being dragged. The air is damp here, the bronze sky visible only as a thin sliver above, buildings leaning inward until their shadows knot together. The cobbles underfoot glisten as if freshly washed, though the smell is not rain but mineral water and faint fennel. My shadow clings tightly to my feet, refusing to stretch ahead. Mainstream fact floats up to keep me steady. Many Roman cities had covered lanes and arcades to shield markets from heat and rain, but this one feels built to keep light out rather than shelter shoppers. I pass a row of closed stalls, their wooden shutters carved with images of fruit, loaves, and fish, yet every carving has a small eye somewhere in its design, sometimes hidden in leaves, sometimes staring openly from the center. Fringe stories whisper that certain trades kept talismans carved into their shop fronts, not to protect stock but to watch for debts. I round a corner and find the source of the dragging sound, a shallow gutter along the lane carrying a slow ribbon of dark liquid, thicker than water, creeping toward a drain set in the base of a statue. The statue is of a man holding a scroll, but the scroll has no writing, just a flat surface polished to a mirror. I see my own reflection there, yet behind me in the image is a figure I do not see in the lane. Standing still, cloaked, face hidden, I glance back and the lane is empty. But when I turn again, the reflection still shows the figure. Closer now, I step away and the gutter's liquid suddenly quickens, vanishing into the drain as if pulled. The statue's mirrored scroll goes dull. I keep moving, entering a wider square where a line of columns stands roofless, each column wrapped in bronze bands etched with dates. Though some bands are blank, historians still debate the use of such date-marked architecture, whether it tracked construction phases or was ceremonial. Here the sequence is broken, years missing, others repeated, one date scratched over with the numeral 7. I walk between them and feel the air temperature drop with each blank band I pass. At the far end of the square, a set of steps descends beneath an arch, the keystone carved with a pair of bees facing each other. I descend into a long hall lined with alcoves, each containing an amphora half buried in sand, their necks sealed with a slab of wax that looks too fresh. One amphora near the center trembles slightly, just enough for the sand around it to shift. I do not touch it. Instead, I note the faint chime that sounds whenever it moves, the rhythm irregular, almost like breath. Fringe theories about Roman storage vaults claim some were designed to respond to sound or vibration, to wake only when disturbed. I leave the hall and emerge into a smaller courtyard where a low fountain sits dry, its basin filled with carved stone eyes like those in the bronze bowl on the altar. This time the eyes are all cracked, some in halves, others chipped. The cracks fit together like a puzzle, but none are whole. I crouch to examine one and feel a pulse under my fingertip. Faint but present, I pocket it beside the bronze eye and golden grain, the weight between them shifting slightly as though they are adjusting to each other. From a doorway ahead comes the smell of bread, warm, fresh. utterly wrong in this silent city. I step inside and find a small bakery, loaves resting on shelves, their crusts gleaming as if brushed with oil. The shapes vary, round, long, braided, but each has a single mark pressed into its center, and I again, smaller than the others but unmistakable. I lift one loaf and it is heavier than bread should be, the crust warm but the center cold, like stone. I set it back and the warmth lingers on my palm. Behind the counter a narrow stair rises. Its treads worn deep. I climb and find a small room with a single window. Through it the view is not of the street below but of the amphitheater's interior, empty. Sand smooth, yet as I watch a path begins to form. The same shallow lines that led me to the hatch before, the path stops halfway this time, ending in a circle, and inside that circle something dark is being lowered slowly on a rope. The dark shape sways as it descends, the rope above taut and steady. No creak, no sound of pulleys, only the faint hiss of air parting around the object. I press closer to the window, but the glass here is thicker than it looks, clouded just enough to blur edges. I can make out that it is not a person but a container, cylindrical, bronze or iron, with bands around it like a storage jar for something too dangerous to leave. Unbound, the sand beneath is already shifting to make space, smoothing itself like a host laying a table. I turn from the window and the room tilts slightly, my vision catching on a map pinned to the wall, sketched in charcoal on plaster. The city is there, but only certain buildings are marked: a laurel-crowned house, the granary, the amphitheater, a small square I do not recognize, each connected by faint lines that seem to pulse if I stare too long. Mainstream anchor to keep my mind steady. Roman surveyors map cities with a precision that still surprises engineers, using chroma and chorobates to set their grids. But no known map ever showed a city this alive. Fringe note whispers that in some ritual geographies, the streets themselves were thought to channel intent, a pattern only visible to those bound within it. I step back and the lines on the map dim, the rope outside still feeding its burden to the arena. Curiosity wins and I head down the narrow stair, past the bakery shelves. Each loaf I mark now turned toward the door as though watching me leave. Outside the air feels closer, carrying the metallic scent of bronze and a faint sweetness like figs left too long in the sun. I take a side street toward the amphitheater, passing a row of tall doors, each sealed with a wax disc bearing the numeral 7. The wax is fresh, edges clean, no dust on their surfaces. I touch one and feel heat under my fingers. Not from the sunless day, but from within. Historians still debate whether some Roman locks included heat-treated seals as proof against tampering, but here the seal feels less like a warning and more like a heartbeat. I keep moving, the streets tightening until I am funneled into a covered passage. The ceiling low, the walls lined with shelves of folded linen, each piece stamped with a laurel and an eye. Fringe accounts speak of cult vestments hidden away between ceremonies, each set intended for a specific night. I brush one and it crumbles into fine dust that leaves a cool film on my fingertips. The passage opens directly into the lower ring of the amphitheater, where the air is warmer, smelling of rope, oil, and fennel. The sand at the center holds the dark cylinder now fully lowered, its surface damp as though it has traveled through water. The rope detaches on its own and coils neatly beside it, a gesture both polite and final. I descend into the arena, each step leaving prints that linger this time, as if the city wants me to see my path. The cylinder is as tall as my chest, the bronze bands around it engraved with scenes of ships, waves, and a bull-headed figure driving them. I circle it and find a small panel inset with a depression shaped like an open palm, exactly like the one in the hooded statue theater. My pockets feel suddenly heavy, the golden grain warm, the bronze eye cooler but thrumming faintly. I set both into the palm, the fit perfect, and a low hum begins, resonating through the sand, up my legs, into my chest. The cylinder shivers once, twice. Then the top unlocks with a slow twist, the lid lifting as though drawn by invisible hands. Inside is darkness deeper than shadow, the kind that swallows the bronze light entirely. I lean closer and see not emptiness but movement, ripples like water, but thicker, slower, carrying fragments of reflection. My face, the rope, the mosaics, all flickering and vanishing. A faint chime rings from below, answered by another far above. The lid holds itself open as though inviting me to reach in, and somewhere in the stands, just beyond my vision, something shifts in its seat to watch. The rippling dark inside the cylinder seems to lean toward me, its surface forming shallow peaks and valleys without breaking, each motion drawing faint reflections up from somewhere deeper than I can see. I watch my own face fragment and reform between images of places I have already walked. The sweating amphory in the market, the sundial whose shadow refused to move, the rope swinging in the gallery, and then faces I do not know, some smiling faintly. Others turned away. My hand hovers over the surface and the heat from the golden grain in my pocket pulses in answer. The carved eye presses against my palm as if urging contact. Mainstream fact to anchor me, certain Roman cult vessels, especially in mystery rites, were designed to hold liquids used for scrying, mixing wine or oil with water to reveal signs. Fringe speculation claims some held no liquid at all but a kind of living darkness, meant to mirror not the present but the city's own memory. I lower my fingertips until they barely touch the surface and the ripple spreads instantly, carrying my touch outward in a perfect circle. The hum from the bass grows louder, the bronze bands around the cylinder vibrating until the engraved ships seem to rock on imagined waves. My vision tightens as though the light in the arena has dimmed. Yet when I glance up, the bronze sky is unchanged. I pull my hand back, but the ripple continues, widening until it laps against the rim, droplets lifting upward like inverted rain. They drift toward me and cling to my skin, cold at first then warming to match my body, each one holding a tiny shifting image before melting into nothing. The hum steadies into a slow rhythm, almost a heartbeat, and the sand beneath my feet shivers. I look down and see the lines forming again, not from my steps but from below, a series of concentric circles radiating out from the cylinder, the inner ring marked with small symbols, keys, laurel leaves, and sevens, each glowing faintly before fading. I step back and the cylinder's lid begins to close on its own, the movement smooth and unhurried. As though confident I have seen enough, the rope at its side stirs and slithers toward the bronze bands, wrapping them once, twice, before coiling back into place. The hum stops, leaving the arena utterly silent. Fringe thought flickers. Some ancient devices were believed to reset themselves when the observer had taken what was needed, withholding the rest until the proper night. I leave the center and climb the nearest stair to the galleries. The seats lean forward again, their shadows longer now as though the sun has shifted though the sky insists it has not. At the top of the stair I find a doorway I do not remember. Narrow, framed in stone with bees carved into each corner. I pass through into a covered walkway that curves gently upward, its walls lined with niches, each holding an object, bronze mirrors, small clay lamps, folded linen. A loaf of bread with its crust hardened to stone, none of them dusty, all arranged as if waiting to be chosen. I take nothing, but the golden grain in my pocket feels heavier with each step, until the walkway ends in a balcony that looks not over the arena but over a different part of the city entirely. A district of low-roofed houses and narrow streets I have not walked. The sight is crisp, clear, almost inviting, and from somewhere far off in that quarter comes the slow, measured creak of a rope wheel turning. The rope wheel's turning is deliberate, each rotation punctuated by a faint metallic click, like a lock resetting itself over and over. I step onto the balcony rail and lean out to fix the sound's origin. The low-roofed quarter stretches away in a tidy grid, streets too narrow for carts. the kind built for foot traffic and shadows. The rooftops are tiled in deep red and glisten faintly as though they have been freshly washed. Mainstream fact to anchor myself. Roman insulae often crowded entire neighborhoods into vertical blocks, shopfronts below and cramped living above. But this place feels curated, too clean, too still. Fringe theory rises with the heat. Certain districts in Ghost City legends were said to be reset overnight, their contents rearranged for the next day's watchers. The rope's sound stops mid-turn, leaving the air feeling emptier than it should. I take the narrow stair down from the balcony, winding through a colonnade where the capitals are carved with repeating sevens instead of leaves. The floor mosaic shows a map again, this one reduced to a single street leading from the amphitheater to a square marked with a laurel. I follow it in stone and then in life. Stepping out into the lane below, the walls here are painted with faded frescoes of harvest scenes. Men gathering wheat, women holding baskets of figs, but every figure's face is rubbed away too. Smooth plaster. I turn a corner and find the square itself, a perfect rectangle paved in alternating black and white stones. At its center stands a tall wooden frame, the rope I heard threaded through a pulley at the top, ending in a heavy hook that dangles just above the ground. Beside it rests a shallow stone basin filled with water so still it looks like glass. I step closer and see that the hook's reflection in the basin is wrong. It shows the hook lowered into the water and something hanging from it, a bundle wrapped in dark cloth. I glance up and the real hook is empty. I watch the reflection as the cloth bundle stirs slightly, then stills, then stirs again. Historians still debate whether some Roman execution devices were also used ceremonially, marking not punishment but transition. Fringe accounts speak of hooks and weights used in initiation rites, lowering objects into water to be cleansed before presentation. I crouch by the basin and the surface trembles as if aware of my gaze. The reflection shifts, showing not the hook at all now but a street I do not recognize. The golden grain in my pocket grows warm, the carved eye colder, the two pulsing in alternating beats until I can feel the rhythm in my fingertips. I touch the water and the cold is instant, biting. The image inside clears to reveal a doorway framed with laurel branches, a shadow moving just inside. I withdraw my hand and the water stills, empty once more. Behind me the rope creaks softly and I turn to see it swaying though no wind moves. The hook swings toward the basin and stops, perfectly centered over it. The square stones beneath my feet feel subtly uneven, forming a pattern I only notice now. A spiral leading toward the basin, echoing the chamber from earlier where the rope began its descent. I take one step back and hear a faint chime, then another. Then the rope begins to lift itself, the hook rising toward the pulley with no visible force, disappearing into the frame until only the swaying shadow remains. The air warms, the fennel scent returns, and from the far end of the square a narrow door swings open, revealing a dim corridor that smells of bread and smoke. The corridor beyond the narrow door feels like it belongs to a bakery, the air thick with the scent of crust and smoke. But the heat is uneven, pockets of warm air mixing with stretches of cool draft that smell faintly of wet clay. The walls are lined with wooden racks, each holding loaves shaped into unfamiliar patterns. Rings, braids, spirals, every loaf stamped in the center with the mark of an eye. The same motif I have been finding from the amphory too. The altars, mainstream fact slips in. Ancient Roman bakers often marked bread with distinctive stamps for identification, especially when baking communal loaves in shared ovens, but here the marks are too uniform. Every eye carved with unsettling precision. Fringe lore comes to mind, tales of offerings disguised as bread to feed not people but household spirits. I run my hand above one loaf without touching, and feel a faint vibration, as if something inside is breathing. I move deeper, the racks giving way to a low stone counter where several wax tablets lie scattered, each covered in neat rows of names followed by dates. Most dates repeat the same numeral, 7, and the final column is left blank. A metal stylus rests across the last tablet. Its tip still warm. I step past the counter and find a brick oven taller than me. Its mouth dark and cold. Yet when I peer inside, the air shimmers as if with heat. I catch a faint reflection on the curved interior wall. Not my face, but the amphitheater's floor. The hatch at its center open. Rope descending into the dark. I blink and the image is gone. I straighten and notice a side passage branching off, narrow and tiled with a mosaic of wheat stalks bending in an invisible breeze. I follow it into a circular chamber with a central pillar. The pillar carved to resemble stacked bread loaves. Each with an eye in its crust. The top loaf is slightly larger, its eye deeper, forming a depression shaped exactly like the palm prints I have seen before. My pockets grow heavier. The golden grain heating first, then the bronze eye answering with a steady thrum. I place both in the depression and the room exhales, the sound of distant grinding echoing up from below. The mosaic floor begins to rotate slowly, aligning a line of darker tiles with a hidden archway. The arch slides open, revealing a stair spiraling down into darkness. The grinding fades, replaced by a slow, rhythmic slosh like water moving in a confined space. I descend, the air cooling, the fennel scent stronger, until I emerge in a vaulted chamber where long troughs of water run parallel. Their surfaces so still they seem solid. Small bronze ladles hang from hooks, each inscribed with the numeral 7. I dip one and the water clings thickly before releasing. In its surface I see not my reflection but the rope again, lowering something into the arena. The same dark cylinder now open, its interior glowing faintly. I drop the water back into the trough and the image shatters, the glow extinguished. The hum in my pocket stops, leaving only the sound of dripping in the far corner. I turn toward it and see a narrow chute in the wall, water trickling from its mouth. The flow steady and precise. As if measured, the chute feeds into a small stone basin. And in that basin rests a single golden grain identical to mine, except its carved eye is closed. The rope slithers ahead like it knows the route better than I ever could, each coil gliding over the stones without snagging, leading me through the far gate into a corridor where the air is cooler, carrying the scent of damp mortar and faint beeswax. The bronze sky is gone now, replaced overhead by a low-arched ceiling ribbed with stone. The light comes from narrow slits along the upper walls, thin blades that catch drifting motes in a way that makes them seem to hang in place. Mainstream fact to ground me: Roman passageways in arenas often connected to service tunnels or animal pens, winding in patterns meant to confuse those unfamiliar. But this one runs arrow straight, as if cut for a singular purpose. Fringe stories whisper of processional corridors used only on specific nights, when the city itself was part of the rite. The rope pauses at a bronze-bound door, its surface engraved with 2 bees flanking an open eye. I push and it yields with a sigh, revealing a circular chamber with 7 evenly spaced columns, each column bound at the base with a bronze band etched with a different symbol. Key, laurel, bread, amphora, rope, wave, and an unmarked blank. The rope coils in the center and stops beside a raised plinth shaped like a palm. My pockets grow heavy. The golden grain hot, the dormant grain colder still, the bronze eye humming faintly. I set the grain with the open eye into the palm and the columns respond in sequence, each humming a note that blends into a low chord. The blank column hums last and the air shifts, a section of the wall sliding inward to reveal a short stair. I retrieve the grain and follow down into a space lit only by a single hanging lamp, the flame small but steady, casting gold over a long stone table, laid out with objects I have seen before but never together. A loaf with the eye mark, a small amphora sweating that strange oil, a coil of rope tied in a sailor's knot, a bronze plaque with the 7 engraved deep, a mosaic tile depicting a laurel wreath, and in the center a shallow bronze bowl filled with still water. I step closer and the water stirs without my touch, showing the arena once more. The sand marked with concentric circles like those the cylinder made. Then the image shifts to the map mosaic in the atrium, its streets now glowing faintly, all routes converging on one place. A building I do not know, its roof marked with the same open I carved on the door above. I blink and the image dissolves into a reflection of my own face. Then nothing but water again. The lamp flickers and steadies. And somewhere high above, faint but distinct, the rope wheel turns once more, this time faster, as though the city is winding itself for what comes next. The turning of the rope wheel above quickens, each rotation a little sharper, the sound threading down through the columns and into the chamber like a spine tightening. I pocket the golden grain, the dormant grain, and the bronze eye, their combined weight pulling at my hip. Then step back from the table, the low chord from the columns still lingering as if the stone remembers the vibration. The short stair leads me upward into the circular room again, but now the air is warmer, faint motes drifting faster in the light slits, as though stirred by something moving elsewhere. The rope waits in the center, coiled and patient, its tail pointing toward an archway I had not noticed before. I follow it into a corridor that slopes gently down. The walls lined with recesses holding clay tablets, each marked only with a number, 1 through 7. Repeated over and over, mainstream fact to anchor me. Roman record keepers used wax and clay both, clay for permanence, wax for daily business, but this feels like neither. The repetition is too perfect, too deliberate. Fringe thought slides in. Some rites counted days like stepping stones, marking each with a physical object so the cycle could be seen and touched. The rope leads me into a wide, low chamber where the floor is an unbroken circle of black basalt. Cool under my shoes, the only feature a narrow slit at its center, from which rises a slow curl of air smelling of fennel, sea salt, and smoke. The rope slides toward it, dipping its end into the slit and holding there. I step to the edge and peer down, seeing only darkness that seems to deepen as I watch. The golden grain heats sharply in my pocket. The dormant grain chills further, and the bronze eye hums until I can feel it in my jaw. I kneel and lower the active grain toward the slit. The air rushes upward in a sudden warm draft, carrying a sound like distant waves colliding with stone. The rope stirs, winding itself once around my wrist, not tight but certain, and in the dark below something shifts with a deep, deliberate scrape. The basalt floor under me vibrates in a slow rhythm, matching the hum in my pocket. Then the rope releases and withdraws from the slit, coiling neatly beside it. The air cools again, the scent fading, and from a side arch a new passage yawns open. The stones underfoot different here, smoother, with faint carved lines running like veins, leading me upward until I emerge behind the amphitheater's highest tier. The bronze sky stretched wide and unmoving, the city laid out silent and expectant. From here I can see the laurel-marked roof from the mosaic's vision, its tiles catching the light in a way no other building does. And though no rope is in sight now, the faint sound of its wheel turning drifts through the stillness, counting down the nights that remain. Tonight, we continue once again as I stand at the amphitheater's highest tier. The bronze sky stretching without end and the city sprawled below like a perfect model waiting for its next move. The laurel-marked roof from the mosaic gleams faintly in the distance, catching a light that does not seem to touch anything else. The sound of the rope wheel is softer up here, almost hesitant, as if it knows I have noticed it. The air is cooler, carrying hints of fennel and something sharper, like ink freshly ground on a slab. I start down a sloping stair that curves around the outer wall. The stone worn into shallow grooves by centuries of feet. Mainstream fact floats in. Roman amphitheaters often had vomitoria leading to exterior streets for crowd control. But this path feels more like a processional route, narrow and precise, designed to deliver someone exactly where they are meant to arrive. Fringe thought leans in. Some ghost city tales insist the streets themselves were part of the ritual space. guiding the initiate without allowing deviation. The stair deposits me into a colonnaded street that smells faintly of warm bread, though no shopfronts are open. Each column carved at the base with a different object: key, rope, amphora, wave, laurel, bread, eye. Repeating in no particular order, I pass under them, the shadows seeming to stretch ahead in the same pattern, until the laurel-marked roof vanishes behind a wall, and I enter a small square I have never seen before, its paving stones set in concentric circles that mirror the marks the cylinder made in the arena sand. In the center stands a low round building, its door ajar, the bronze hinges etched with tiny bees. I push it open and step into a single circular chamber lined with shelves, each shelf holding only one object, all different. Wax tablets, clay jars, lengths of rope, bronze plaques, folded cloth, none dusty, all arranged as if just placed there. In the center of the room is a pedestal shaped like an open palm. The same depression I have found in so many other places. My pockets feel heavy, the golden grain warm and the dormant grain cold. The bronze eye vibrating faintly. I place the active grain into the palm and the shelves respond. One object from each sliding forward slightly, as if offered. I step toward a wax tablet and the surface ripples, showing an image of the laurel-marked roof from above. Then flashing to the granary, the arena, and a dark place I do not know. A quick sequence like a breath held too long and then released. The grain cools, the objects slide back into place, and the door swings shut behind me without sound. A panel opens in the far wall, revealing a narrow stair spiraling downward. The air cooler with each step, carrying the faint sound of the rope while turning again. Steady now, no hesitation, each rotation like a clock hand settling into its mark. And though I can't see the rope yet, I know it is waiting at the bottom, ready to lead me deeper. The stair winds down into darkness that smells faintly of salt and charred wood. The steps smooth and slightly concave from long use, my hand gliding along the cold stone wall until the air shifts and grows warmer, carrying the rhythm of the rope will like a heartbeat under the floor. I emerge into a wide underground hall supported by columns whose capitals are carved not with leaves but with the same symbols I saw on the colonnaded street above: key, rope, amphora, wave, laurel, bread, eye, each one catching the low golden light that filters from sconces along the walls. Mainstream fact tethers me: Roman substructures were often designed for storage, animal holding pens, or machinery for lifts, but here the symmetry feels ceremonial. Too deliberate to be purely practical, fringe stories tell of echo halls beneath arenas and temples, tuned so that even a whisper could travel like a command to hidden mechanisms. I step forward and the floor responds with a faint vibration, a circle etched into the stone around the central space. Beginning to glow softly, the rope descends from a hole in the ceiling, slow and precise, its end tied into a loop large enough to fit over my shoulders. It sways gently toward me as if inviting. I slip the loop over my chest and the rope tightens just enough to hold before it begins to pull, guiding me across the hall toward a tall arch in the far wall. Beyond it is a corridor lined with niches, each holding an object wrapped in dark cloth, some shaped like amphorae, others like bundles of scrolls, none labeled. The rope leads me past them without pause until we reach a heavy bronze door with the numeral 7 engraved deep into its surface. The rope unwinds from me and coils neatly at my feet as the door swings open on its own, revealing a small chamber lit by a single oil lamp. In the center sits a table with a shallow bronze bowl filled with liquid so dark it swallows the light. I lean over it and the surface stirs, showing not my reflection but the map mosaic from the atrium, the routes glowing again, this time all leading to the laurel-marked roof. The image shifts to the inside of that building, a shadow moving between shelves, and then to the arena floor, the hatch open, the cylinder gone, the sand marked with a single 7. The image fades and the water stills, The rope at my feet gives a sharp twitch, coiling into a tight knot before relaxing, and I understand it is time to leave. But as I step toward the door, the lamp flares, casting my shadow long across the wall. And in its outline I see a second shadow just behind me, standing perfectly still. The second shadow keeps my outline company for a full breath before it does the one thing a shadow should not. It nods, the movement small as a moth's wing. And then it flattens back into ordinary darkness as if embarrassed to have opinions. I turn slowly, the oil lamp humming, the bronze bowl calm again, and tell the room out loud that I will be leaving now because narrating my intentions helps the nerves file their paperwork. The corridor outside accepts me with a draft that smells of rope and old ink. The loop of line waiting at the threshold like a patient dog deciding whether to heel. It slithers ahead once I step through and I follow into a section of tunnel I do not remember, the walls closer, the ceiling lower, the niches empty of wrapped objects as though the shelves stepped out for air. Stone underfoot changes texture, smooth to pebbled and back, until we come to a door engraved with the laurel and the eye, the emblem of the roof I saw from above. The rope gives a polite nudge at my ankle and I push. The door opens into a stair that climbs tight and fast, my hands sliding along a rail polished by hands I prefer not to picture. Near the top the air warms and thins, picking up a sweetness like figs left in a sun that does not move. I emerge beneath that laurel-marked roof at last, and the room beneath it is less temple than workshop arranged by someone who believed tidiness was a form of prayer. Shelves in a ring, each holding a single tool, stylus, ladle, small mallet, reed, tiny bronze mirror. No dust, no ash, only the quiet glow of a skylight that drinks the bronze sky and pours it down. Like syrup, in the middle stands a waist-high table of black basalt carved with shallow channels. A city in capillaries, the rope coils beside it and stops. Mainstream fact to anchor the hands, Roman water clocks, clepsydry, timed hours by flow through calibrated holes. Their basins often inscribed to mark the changing length of seasonal hours. Here the channels look like streets and the holes like doors, and that feels less like timekeeping and more like a map that insists on passing for plumbing. I set the bronze eye on the table because it is humming hard enough to be impolite, and it skates a finger's breadth on its own to a notch shaped exactly for it. A thin thread of liquid slides from the skylight's rim, though I can't see a source, splits at a junction, and begins to trace a path through the channels without spilling. Fringe detail rolls up uninvited. Certain antiquarians swore some private shrines were built with water writing, trickles that spelled omens to a patient reader, and though that sounds like a riddle carved by a bored plumber, the line in front of me is forming letters, first a curve like C, then a pivot into an I, then a crooked hook of a 7 as if the stone can't help repeating itself. Historians still debate whether private domestic cults in Rome were truly as codified as the public ones or whether families improvised with borrowed symbols. A debate I would happily moderate once the furniture stops nodding at me. Because yes, the table gives a delicate tilt as the water completes its circuit and drains with a sigh. The rope taps my calf, a reminder, and I lift the golden grain onto the basalt. It's carved bright and hot, the dormant twin in my other pocket cold as a coin forgotten in winter. I set the warm seed into a shallow depression and the room answers with a soft click from the shelves. 3 tools shift forward, the mirror, the reed, the mallet, as if I have been offered a choice, joke one for the night to keep the tempo relaxed. I am not taking the mallet. The city has enough headaches without my help. I pick up the mirror and it refuses my face, choosing instead to show the amphitheater floor, hatch shut, then the bakery counter with its stamped loaves, then a view down a narrow stair that I know in my knees leads to water. The reed tickles my wrist like an impatient tutor, so I take it too, and the rope loops itself loosely at my waist, companionable as a belt. A panel slides in the far wall, revealing a low passage painted with bees that seem to lean toward me. I keep my eyes forward and walk, the floor under my feet shaped into a shallow trough, the stone cool enough to quiet my pulse. We open into a chamber round as a coin where 7 tiny fountains spit thin threads into a common basin. Each thread steady as a metronome and each stamped at its base with one of the household symbols: key, rope, amphora, wave, laurel, bread, eye, mainstream history note to pin the moment. Aqueduct-fed houses often used lead or terracotta pipes with clever pressure balancing to feed multiple outlets. Some even had constant flow taps, but no surviving estate plans show fountains tuned to different rhythms. Yet here the threads tick against the water at distinct intervals, a pattern I can almost count: 90 heartbeats for the rope, 70 for bread, 100 for the wave. As if the city is running 7 clocks in the same bowl. The mirror in my hand brightens and shows the basin from above, its surface a subtle grid, and with the reed I lightly touch the squares. Where the threads strike, each contact sends a ripple racing toward the center, where they overlap and form a momentary picture. The laurel house, then the granary door, then the boundary stones blinking silver, tiny omens that vanish before I can decide if they are helpful. The rope tightens at my waist. Not unfriendly, and I understand it would like to leave. We take a side slit barely wide enough for my shoulders and travel along a corridor cut so clean the stone feels poured. Midway, a cool draft smells of sea and smoke, and my memory tags the drowned port I have not reached yet but know I will. The passage blooms into an antechamber with a floor mosaic like a compass rose. The north point is marked with a lichus, the curved staff of an augur, and the tiles shimmer as if the curve were wet. Mainstream fact: augurs watch the sky's birds to read the god's will, delineating sacred space with that staff. But scholars still argue whether their observations were strictly ritual or had pragmatic scheduling value. If you watch for flocks, you also learn wind and weather, even if you call it omens. Open debate framed. I stand on the lichus point and the rope gives a courteous tug toward east where the emblem is a bread stamp, then south where a tiny bull prances in black stone, Mithras peeking through the cracks of public decor, then west where a coin glints, too literal by half. I choose east first and pass through a be-curtained threshold into a storeroom whose amphory looked drier tonight. Almost embarrassed about yesterday's sweating episode. Thank you for the skincare routine. I brush the nearest and it does not ooze progress, and from the far wall a line of small bronze plates clicks outward one by one, each engraved with a neighbor word: return, borrowed, count, forward. I open, night, 7, yes, yes. I hear you whispering in punctuation. I pocket nothing. Temptation is still a sport, but I would like to keep my score low. The rope steers me back to the compass room and insists on south. So I drop under a low arch into a passage where the air turns colder and the walls flare with painted torches that give no heat. Fringe cork to log with a straight face. One flame leans to lick the paint of another and leaves a soot mark on plaster that refuses all logic. I continue until the bull relief breathes the tiniest frost and then stops. A line on the floor marks a circle I know by now is a firm no or a careful please. I decline the invitation and return west. The coin point's door opens to a narrow loggia hanging over a different forum than the one I met first, smaller, intimate. The sundial here is intact, and yet its shadow performs a slow theatrical bow toward evening, a kindness after so many refusals. I watch it for 5 long breaths and it moves a hair, which means something in this place has loosened, maybe me, maybe the world. Light joke too. If the city would like to reset my circadian rhythm, please submit a request in triplicate. I re-enter the laurel house to find the basalt table licking its channels with a new thread. The letters now form a tidy exit, which is considerate, and then they rearrange into a street name I cannot translate, which is less so. The rope hums at my waist, the bronze eye cools, the dormant seed in my pocket ticks once like a pebble in a glass, and I feel it, the night stepping forward by an invisible notch. the house slipping its lesson neatly into the stack of things I am supposed to remember. I take one last look up through the skylight at the bronze sky that pretends nothing ever changes, and tell it gently that we both know better now. The shadow that nodded earlier does not reappear, but as I leave the laurel threshold, a faint breeze moves the bee curtain in a slow, approving wave, and down in the square outside the 7 little fountains alter their beat by a fraction, aligning on the same first strike, as if the clocks agree for once, which would be a lovely omen if omens paid rent. We follow the curb of the street until it spills us into a lane where the paving stones wear a faint inlaid path like the atrium mosaics. Handwriting, it leads me toward the sound I keep pretending I can ignore, the rope wheel steady again, none of yesterday's hesitation, and somewhere ahead something is lowering or lifting with the patience of a city that counts only forward and expects me to keep up. The lane narrows until the walls brush my elbows, the inlaid path underfoot glowing faintly as if to remind me where my attention should be. The rope wheel's cadence is steady now, each turn slow but deliberate. The air smells faintly of damp lime and fennel, with a low undercurrent of something metallic like bronze shavings. I follow the curve until the path spills me into a small courtyard enclosed on all sides by high walls. The only opening's a narrow archway behind me and a circular oculus high above that pours in the fixed bronze light. In the center of the courtyard is a stone platform waist-high, its surface a mosaic depicting the same 7 symbols I have seen carved and stamped throughout the city. Key, rope, amphora, wave, laurel, bread, eye, arranged in a ring, mainstream fact surfaces. In Roman religion, the number 7 often carried layered significance, tied to planetary deities and ritual cycles, but here it feels more like the city's own vocabulary. Fringe theories suggest that arranging symbols in a closed circle was a way to bind their meanings together, keeping them in perpetual conversation. I circle the platform, noticing that each symbol's tile is slightly raised, almost like a pressure plate. The rope slithers from the archway and coils at the symbol of the amphora, giving a faint tug as if to say start. Here I step onto it and the mosaic warms underfoot, a deep hum vibrating through the platform. A section of wall to my left slides down to reveal a shallow alcove holding a single amphora, sealed with wax, sweating that same not water I have encountered before. I touch the wax and it pulses once. The rope shifts to the symbol of the bread, so I cross the platform and step there. The hum changes pitch and another wall section opens, this time to reveal a stone shelf with a loaf stamped with the eye mark. The crust warm though the air around it is cool. I continue in the rope's indicated order: wave, laurel, key, eye, and finally rope itself, each step unveiling a new alcove, each containing an object I have seen somewhere else in the city, now gathered here like pieces of a private collection. When the final alcove opens, it holds a coil of rope tied in a sailor's knot, identical to the one I avoided untying in the amphitheater gallery. As the last reveal clicks into place, the hum resolves into a slow rhythm like the beat of an oar in water. The platform's center tile sinks to reveal a shallow bronze bowl filled with still liquid. I kneel and peer into it. The surface stirs, showing me the laurel-marked roof from above, then flashing to the granary, the boundary stones, and the arena floor. The hatch open with nothing inside. The image fades and the bowl's liquid drains away, leaving only the bronze surface etched with the numeral 7. The rope curls back toward the archway, and as I follow it out, I notice that the alcoves have all closed again. The objects hidden from sight, as if they were never meant to be taken, only acknowledged. The courtyard empties into a side street I have not walked before, its paving stones marked with faint, circular stains like the ghosts of old fires. And ahead, carried on the still air, is the sound of the rope wheel turning faster. The circular stains on the paving stones grow darker as I walk, as though I am passing through the memory of old fires that once burned here. The air carries a faint tang of ash mixed with fennel and something sharper, like vinegar. The rope wheel's turning is quicker now, each click of its unseen mechanism, echoing along the narrow street. I follow a gentle curve until the lane empties into a rectangular court surrounded by columns, each column's base carved with a different variation of the numeral 7. Some straight, some curling like vines. Mainstream fact tethers me. The Romans loved numerical repetition in architecture, using it both as ornament and as coded reference to events or patrons. But the variations here feel intentional in another way. Fringe speculation suggests that when numerals were altered into organic forms, they doubled as glyphs, each curl or notch carrying a layered meaning. The rope slides toward the far end of the court, where a raised platform holds a massive wooden frame, its top crossbar set with pulleys. The rope wheels sound loudest here. I look up to see a thick line passing through the pulleys, disappearing into a square opening in the bronze-colored sky. The other end descends into the shadowed depths of the frame. I step closer and find a shallow pit beneath the frame, its bottom covered in fine sand marked by concentric circles. The same pattern the cylinder left in the arena. As I watch, the rope twitches and begins to lift something from below, slow and deliberate, the sand shifting as a dark form rises. A sealed chest of bronze bound with 3 bands, each engraved with one of the city's 7 symbols. The chest halts at waist height, suspended in the frame, the rope swaying gently as though pleased with its delivery. I reach out but stop just short, the bronze eye in my pocket humming faintly, the golden grain warm, the dormant grain cold. I step around the chest, noting a small bronze plate set into its back, engraved with a palm-shaped depression. I place the warm grain into it and the bands emit a low, resonant tone, one after another, until all 3 are vibrating in harmony. The chest's lid shifts slightly, releasing a faint scent of salt and oil. I lift it and inside is not treasure but an arrangement of objects. Half a loaf with the eye stamp, a coiled length of rope, a small amphora sealed with wax, and a bronze mirror the size of my palm, each object nested in a fitted recess. I take the mirror and it immediately clouds, then clears to show the boundary stones blinking in sequence before going dark again. I return it to its recess and the rope begins to lower the chest back into the sand, the lid closing without my help, the bands hum fading to silence, the pit swallows the chest. The circles in the sand smoothing themselves as though nothing had disturbed them. The rope slips free of the pulleys and coils at my feet, waiting for me to follow as the court's shadow stretches unnaturally toward a narrow passage where the air feels charged, as if the city is holding its breath. The narrow passage ahead feels alive with static, each step sending a faint prickle up my arms as if the stone itself were holding some quiet charge. The rope glides ahead, its coils skimming the ground without a sound, drawing me toward a low arch at the far end. The arch is carved with 2 bees facing each other, their wings curling into the shapes of laurel leaves. Mainstream fact settles in. Bees were not uncommon in Roman decorative motifs, often tied to industry, community, or certain deities like Artemis or Cybele, yet here their wings are shaped into a symbol I have seen only in the laurel-marked house. Fringe interpretations suggest such hybrid motifs acted as a kind of password in architectural form, visible only to those who had already learned the code elsewhere. I duck through the arch and enter a circular chamber dimly lit by 3 hanging oil lamps. The floor is covered with a mosaic of overlapping circles, each circle containing one of the 7 city symbols, but here they are not evenly spaced. Instead, they cluster toward the center where a shallow bronze basin sits on a low pedestal. The rope slides to the basin and coils beside it. I kneel and peer in, expecting water, but find fine golden sand, smooth as silk. I brush a fingertip across it and the grains shift to reveal a carved numeral 7 beneath. The golden grain in my pocket heats instantly, the dormant grain chilling further. I place the warm seed into the basin and the sand stirs on its own, swirling outward in tight spirals before Flowing into the mosaic lines, the patterns on the floor begin to glow faintly, each symbol lighting in sequence: key, amphora, rope, wave, bread, laurel, eye, until all are illuminated. The bronze eye in my pocket hums low. The rope lifts itself and loops once around the pedestal as if fastening the basin to the chamber. The glowing patterns converge toward a point in the wall, where a panel slides open to reveal a narrow stair descending into a darkness with no scent and no sound. I follow, the air cooling rapidly, until the steps level out into a small vault, the walls lined with tall niches holding slender amphorae sealed with black wax. Each amphora marked only with the numeral 7. I lift one and it is heavier than it looks, the wax warm to the touch. I set it back and notice the far wall bears a shallow relief of the arena floor, complete with the central hatch, but here the hatch is open, and from it a thin bronze line runs down the wall into the floor, disappearing toward the basin above. The rope waits by the stair, still as a coiled spring, and I understand that whatever this chamber feeds, it does so without pause, a quiet circuit running beneath the city, one more part of a mechanism I am only beginning to see in full. The corridor up breathes a warmer draft that tastes faintly of fennel and lamp oil, and the rope at my side drifts with the confidence of something that has already memorized the plan of the streets. It noses me into a lane where mica freckles the paving like shallow water that forgot to move. The walls were small household scenes, hands kneading dough, a child turning a water wheel, a woman lifting a lamp toward a shelf, and every panel tucks a tiny eye in one corner as if the house itself is practicing to be a witness. Mainstream fact steadies me. Domestic wall painting in Roman towns loved these vignettes of daily plenty, the kind that turn a kitchen into a promise. Fringe stories add that some painters slipped protective eyes into margins to keep the hunger of passers-by from entering. I pass under a lintel marked with a laurel stamp and catch a smell that should not exist here. Bread warm from no oven. The rope brushes my wrist. A polite cue, and I cross to a portico where a canal runs at ankle height, surface flat as a mirror. A coin rides there and then slides against the flow because the water is going uphill. Yes, a neat Roman trick, hidden gradient, siphon pressure, a clever fall beyond sight. But the mirror gives me the arena for a heartbeat. Hatch shut, sand smooth. Then my face with another face just behind, nodding the same moth wing nod I met in the bowl below. I do not turn. I move along the quay to a bronze mirror on a swivel that blinks a pattern. 3 quick, 1 long, 7 quick, then settles on my reflection alone. Light joke one to keep the shoulders low. I pretend it is complimenting my hair. The rope leads me through a doorway where the floor is a black and white wave that pretends to be rope underfoot. Hooks hang from beams shaped like question marks, each with a ring cut into 7 tiny teeth like keys. The rope threads one ring and drops it, and it lands without sound, which has become a theme. The corridor bends and counts itself in plaques, 1 through 7 and around again, until a small garden opens a step below the street. Shrubs clipped in laurel circles. In the wall, a tiny apotropaic bull peeks from a niche. A whisper of Mithras. Mainstream anchor. Those bull reliefs rode far on the empire's roads, soldiers carrying them like pocket altars. Historians still debate how public those mysteries ever were, temple or clubhouse, theology or supper club. I step on and the rope guides me into a narrow workroom under a modest roof. Pulleys run into the walls, oiled and idle. A clepsydra squats on a bench with a winter-heavy plate like the ones museums love. Roman water clocks told unequal hours engraved to fit the season, and scholars still quarrel over whether houses truly used them beyond display. Fringe murmurs claim some families tune them to ritual beats. I tap the rim and 1 drop falls as if on cue. A panel in the farther wall slides aside and gives me a rectangular basin whose surface behaves like paper. A pointer mounted above traces letters in the water without making a ripple. V, then I, then another I for habit's sake, and the letters fade at exactly the pace of a long breath. The rope hums, not impatient, just present. Out the side the canal obligingly lifts a thread of water to wet a reed lying on a crate with its lid pried. Service with discretion. Light joke too. I write a single 7 on the wood and the quay mirror throws one long blink as if filing the receipt. The rope ties itself into a sailor's knot around a post and unties again to show off. Somewhere a pulley answers with a soft, proud sigh. We pass bronze plates inset into the pavement engraved with the 7 house signs. Key, rope, amphora, wave, laurel. Bread, and when I press them in a simple order the plates hum up a scale. A door unlatches, and a stair rises whose walls are scored with tallies grouped by 7. At each landing sits a small offering, a heel of bread cooling toward stone, a cup of black syrupy ink that refuses to drip, a laurel leaf that will not dry, mainstream aside to ground the stomach, the Annona, Rome's grain dole, fed citizens and politics both. Measured, stamped, tallied until hunger took on paperwork. Historians still debate whether provincial towns copied the capital closely or improvised regional systems. The ink cup does not care about the footnotes. We exit into a cloister square paved in circles like the arena's gentle instructions. At the center, a low pillar offers a palm-shaped hollow. I set the bronze eye and a side door opens with a domestic click. Inside a reading room keeps its shelves and a lamp that glows without flame. The floor shows a small city reduced to one alley bending left into a square. I blink and the alley bends right. Patient tutor. I touch the tile stamped with laurel and feel a small key. Under my fingers I did not see. When I lift it the fountains in the outer court alter their beat by a hair and then agree on the same first drop. Like clocks that decided to be kind, the rope brushes my wrist. Good, and off we go into a service lane that smells of flour and cold ash. Past ovens whose mouths reflect rooms I am not in. Down to a lower quay where the air tastes like tide even though the drowned port sits beyond the wall. Engineers will explain with culverts hidden in foundation, and I nod because that is the sensible answer while the mirror water keeps showing me rooms I have not reached. Which is less so, the rope dips into a slit drain and somewhere a long line seems to pay out an answer. We climb back to a square I do not know where a wooden frame carries a thick line into the bronze sky. The wheel turns with careful confidence. Sand beneath traced in concentric rings. A chest rises bound in 3 bands engraved wave laurel eye. At my ribs it halts. I find the familiar palm. Seat the warm grain. And the bands answer in a chord you feel more than hear. Inside, a coil of rope, a half loaf with the stamp, a small sealed amphora, a palm mirror. I return them to their neat beds. The chest descends, sand smooths itself like a cat. The rope slips from the pulleys and coils at my feet. We move again to a compass rose of black stone. North marked with a bright lituous, mainstream reminder. Augurs shaped attention by cutting sky. Into lawful quarters, scholars still debate whether that was meteorology in costume or ritual grammar all the way down. The rope tugs east to a loaf tile, south to a tiny bowl. West to a coin that winks. I take east first and circle a pantry that has stopped sweating. Progress, and a line of small plates clicks from a wall one by one to offer neighbor words. Return, borrowed, count, forward, open, night, 7. Yes, punctuation accepted. The rope is pleased enough to warm against my wrist, and when I return to the laurel roof the basalt table is writing with a hairline thread again. Exit first as a courtesy. Then a street name my mouth knows before my mind does. The bronze eye cools in my pocket. The dormant seed ticks once like a pebble in a glass. And the whole house relaxes the way a tutor does after the last slate problem finally turns correct. Outside the 7 little fountains keep their accord, and the wheel I cannot see resumes its punctual turn. Counting a night I cannot add back, polite as ever, sure of its cue. The path the table names carries me past the forum sundial that refuses labor and into the pale reach of the boundary stones. waist-high markers banded with faint tool marks, their tops flicking silver. I set my palm to one and the low note wakes again. Not loud, just a presence asking inside or outside. Mainstream reminder to steady the head. The sacred pomerium was a legal and ritual border. Emperors like to boast of stretching it. Archaeology keeps quibbling about how far and when. Fringe tales add that some stones walked by a thumb's breadth each night to pen ill luck, which is charming until one hums under your hand in daylight. I climb the short stair to the augur's platform over a cramped square, expecting no motion, and for once a bird crosses. One clean stroke of wing and vanishes where there is no gap. I laugh despite myself, the kind of museum whisper laugh you hope no one hears. Light joke 3, the lichus carved on the floor. Brightens anyway, permission or warning I cannot tell. And the rope taps twice against my wrist to keep me moving. The fountains at the far edge of hearing change their beat by a hair and then resolve on the same first drop. As if the clocks have agreed for now, which feels less like kindness than a cue. So I follow the lane the water wrote, past shutters that inhale but do not open. Past Alara's niche still damp with wine. Toward a low door with bees and laurel and the faintest outline of a key. The lock yields without resistance. The room keeps only a lamp and a wax tablet. I lift the stylus and the wax writes beneath it. 7 nights count only forward. It adds, return the borrowed eye, and then, after a long heartbeat in which the walls seem to listen, feed only what you can spare, the rope loosens at my wrist. Just enough to let me understand the decision is mine, and somewhere above, patient as ever, the wheel continues to turn. The rope lingers at my wrist like it wants to make sure I have read the wax tablet's message enough times to feel it in my bones. Then releases with the sort of reluctance you usually get from a cat vacating a warm windowsill. I tuck the tablet back onto the low shelf and the lamp above it flickers once as if marking the moment. The room's only door opens without my help into a side lane so narrow my shoulders almost brush both walls. The air here is cooler, laced with the faint smell of wet stone and something metallic, the kind of tang you would expect from a coin just pulled from a fountain. Mainstream fact slides into place. Roman alleyways often acted as drainage paths in heavy rains. The paving slightly tilted to guide water toward grates, but fringe accounts claim certain alleys, doubled as ritual corridors. Their sloping floors leading to hidden basins where offerings were washed clean before being presented. The rope guides me to such a grate now, its iron bars worked into a subtle pattern of laurel leaves and tiny eyes. Peering down, I see a shallow channel with water moving the wrong way. Upstream, its surface shining like oiled bronze. The golden grain in my pocket grows warmer, the dormant one colder. I kneel and the rope dips its tip through the grate, sending a ripple against the current. The water responds with a swirl that shapes itself into a crude numeral 7 before smoothing out again. A low hum follows, not from the water but from beneath the stones under my knees. I rise and follow the rope into a courtyard hemmed in by high walls painted with faded murals of harvest scenes. Every sheaf of grain topped with a tiny carved eye. The center of the courtyard holds a circular stone well capped by a bronze lid engraved with the 7 house symbols. I press the laurel first, then the bread, then the rope, each click answered by a shifting weight beneath my feet. When the final symbol is pressed, the lid slides aside to reveal a deep shaft lit from below by an amber glow. A narrow stair winds down along the wall, the rope gliding ahead, the air thickening with the scent of fennel and smoke the deeper we go. At the bottom I find a circular chamber whose floor is a single bronze disc etched with the arena's concentric rings. The disc is warm underfoot, vibrating faintly. In the center sits a low pedestal with a palm-shaped hollow. I place the warm grain into it and the vibration intensifies. A section of the wall sliding open to reveal a hidden alcove holding 3 objects: a small amphora, a folded laurel wreath, and a bronze mirror. I lift the mirror and it clouds instantly, clearing to show the arena hatch half open, the sand undisturbed, then flashing to the laurel-marked roof, the boundary stones, and finally the rope will turning slowly. The image fades and the mirror cools in my hand. I return it to the alcove, retrieve the grain, and the wall closes as silently as it opened. The rope leads me back up the stair, the bronze lid sliding shut behind us, sealing the well from sight, the hum underfoot lingering a moment longer before fading away into the stillness of the courtyard. The courtyard exhales a faint warmth as I step away from the sealed well, the harvest murals watching with patient eyes carved into every sheaf. The rope glides toward a narrow door in the far wall, its frame dark with age and carved at the lintel with a small palm. I push it open and find a covered walkway that smells faintly of beeswax and cool stone. The ceiling painted with a pattern of interlocking circles. Mainstream fact slips in. This design, often called galoche, was common in Roman mosaics and fresco borders, symbolizing infinity or the unbroken order of the cosmos. Fringe speculation adds that when placed overhead it was meant to disorient those beneath, making them feel both enclosed and adrift. The rope seems unaffected, tugging me forward until the walkway opens into a long rectangular hall lined with shelves, each shelf holding a single sealed clay jar marked only with the numeral 7. I pass them without touching, my footsteps echoing softly, and at the far end a low platform waits. Its surface a mosaic map of the city, but here the streets are simplified, only 7 routes shown, each marked at its end by one of the house symbols. I kneel to study it, and the bronze eye in my pocket hums faintly, the golden grain warm, the dormant grain cold. I place the active grain on the laurel route, and the tile beneath sinks slightly, the entire mosaic map glowing as if lit from below. The rope slides to the bread route. I repeat the action and the glow deepens. The remaining routes, rope, amphora, wave, key, eye, are pressed in turn, each triggering a low chord that blends into a single resonant hum. The air shifts and a section of wall beside the map opens to reveal a descending stair. I follow into a circular chamber whose floor is divided into 7 wedges of polished stone, each inlaid with one of the house symbols. In the center stands a shallow bronze bowl filled with perfectly still water. I lean over it and the surface ripples without my touch, showing the laurel-marked roof from above, then the granary, then the arena floor with its hatch closed. The image shifts once more to a dimly lit corridor where the rope will turns in slow, deliberate rotations. The water stills and the rope at my side gives a gentle tug toward a narrow passage opposite the stair. I follow it into a tight corridor that bends twice before opening into a small chamber, the walls covered in faint inscriptions too worn to read. In the center, a pedestal holds a sealed amphora, its wax warm to the touch. I lift it and a low hum starts beneath the floor, steady as a heartbeat. The rope coils at my feet, then turns toward the exit, leading me back through the narrow bends until we emerge once more into the Hall of Jars, the hum fading behind us as the door to the hidden stair closes without a sound. The Hall of Jars feels quieter now, as if the air has been pressed flat. The rope glides along the shelves without pause, each sealed jar identical in size and mark, their uniformity making them seem less like containers and more like members of a silent assembly. We reach the far end where a door of dark wood is bound with 3 bronze bands engraved with the laurel, the eye, and the rope symbols. Mainstream fact steadies me. In Roman domestic architecture, certain storerooms were locked with complex metalwork, not just for security but as status display. Fringe theories suggest some were arranged to be opened only in the presence of specific ritual objects. The bronze eye in my pocket hums in quiet agreement. I press it against the laurel band and the wood shivers faintly. Then I touch the warm grain to the eye band, and finally the dormant grain to the rope band, each contact answered by a muted click. The door swings inward to reveal a narrow spiral stair descending into a cooler space, the steps worn smooth, the air carrying a mineral tang like water running over bronze. At the bottom lies a circular chamber with 7 alcoves evenly spaced around the wall. Each alcove holding a different object: rope coil, amphora, loaf, laurel wreath, small bronze key, clay jar, and bronze mirror, arranged on pedestals of black basalt. In the center of the floor is a mosaic of concentric circles like the arena's sand pattern, but here the rings are broken at 7 points, each aligned with one of the alcoves. The rope moves to the amphora alcove. I follow and lift the vessel. Its wax seal warm, a thin thread of liquid humming inside. I set it back and the broken ring nearest it glows briefly. The rope then guides me through the rest, touching or lifting each item until all 7 breaks glow in turn. When the final one lights, the central circles fill with a soft golden glow that spreads to the walls, revealing inscriptions above each alcove. Short phrases in Latin that seem to be fragments of a larger sentence. I can only make out parts: count forward, return, spare. 7 nights, the rope coils at my feet and the glow fades, the alcove objects returning to stillness. A low grinding sound begins as a section of the floor at the edge of the chamber slides back, revealing a sloping passage that disappears into shadow. I follow, the slope gentle, the walls narrowing until I have to angle my shoulders. The air here warmer, scented faintly with fennel and smoke. At the end a small bronze door waits, unmarked but for a shallow palm shape. I press the warm grain into it and it clicks open to reveal a narrow quay overlooking a channel of perfectly still water. The rope slips into it without a splash, the surface barely rippling as it drifts ahead, leading me toward an arch where the faint sound of the rope will turning grows clearer with each step. The quay's stone edge is damp beneath my palms as I crouch to test the channel's surface, the water cooler than I expect and carrying the faint taste of bronze. The rope drifts ahead, its coils skimming without disturbing more than a few widening rings. The arch we approach is low, its keystone carved with the numeral 7 flanked by 2 tiny bees. Mainstream fact steadies me. Roman aqueduct systems sometimes carried markings to indicate inspection points or maintenance entries, though here the motif feels less like civic utility and more like a private signature. Fringe speculation claims that bees marked spaces connected to hidden treasuries or ritual storerooms. I duck under the arch and the ceiling lowers further until it nearly grazes my head. The rope slips through like smoke, and the tunnel begins to widen until it becomes a round basin room, the water lapping quietly against stone ledges circling the chamber. 7 bronze spouts protrude evenly from the wall, each stamped with one of the household symbols, thin threads of water falling from them in uneven rhythms. The rope loops itself neatly on the ledge beneath the bread spout and I kneel to catch a drop in my palm. It is warm, almost the temperature of breath. The golden grain in my pocket pulses with heat. The dormant grain colder still. I dip the warm one into the basin and the spouts shift their rhythm until all 7 streams strike the water. At the same time, the ripples meet in the center and rise into a faint dome before collapsing, revealing for an instant a vision on the surface, the arena floor with its hatch ajar, the laurel-marked roof glowing faintly, the granary door sealed, and the rope will turning in deliberate measure. The image fades, the water returning to stillness. The rope glides toward a narrow landing on the opposite side of the chamber, a stair climbing steeply into dim light, each step damp underfoot, the air smelling faintly of fennel and charred wood. I emerge into a small walled garden open to the bronze-colored sky. At its center a sundial stands, its gnomon casting no shadow. Mainstream fact threads in. Some Roman sundials were adjusted to local latitude with precision, yet here its refusal to mark time feels intentional. Historians still debate whether certain ceremonial dials were designed to remain fixed as a statement that ritual hours, not solar hours, governed the space. The rope rests beside the sundial's base where the 7 symbols are carved in a ring. I press each in order and a section of the garden wall swings outward, revealing a street I have not walked before. its paving stones inlaid with a subtle laurel pattern leading away toward the faint hum of the rope wheel. Faster now, each turn like a clock drawing closer to the hour it has been waiting for. The laurel pattern street guides me like a hand at my elbow. The rope wheels hum ahead, tightening into a steady syllable that repeats until my body starts matching it. The air cooling as the buildings lean in and the bronze sky thins to a ribbon. I pass shutters pinned open by small bronze bees and a niche where Alara's pear keeps watch over a saucer of wine that never dries, a reminder that this city prefers its offerings evergreen. The paving shifts under my shoes from neat squares to long black strips that gleam as if oiled, and when I look back the sheen has already dulled as though it only wanted to be seen once. The rope glides beside my ankle and flicks toward a narrow arch, its keystone cut with the eye that has followed me since the first gate. Inside the light falls shallow and patient, picking out a corridor whose walls carry faint diagrams scratched by a careful hand. Circles overlaid on street plans, 7-pointed wheels, tiny arrows, mainstream fact to calm my pulse slips in. Roman surveyors laid out towns with a decumanus and cardo. East-west and north-south, fixed by the Groma's cross and simple sun work. A discipline that made ports and markets and forums rhyme across a whole empire, and yet these marks glide around the grid, like fish in a channel, arranging routes into rings and spirals as if the city had been tuned after the fact. Fringe detail sidles up, the idea that some households borrowed the auger's sky-cutting logic and tried it on streets, remapping thresholds as if they were constellations. I smile because the sensible part of my brain is filing a complaint while the rest nods along. Light joke one to keep the shoulders from climbing. Somewhere a civil engineer just felt a chill and does not know why. The corridor releases me into a low square where 7 thin pillars hold up a roof painted with sea waves. Each pillar foot-bound in a bronze band stamped with one of the house symbols. The rope drifts to the band marked with wave, taps it once, and a panel in the floor size back to reveal a waist-deep basin whose water sits wrong, surface flat and glassy, cool without scent. When I touch it, the ripple moves in a straight line rather than a circle, belining toward a slot cut beneath the opposite pillar, where it vanishes with a tiny click that sounds like approval. The rope leads me onward into a workroom arranged like a decisive mind, shelves labeled in a tidy hand. Cordage, wax, tablets, oil, and in the center a black basalt table cut with channels that I cannot not read as streets. A little clepsydra sits on one corner, and this one is honest. A narrow thread drips from a pierced bronze into a catching bowl engraved with seasonal hours. Mainstream anchor to fix the hours, water clocks in Rome made the day elastic, winter hours longer at night, summer hours longer by day. Scholars still quarrel over how widely domestic ones were used versus the big public pieces, but here the plate is worn by real fingers. The rope rolls the smallest coil across the table until it bumps a palm-shaped depression. I set the warm grain there and the channels wake. A hairline of liquid slides from nowhere, tracing the forum square, the amphitheater oval, then bending to a roof stamped on the surface with a laurel. The line pauses, brightens, and a shutter behind me opens of its own polite will, admitting a single clean trumpet of outside air, fennel and oil and a sweetness like figs left near a window. I follow the breeze into a stair that curls softer than any the arena granted me. The steps cupped as if dozens of previous pairs of feet shared my load. The hum climbs with me and then grows shy as I emerge into a long peristyle that has been dressed for company. Hedge forms cut into knotwork, a fountain that pours without spending itself, birds cast in bronze but hung as if about to shift perches. I cross to the far side where the paving becomes a faintly inlaid map again, only this one is not of streets but of small objects. A mirror, an amphora, a coil, a key, a loaf, a wreath, an eye, all in the same 7-fold grammar. I step on the mirror and the bronze eye in my pocket approves with a low hum. The loaf lights next, then the key, And as the sequence completes, a modest door slides aside to show a study that looks so normal it makes the hair on my arms rise. Good wood, a chair that would save your back, neat piles of tablets, a lamp that glows without flame. The window shows not the garden but a tight view of boundary stones blinking silver as if sunlight found them in a city that refuses the sun. I stand at the desk because the room feels like it needs witness and read the top tablet, written in a careful, legible hand, tally, guests unnamed, bread for 7. Water uphill, night count forward only, return borrowed eye at first light. The last line is cut deeper, as if the stylus leaned when the hand it belonged to grew tired. An open debate lifts its head in mine. Historians still wrestle with what a household cult meant in practice, whether Lararia were for ancestors, for city gods in miniature, or for private devotions that borrowed public forms. Inscriptions boast but bones are quiet. And the archaeology says yes and also yes. The city here votes for yes in every direction. A wag of its many little heads. The rope taps my ankle and I understand it wants me to see one more thing before the hour tips. So I pocket the tablet long enough to feel its weight and set it down again where it belongs. The house thanks me by letting a panel open near the floor, admitting a draft that smells like the drowned port I have not reached. Tar and salt and rope. I kneel and look through and find a slot just large enough for a hand. The stone around it polished by cautious fingers. I reach in and touch a bronze disc that loosens with a soft swear of metal. When I draw it out, the disc is stamped with a tiny calendar, fasti in miniature, days scored with letters, good for public business, bad for it. Half and half, and a scratch where an unknown hand has underlined a run of 7 that start with yesterday. A mainstream reminder hums that Roman calendars were messy in the best of times, with market days woven through civic feasts and imperial birthdays gilded, and a fringe whisper answers that some towns doctored their walls to skip a day when omens soured, which respectable minds dismiss. But our square has been telling me jokes in a straight voice for days. So I hold both in one palm, light joke too. If the city is hiding Tuesdays, I will forgive it provided it keeps Mondays. The rope forgives the joke and leads me out to a balcony where the bronze light passes like a hand smoothing a blanket. From here, the auger platform is a neat chip of stone and the boundary line a chalk-bright smile. And in the quiet, the wheel finally lets me hear its exact heart. A click that counts and a sigh that resets. The balcony rail is carved with little I's and B's that should be decorative but read like instructions by now. And at the end where the rail turns, I find a short string tied in a simple sailor's knot, the same pattern I refused in the galleries on principle. I close a finger under the knot and the rope beside my ankle tightens in solidarity before gently easing. Permission to try. I pull and a shutter in the plaza below flips like a fish, spilling light onto a door whose lintel wears both laurel and key. The hum climbs an inch and the street below answers with a very quiet tilt, like a fabric pulled smooth. I take the stair down and the city allows me to arrive in a breath. The door opens to a narrow hall that has only ever wanted to be walked, and in the center of its floor a bronze bowl waits with its skin much too still. I hold the warm seat above it and the dormant seat on my other palm a shade away. And the bowl decides it is a mirror, shows me the arena hatch, the cylinder gone, the sand scored with a neat 7 at center, then drags the image sideways to the laurel roof where the basalt channels have written exit again, and then, only for a blink, the drowned port keys where we'd fingers point upstream. The bowl lets go and goes back to being a bowl. And the rope tugs me toward the exit like a kindly usher. I pass the fountain that will not spend itself and the hedge that will not grow and the bees that refuse to be purely bees. Back into the laurel street whose inlay now reads like the bass line of a song, the hum of the wheel swelling until even the shutters breathe in time. Light joke 3 to keep the breathing easy. If a metronome ever learns Latin, I will have to tip it. The boundary stones blink once more as I cross their sight, and the auger platform holds still as a held breath. The sundial at the little garden keeps its stubborn noon, and the path settles its ribbon under my shoes without complaint. The hour sits down where it belongs inside the wheel and the city shaves. Another notch off the 7 I do not get to claw back, polite as ever, certain of its arithmetic, waiting for me to show I can count too. The laurel-patterned ribbon of street feels different. Underfoot now, as if each step is sliding into a groove worn by someone else long before me. The rope moves with quiet assurance, taking me toward a low arch whose keystone carries a shallow engraving of a palm. Cradling an eye, mainstream fact steadies me. Roman threshold carvings sometimes marked ownership or patronage, but this pairing of symbols has no obvious civic purpose. Fringe theories suggest it was a way to indicate a place where watchers were welcomed, and perhaps where watchers watched in return. I duck beneath into a passage dimly lit by oil lamps shaped like amphorae, their wicks burning without visible fuel. The air here smells faintly of fennel and warm metal, and the walls are painted with alternating panels of the city's 7 household symbols, each framed in rope patterns so detailed they almost seem woven. The rope coils briefly around my ankle before gliding ahead, guiding me into a circular chamber where the floor is a bronze disc engraved with concentric rings like the arena. Only here the rings are intersected by 7 spokes, each spoke ending at a pedestal holding an object: a loaf, a laurel wreath, a bronze key, a rope coil, an amphora, a mirror, and a small clay jar sealed with wax. The golden grain in my pocket grows warm, the dormant one cold. I step onto the spoke leading to the amphora and the floor vibrates faintly beneath me. A tone sounding from somewhere deep below. I touch the vessel and the tone changes pitch. The rope then guides me to the next spoke, each object responding in turn until all 7 have been touched. When the last tone fades, the bronze disc at the center of the floor slides aside, revealing a shallow recess filled with perfectly still black water. I kneel and peer in, the surface clouding before clearing to show the rope will turning faster than before, its motion accompanied by a faint ticking. The image shifts to the laurel-marked roof, the granary, and finally the arena floor, the hatch sealed but the sand marked with a single 7. The water stills and the bronze disc rises to cover it again, sealing the vision away. The rope leads me to a narrow side door I had not noticed, its frame carved with bees and laurel. Beyond it, a stair descends into a long gallery lined with shelves holding small bronze tablets, each etched with rows of numerals, some complete, others abruptly ending. I run my finger along one and it hums softly, as if recognizing my touch. The rope moves to the far end of the gallery, where a single tablet rests on a pedestal, its numerals freshly cut, the final line reading only 6. The dash hanging open like an unfinished thought. I glance at the rope, but it remains still, as though waiting for me to supply the ending. Yet when I reach for the stylus lying beside the tablet, a faint sound from above interrupts. 3 measured turns of the wheel followed by a pause, then 3 more. The rope coils once around the pedestal and slips toward the stair, its patience thinning. I follow back up into the chamber of spokes, the floor warm under my feet, the air heavier, as if the city has just counted one more beat toward something it refuses to name. The warmth in the chamber clings to me as I leave, the rope guiding me through a narrow doorway into a corridor whose walls are carved with overlapping laurel leaves, their edges sharp enough to catch on my sleeve. The air is still and smells faintly of beeswax and bronze. Mainstream fact steadies my thoughts. Laurel motifs were often used in Roman decoration to signal victory or divine favor, especially in military contexts. But fringe interpretations claim that in domestic settings laurel served as a private sign of endurance, a reminder to those inside that time itself could be outlasted. The rope moves without pause, leading me into a rectangular hall lit by a single slit window high above. The light falls directly onto a black basalt table in the center of the room, its surface engraved with the city's 7 household symbols arranged in a circle. I place my palm on the laurel and feel the golden grain warm further in my pocket. the dormant grain cooling almost to ice. The rope brushes the bread symbol and I follow, touching it to release a faint hum that joins the laurel's tone. One by one we complete the circle: key, rope, amphora, wave, I, until the table vibrates under my hand and the air shifts. A section of the far wall swinging inward to reveal a staircase descending into shadow. The rope coils at the threshold as if waiting for my decision. I step down into a low, vaulted chamber whose floor is a shallow pool of clear water, a narrow walkway of stone slabs crossing it to a central pedestal. The pedestal holds a bronze bowl filled with fine sand. In the sand is drawn a perfect 7. I brush my fingers over it and the lines close, the sand smoothing until it is featureless, then rippling outward as though something beneath has stirred. The water around the walkway begins to move in slow spirals, reflecting patterns of light onto the ceiling. The rope rests by my side, silent, as the bronze bowl's sand shifts again to form a map. The arena, the laurel-marked roof, the granary, and a small, unfamiliar square marked only with the eye symbol. The image fades, the sand settling, and I retrieve the warm grain before stepping back onto the walkway, the water still moving but slowing, the chamber returning to its earlier stillness. The rope leads me up the stairs and back into the basalt hall, the wall closing behind us with a sound like a lock being turned. In the dim light, the table's symbols glow faintly for a moment before fading, leaving only the cold stone. The rope pulls gently toward another door on the far side, where the faint hum of the rope will reaches my ears again. Steadier now, each turn deliberate, as if it knows I am coming closer. The door on the far side accepts my hand the way well-trained hinges accept a secret, a soft consenting give that feels less like metal moving and more like a mouth opening to speak. The rope glides across the threshold and I follow into a corridor whose floor has been polished by so many quiet passages that my reflection pools in it, thin and wavering. The air carries that familiar fennel and ink scent with a note of colder stone underneath, and the bronze sky thins above to a slat of light that repeats at intervals like a measured breath. I trail my fingers along the wall and find shallow cuts that resolve into tally marks grouped by 7, the last set stopping at 6 with a patient scratch waiting for its partner. I do not oblige. I have learned to let the city set its own arithmetic. The corridor widens by degrees into a square where a low plinth waits under an oculus. On the plinth, a bronze plaque lies face down, which is either an invitation or a joke. I lift it and the underside shows a map I have not seen. 7 small squares connected by a loop that passes twice through a narrow throat. Each square stamped with one of the house signs. The rope taps my ankle and eases me toward the throat in the floor, a stairwell that smells wet and metallic. I descend along a spiral whose treads are so subtly cupped that the city must have run the same errand for centuries. The hum of the wheel grows clearer, keeping a slow, patient count, and at the bottom I step into a rotunda where 7 niches watch with their usual patience, each holding a familiar object: loaf, key, wreath, amphora, coil of rope, mirror, clay jar, and in the center a shallow bronze bowl waits on a palm-shaped pedestal, its surface perfectly still until I exhale. Then rippling as if my breath counted, mainstream fact is a quiet anchor in my skull. Romans timed hours not just with sundials but with clepsydry that let water fall into calibrated bowls. Public courts even measured how long a speech could last by drip. Yet here the bowl refuses gravity, holding itself so poised that time seems optional. Fringe detail tugs at the sleeve, a story from an antiquarian footnote about houses that kept listening basins. For the nights when streets were tuned, water that mirrored the city's memory rather than its ceiling. I hover the warm grain above the surface and the bowl brightens from within, forming concentric rings like the arena's sand. Then the image sharpens into the laurel roof's basalt table, its capillaries glowing and spelling out a short line, exit, which the room politely ignores. The rope loops once around the pedestal and points me to the mirror niche. I lift the palm mirror and it declines to show my face, choosing instead a window that should look on a garden but looks on a little forum where a sundial actually moves 1 careful degree. Reassurance that some piece of sky still behaves. Historians still debate whether ritual dials were ever meant to stand outside of time or if reports of fixed shadows were poetic shorthand for civic stubbornness. I hold the argument in one hand and the mirror in the other and let both be true for now. I set the mirror down and the coil of rope gives a cat stretch twitch as if recalling the galleries, the old frayed trap, the gentle pendulum laugh, and for a second the air tastes like pitch and sea wind. My feet remember the drowned port before my mind gets there. The rope at my ankle hums in a note that means come and I obey. The rotunda's far side opens into a passage low and long, its walls set with bronze tabs at hip height stamped with 7s. I touch each as I pass and the tone changes, a scale up the corridor's throat until we arrive at a door kept with 3 bands. Laurel, eye, rope, the same triad that yielded in the storeroom. The bronze eye in my pocket vibrates a little grievance for being made to repeat a trick but presses itself compliant to the laurel. The warm grain kisses the eye, the dormant seat cold as winter meets the rope, and the latch sighs open on a room lit with that low amber I have come to read as permission. Inside a table holds nothing but a wax tablet and a stylus, the wax already scored by a careful hand. Night V counted, 6 in breath, return borrowed eye. The last line cut deeper like a reminder you do not leave on the desk to be missed. The stylus is warm, the habit leaf of a recent note. I set it down without adding a mark and the room rewards me with a sliding panel at my knee that shows not a storage niche but a slit window, right at the waterline of some buried channel. The surface beyond runs uphill again, a Roman trick I can respect even while it misbehaves, and a coin floats by twice because time here prefers loops. I climb back to the rotunda and the rope nudges me to a second door that was not there before, framed in bees that seem to tilt as I tilt. The steps beyond descend to a chamber that could be a dock if you allowed it poetry. A stone ledge, a basin calm as thought, and a frame overhead with a pulley where the wheels sigh fall sigh breath comes from. It lowers nothing yet. Perhaps because I am the delivery today, the basin's water refuses to reflect me until I hold the warm seat above it. Then it offers a quick braid of images, the amphitheater, hatch ajar, polished boards instead of sand. The granary door with its tally marks reset to a raw patient wall, the boundary stones blinking silver in sequence like a slow code. I pocket the grain and the basin stops being helpful. The rope leans my steps toward an archway with a lintel carved into a laurel knot, and the passage past it is wider, paved in black strips that borrow and return light like courteous thieves. The walls hold small reliefs of hands doing ordinary work, pounding grain, knotting rope, tying a child's shoe, and in each corner an eye is cut, not large, not loud, just present. That is the city's humor. The reliefs finish with a rowboat being lifted under a roof, which is not ordinary at all and tells me the drowned port will not wait forever. I turn left where the floor inlays hint and the corridor exhale cools into a niche where a lituus, the curved staff of an augur, is set in bronze against the wall. Mainstream detail to steady breath. Augurs marked sacred space and read the sky's birds with such ceremony that even generals deferred. Whether their craft was pragmatic meteorology or sheer ritual grammar is still argued with love by scholars who enjoy polite combat. The staff here hums under my palm with none of the sky's help, tuned to stones and water rather than wind, and somewhere high as ceiling a single bird passes across a patch of bronze light with a clean, real wing beat, not a mosaic trick. A second's grace that keeps my voice low. The rope urges me on to a stair that opens into a court I do not know, its center occupied by a waist-high frame like the one that fed the bronze chest earlier, its sands combed to blankness as if expecting another delivery. I look up expecting the square opening to the sky and find instead a ceiling of fresh-laid boards, tight-grained and smelling lightly of resin. and an aperture cut with a neat circle where the rope will appear when the wheel has decided I have earned it. The boards tick in the heat the way fresh timber does and then settle, as if the house has pressed its own lips together. A row of small bronze plates along the frame's lower brace click outward and show the city's favorite sentence broken into toys: return, borrowed, count, forward, I, open, night, 7. I say them under my breath because the cadence helps keep the pulse even. And the rope is kind enough not to tug until I have finished the litany. When it does, I follow into a side loggia that hangs over a lane stacked with shutters, the mirrors in their frames catching a grain of light and sending it up to a polished shard fixed under the eaves, mirror to mirror until a sliver of noon is layered into a place that refuses the sun, a nice trick from people who knew their optics, and a mainstream aside tags along. Roman houses did use polished metal to throw light deeper into rooms. Small domestic heliostats by hand, while scholars argue about how common the practice was beyond villas full of taste. I turn away from the argument because the rope has stopped in front of a modest door that could belong to an ordinary pantry, except its lintel bears a tiny bull's head, Mithras peeking again, and the key plate is shaped like a laurel leaf. I press the bronze eye against it and the lock clicks in that proud way well-made locks click. Inside the pantry is colder than it should be and arranged with such tidy devotion that my shoulders drop a fraction. The jars labeled, the cordage coiled with sailor's patience, the wax tablets stacked and scored with a master's hand, and on the floor a mosaic too fine for a pantry presents a little city plan that omits half the streets and includes one I have not yet walked. A thread leads from the Laurel House to a low square marked with the eye alone. No bread, no rope, no amphora. A place kept for watching or being watched. I blink and the mosaic darkens, unwilling to name the path twice. The rope chooses for me, guiding me down a step and out into a lane that smells faintly of tar. A breath from the drowned port lifting along the stone like a rumor. The cadence of the wheel increases by a stingy hair and each turn lands in my ribs, a soft metronome that knows what it is counting. We arrive at a boundary I have crossed before and the stones hum their welcome or warning again. Less a sound than a mood that rests on the skin. I set my palm to one. Pale, waist-high, tool marks like tiny ribs, and it flickers silver the way their tops do when the bronze light wants to be kind. I tell the stone gently that I understand none of this and it forgives me by not moving. The auger's platform above remains a quiet coin. The sky past it stuck at a well-behaved noon, and I pass back inside where the sundial at the small garden keeps its stubborn refusal to work. The rope brushes my wrist. Good, then falls slack in a thought I now recognize. Not fatigue, not doubt, but a courteous pause before the cue, and from some hidden height the wheel gives 3 slow turns. A pause, 3 more, and the hairline breath of a pulley paying out. Somewhere a hatch makes up its mind. Somewhere boards slide. Somewhere sand remembers how to shape itself. And in the stillness between clicks I hear the city ask the only question it ever asks. What will you feed? And my hand closes around the warm seed and the cold seed at once because I have not decided which part of myself I can afford to lose. The question lingers in my chest like a stone under still water as the rope begins to move again. Slow at first, as if it wants to be sure I carry both grains with the same weight. We follow a lane that narrows until my shoulders brush its walls, the stone warm to the touch. The scent of resin and fennel growing sharper. Somewhere ahead the measured sigh click of the rope will deepens, turning heavier. The paving changes beneath me from neat squares to wide black strips that seem to swallow light rather than reflect it. Mainstream fact steadies my steps. Certain Roman streets used darker basalt not only for durability but for visual contrast to mark ceremonial ways. Fringe accounts add that some households repurposed such paths as coded routes, their patterns only visible in certain angles of light. The rope stops at a modest arch whose keystone bears the laurel flanked by 2 tiny bees. I duck under into a courtyard where a single tree grows from a square of pale gravel. Its branches trained into a perfect circle above, the trunk wrapped in bronze bands engraved with the 7 household symbols. The golden grain in my pocket warms as I approach. The dormant one cooling further. I place the warm grain against the laurel band and hear a low hum from the gravel underfoot. The surface begins to shift, revealing a shallow mosaic well at the tree's base. The image within is the arena floor with the hatch closed. Then the laurel-marked roof, then a place I have not yet been. A narrow dock where water runs uphill beneath a stone arch. The vision fades and the gravel closes again. The rope tugs me toward a side door painted with a fading mural of 7 birds flying in a circle. Inside is a long gallery lined with narrow tables, each table holding a different object. Mirror, amphora, coil of rope, loaf of bread, bronze key, laurel wreath, clay jar, each lit by its own small oil lamp. I walk the row, touching each in turn, and the lamps flare brighter, one after another, until all 7 burn steady. The rope coils at my feet as a section of the gallery wall slides open to reveal a stair descending into shadow. The air below carries the faint smell of salt and pitch. I descend into a low chamber where a bronze basin sits at the center, filled not with water but with fine golden sand. I place both grains onto its surface and the sand stirs, drawing the numeral 7 before swallowing them whole. A soft vibration hums through the floor and a bronze door on the far wall opens. Beyond it lies a narrow canal lit from beneath, the water flowing uphill toward a dim arch. The rope slips into the channel without disturbing the surface. I follow along a stone ledge until we reach the arch and step into a space that smells of the sea. The ceiling low, the air damp, and at the far end a dock waits, its stone edge marked with the laurel and the eye. The rope pauses, looking almost expectant, and somewhere above, faint but unmistakable, the rope will turn 3 slow times before stopping, as if the city itself is holding its breath. The dock stone edge is slick under my palm as I crouch, the uphill water slipping past in a soundless sheet. The rope glides to the very lip and dips its end as if tasting, the faint hum of the wheel above deepening into a lower register. The air here smells of pitch and wet rope. And beneath that something older, salt that has had centuries to soak into stone. Mainstream fact anchors me. Roman ports often layered construction over older quays, repurposing foundations and even dock lines from previous settlements. Fringe speculation adds that some of these layers were kept not for utility but to preserve certain alignments, channels that obeyed rituals rather than tides. I stand and follow the rope along the dock toward a shadowed alcove, its walls carved with the 7 household symbols in no particular order. In the center, a bronze stand holds a shallow dish filled with water so still it might be metal. I place the warm grain above it and the surface clouds before clearing to show the arena floor. With the hatch ajar, then the laurel-marked roof, then a tight view of the rope will turning faster than I have ever seen. The image fades and the water returns to stillness. The rope coils once around the stand before leading me through a narrow arch where the stone underfoot changes to polished black strips, each inlaid with a thread of bronze that catches the dim light. The passage bends twice before opening into a small circular chamber with 7 niches, each holding an object I have touched before, but here they are paired: mirror with amphora, loaf with key, wreath with rope coil, the 7th niche empty. The dormant grain in my pocket chills. Further, the rope guides me to the empty niche and waits. I place both grains inside and the wall behind it shifts, revealing a staircase spiraling upward, the air warmer with each step. Scented with fennel and faint smoke, I emerge into a long colonnade overlooking a water channel running straight toward the city's edge. The bronze sky above reflected in its surface. At the far end of the colonnade stands a small altar bearing the laurel and the eye carved together. I step toward it and notice that each column I pass is marked with tally scratches grouped by 7. the last group always incomplete. I place my hand on the altar and feel a low vibration travel up my arm. The rope settles at my feet as somewhere in the distance the wheel turns 3 deliberate times and stops, leaving the air holding the kind of pause that demands I answer. Though I have no idea yet what the question will be. The altar's vibration steadies until it feels like the city is drumming 2 fingers against my wrist, patient but expectant. The rope curls once around my ankle, then uncurls as if reminding me the choice is mine. I lay both grains on the altar, warm with its open eye, cold with its sealed one, and the stone thrums a little louder, the bronze light above tightening in tone the way a string does when you twist the peg half a turn. A draft slips along the colonnade smelling of pitch and old salt, and beyond the balustrade the uphill water in the channel ripples against logic, reasserts itself and goes smooth as glass again. Mainstream fact steadies my breath. Inverted siphons and pressure heads let Roman aqueducts push water across valleys and even briefly uphill, a trick of height lost from view. Not sorcery but hydraulics wearing a magician's grin. Fringe rumor insists some port engineers learn to pinch or widen culverts to force particular rhythms into basins below. Little water metronomes that kept rights on time without a priest counting. And here the channel answers like a pupil who has studied all night. A low surge, then a hush, then a low surge. I press my palm on the Lorelei carving and the rope will far away turns exactly 3 times and stops. The altar warms enough to make the cold grain flinch against my skin, and the sealed eye strains as if it might open, not with a blink but with the slow stretch of wax left. Too near a flame. I lift both seeds and step to the balustrade. The water below faintly brighter now, and for an instant it reflects not the sky but the amphitheater floor, hatch ajar. Boards gleaming where sand should be, a staged mouth ready to speak. Then the reflection is only water again. I tell myself to choose quickly before the city chooses for me. But my body is slower than my mind. It wants one more loop through the old lessons. And the colonnade indulges me by opening a narrow side door that I swear was just flat wall. Inside a service corridor runs with the quiet of a good backstage, pegs labeled in neat hand. Line, pulley, wedge, spare, hooks shaped like question marks, a coil hung just so, the sensible order that keeps miracles from tripping on their hems. Historians still debate whether the backstage engineering of provincial theaters and amphitheaters was standardized or a patchwork of local genius. The surviving scribbles point both ways, and here the patchwork has the discipline of a legion. A small brass clepsydra perches on a bracket, drip measured with a scratched winter and summer plate. Mainstream anchor, unequal hours bending with the season, but along the rim someone has cut tiny bees between the numerals, not decoration. I think a reminder that work hums even when no one looks. I return to the altar and the rope, more insistent now, guides me along the colonnade to a short stair that drops into a chamber like a dock's antechamber. Low arches, thick stone, the smell of tar. The sort of room where you would keep a boat if you kept boats indoors. Except here the boat is a bronze frame with a looped rope and a shallow cradle whose boards are scored with 7 narrow grooves. The wheel's breath comes down a shaft and brushes my face with the soft heat of work. The cradle shivers once as if receiving orders and stills. I lay the warm grain in the first groove and the sealed grain in the 7th. A not quite joke my nerves make. Hello, endpoints, and the cradle answers with a shy click that I feel in my teeth. The grooves glow a thin honey color, the loop rises, and from somewhere out in the water a low chord swells. Like a harbor throat clearing, the rope loops my waist loosely and pulls me onto a ledge where the floor tiles show a miniature of the city again, reduced to 7 marks and 1 palm, the palm exactly where we stand. I press it and a panel lifts to show a slit of water dark as ink sliding under my shoes. Uphill even here, and the altar's hum shifts from patient to nearly happy. I hear myself laugh, one of those museum whispers that manage to be embarrassed while no one is around to witness you. and the sound startles the bird that has been daring the bronze sky for the last hours. It flits once across the oculus and vanishes, a reminder that some things still flee when they should, and some do not. The rope tugs my hip and I follow it through a mouth-high tunnel where the walls are scratched with sailors' pocket drawings, knots, loaves, the little prancing bull, a wave, and every third scratch is an eye. It should be too much pattern. But it reads like a family's shorthand. Remember this. Mark that last longer than your fear. The tunnel opens onto the drowned port at last. A long, low hall where the ceiling rests on squat columns and the water sits all the way through. Calm as a sleeping lung, the keys are stubs, the bollards worn like old teeth, and on one slab a calendar is cut, fasti in miniature, a line of good letters and bad ones and market days. The kind you would consult before unloading grain so the gods do not trip your back. And the last 7 are scored deeper, as if someone pressed harder to make sure the wall remembered. Scholars still argue whether provincial calendars mimicked Rome's exactly or wandered as local. Politics liked, whether festivals slipped when ships were late or omens soured, whether count forward meant mercy or precision. I like them for still not agreeing. It means they have not flattened time into a tidy story yet. I kneel and set the warm seed on the edge of the carved week, then the cold one on the next day's square, and the water reaches soundlessly to kiss the stone and withdraw. The rope will turns once above and the hall exhales. A shift so small you could call it imagination if you were determined to stay sane. The bronze light bends through a row of mirrors mounted high under the beams, clever heliostat trick. Polished plates relaying a sliver of day from the open lanes through alleys into this throat. And a beam lands on a brass disc that has waited centuries for its job. The disc tilts and lights a palm-shaped recess cut into the dock, where I have placed nothing, so the recess chooses impatience and warms my skin until I lay the bronze eye there. It hums like a wasp in a bottle, and the beam rides it for a count of 7. Then glances away, satisfied. Fringe tidbit whispers in, beeswax was not just for sealing jars. Some boatmen smeared a thin coat on planks before caulking to quiet a hull's chatter, to make a vessel seem to move without sound on nights when sound mattered, a superstition by modern measure, a method by theirs. The rope taps twice toward a narrow gangway and I cross to a second dock where a wooden frame hangs over a square of still water and a chest rises the way chests always rise here. Slow, polite, as if unwilling to splash the centuries. Bronze bands flaring with laurel wave. The lid opens on its own and shows me the same 4 props as ever. Half loaf, coil, tiny amphora, palm mirror, but arranged differently, the mirror on top this time, as if the city would like me to look first and touch second. I humor it and lift the mirror and it shows not a place but a sentence scratched on plaster. Return the borrowed eye, and behind the words a room I recognize only by smell. Fennel, beeswax, warm ink, the library. The mirror fogs and clears to show the arena boards again. The hatch breathing like a throat under a hand. Then the channel I stand beside. Then nothing, the rope slips the coil back into the chest as if to say not yet, we keep the tools where tools belong. Until we have the work for them. I set the mirror in its bed and the chest lowers, leaving the water unwrinkled. The wheel clicks twice and holds, waiting for me to answer the question I have tried to unhear since the amphitheater. Spoken sand. I think of the wax tablets that wrote beneath my stylus before I pressed, of the mosaics that redrew themselves to tutor a fool, of the little fountains that learned each other's beat, of the boundary stones that hum only when the palm admits its ignorance, of the auger's bird that crossed a forbidden square because the wing had somewhere to be, of the bread stamped with eyes because hunger teaches you to watch the oven as if it were a god, of the amphory that sweat a not water that clings and will not wet you back, of the hourglass that emptied all at once and called the storm with a breath, fact to brace me. The empire ran on storage and schedules and a civic backbone of habit. Habits so polished they could be mistaken for magic. But it is also true that people made rooms to remember for them when days blurred, that fingers cut little marks for cycles bigger than one. household could carry alone. That the line between ritual and infrastructure is a seam you feel with your nail but cannot pry apart. I take the sealed seed into my left palm and the open-eyed seed into my right and stand where the carved calendar bites the dock. A place of days and debt, and I speak softly because the hall deserves soft. Feed only what you can spare, the wax tablet said, and that is the mercy it offered me. I lay the cold, closed seed in the water, and it does not sink. It rests on the surface like a bead of oil, then slowly opens its eye without heat, and the eye looks not up at me but sideways at the carved week, and the carved week glows once. 7 little pulses like a quick breath and smooths, and the wheel above gives 3 deliberate turns and quits, as if a weight has been moved from one hook to the next. The warm seed burns my other palm 1 degree hotter and then cools by a breath. Not gone, not spent, but acknowledged. The rope loosens around my waist until it is only an invitation again. The mirrors under the beams blink a last sliver of noon into the dark and go dull, and the uphill water lifts a thin veil of ripples that run the wrong way and right themselves, art and hydraulics in a handshake. I stand there until the dock's patience becomes my own. Then pick up the bronze eye, slick now with condensate that feels like breath, and leave the sealed seed drifting where the carved week has taken it, not a sacrifice. I tell myself an accounting, a promise to return what I borrowed when the house is done with its lesson. Historians still debate whether Mithraic bull carvings in household niches meant true membership or simply a soldier's souvenir turned family charm. I do not know, but the tiny bull grins from a pillar as I pass, and that is enough of an omen for 1 hour. The rope finds my ankle again and leads me up a stair that remembers many feet and none. The bronze sky thins to a ribbon and the laurel roof finds my eyes like a coin catching light. The wheel breathes somewhere I cannot see, lighter now, less burden in its voice, and the city, polite as ever, asks no thanks, only the next footfall counting forward. Not back. The stair ends in a lane I do not recognize, its paving stones dark and slick with a faint sheen that seems to move under its own accord. The rope slides ahead, quiet but sure, and the air here has a sharper edge, smelling faintly of iron and the last breath before rain. The bronze sky above is reduced to thin panels between heavy eaves, their undersides carved with repeating laurel knots. Mainstream fact steadies my mind. Laurel garlands often adorned Roman eaves, and thresholds to signal celebration or divine favor. Yet fringe whispers say that in certain districts the knots were used as a code, each twist marking an event or decision in the life of the household. The rope turns into a courtyard so small it feels more like a pocket in the city's coat. At its center stands a short pillar crowned with a bronze dish, empty but for a dusting of fine sand. I step closer and the golden grain in my pocket warms while the cold one is gone, taken by the carved week at the port. The sand in the dish stirs, drawing the numeral 6 before the windless air smooths it away. I touch the edge and the bronze hums faintly. The rope leads me toward a narrow colonnade that runs between 2 houses, each wall painted with the 7 household symbols arranged in mirrored order. In the center of the colonnade, a bronze door interrupts the path, its surface inlaid with bees chasing each other around an eye. I press the bronze eye from my pocket into the center, and the door unlocks with a single, deep click. Beyond is a chamber lined with shallow niches, each holding a small object I have seen before but here in miniature: tiny loaf, tiny key, tiny amphora, arrayed like offerings to a model of the city's own logic. At the far end stands a table cut from black basalt, its surface etched with a map that omits entire streets and yet feels more truthful than any I have walked. The rope coils beside it. Waiting, I trace a path from the laurel house to a square marked with the eye alone, and the basalt grows faintly warm under my fingers. The warmth runs ahead to a hidden seam that opens, revealing a spiral stair. I descend into a low hall whose walls are hung with narrow bronze plates engraved with dates, each plate showing 7-day spans. most complete. Some broken, one with a blank where the final day should be. Historians still debate whether these broken sequences mark calamities, interruptions in civic order, or personal rights hidden from official calendars. I step closer and the rope taps the plate. With the missing day, it tilts slightly, triggering a panel in the floor to slide aside, revealing a dark shaft that breathes air from somewhere below. I kneel and see the reflection of the rope, wheel in the water at the bottom. Turning faster now, the sound a quiet drumbeat counting forward. I stand and the rope pulls gently toward a side exit, the hall releasing me back into the narrow lane where the eaves twist there. Laurel knots, and as I pass beneath them, the bronze sky opens a little, letting a single shaft of true daylight fall across my path like a coin tossed just for me. The shaft of daylight lingers across the paving stones as if weighing whether to retreat. The rope slides into it for a moment before leading me on, the bronze sky closing again above us in careful, measured panels. The lane bends twice before ending in a courtyard I have not yet seen. Its floor a mosaic of 7 concentric rings broken at equal intervals, each break aligned with a short pedestal, and on each pedestal rests one of the household symbols carved from pale stone. Mainstream fact steadies me. Roman courtyards often used mosaic floors not only as decoration but to convey status, myths, or civic pride. Yet fringe speculation insists that some patterns served as private diagrams, a kind of floor-bound map for those who knew the code. The rope moves to the pedestal holding the laurel and coils beside it. I touch the carving and the ring nearest it glows faintly. The rope leads me in order to the bread. The key, the amphora, the coil, the mirror, and finally the eye, each touch adding light until the mosaic hums with a complete circuit. The central circle begins to sink, revealing a stair spiraling downward, the air cooler and scented with beeswax and faint fennel. At the bottom lies a round chamber with a shallow pool in the center, its surface perfectly still until I step close. The golden grain in my pocket warms sharply, and the pool clouds before clearing to show the rope while turning at a near constant pace. The arena hatch open, the laurel-marked roof glowing at its seams, and a shadow I cannot place moving. Through a space I do not recognize, the image fades. The rope tugs me to a bronze chest set against the wall, its bands engraved with the laurel wave, and I, the same triad I have opened before. The bronze eye presses itself against the laurel band. The warm grain touches the wave, and my empty hand rests on the eye. The lid opens without sound. Inside are the same for objects: half loaf, rope coil, tiny amphora, palm mirror, but the mirror lies face up, reflecting not my face but the map from the basalt table. This time with the eye square pulsing faintly, the rope loops around the chest. Then around my wrist, and somewhere above us the wheel turns 3 deliberate times before stopping. The air in the chamber holding that same pause I have felt at other thresholds. A space where the city waits for me to step forward, to bring what I have borrowed, or to carry it deeper, and the only sound is the soft lap of water against the pool's edge, counting the seconds I have left before the choice makes itself. Tonight we continue once again. The pause inside the chamber holds like a breath I can feel in my ribs, the rope cool around my wrist as if reminding me it will follow whichever choice I make. The mirror in the chest still shows the basalt map with that single eye square pulsing, and the pool beside me holds its skin of water too still to be honest. I collect the half loaf, the coil, the tiny amphora, and the mirror, setting them in a line like notes on a staff, then rest the bronze eye in my palm, its hum as soft as a wasp against glass. The warm seed in my pocket answers, and I know this city understands call and response better than most choirs. I leave the chest open because shutting it would feel like telling a story where the ending is already nailed in, and let the rope draw me to a narrow passage I had not seen a moment ago. Our old trick, a corridor flickering with the same 7 symbols in no predictable order, bees tucked into corners like commas, the air steeped in fennel and that metallic tang of polished bronze. that keeps reminding me of coins and mirrors and tools all at once. The walls show little reliefs of hands doing useful things, tying knots, tallying grain, guiding a child's fingers across a wax tablet, and in the last panel a palm cradles an eye, which is either encouragement or a contract, mainstream anchor for the nerves. Grain tallies mattered everywhere Rome went, stamped loaves, bread doles, ledgers. The quiet machinery of habit. Ostias Horia stacked with amphory and sealed warehouses. Stone logic designed to outlast panic. Fringe whisper riding the same breath. Some families believed their Lararia would remember for them if they fed the right token on the right night. A private calendar hung on the wall of the world. I pass into a low rotunda where 7 small fountains spit thin threads into a central bowl, each thread falling on a different count. And when I hold the bronze eye over the water, their beats align for a single, satisfying moment before drifting apart again. A kind of ritual metronome that does not need my consent. Historians still debate whether domestic water clocks did real timekeeping or performed the idea of time. Unequal hours sliding with the seasons versus the tidy modern clock we want to project backward. Yet here the drip decides the pace for both of us. I follow the rope along a stair veering toward the surface and come out beneath an arcade I have crossed before. Only this time the mirrors set high under the eaves send a true sliver of daylight across the paving. Borrowed from somewhere improbable, a heliostat in everything but name. Clever Roman trickery with polished bronze and angles. The beam lands on a brass plate cut with a shallow palm and a line of laurel. I settle the bronze eye there and feel the plate warm. Then cool, like a handshake, and the beam skitters away toward the far wall where a seam opens to admit the narrowest of doors. Beyond it the air turns briny as rope tar and the floor dips until the city becomes a quiet port again. Drowned but tidy, keys smooth from centuries of ghosts docking on time. The calendar cut in the stone has taken my sealed seed and smoothed the week, which does not feel like magic so much as accounting, light joke, one to keep the jaw unclenched. Somewhere a very stern bookkeeper nodded and no one saw. The rope kisses my ankle and directs me to a platform where a frame waits, pulley poised, and from the dark above comes the soft exhale click of the wheel paying out. Not the frantic pace of panic, just the careful measure of a city that practices. The cradle lowers exactly to my chest and stops. Inside a bronze cylinder sits open and empty. A mouth that expects the right word. I pour a drop from the tiny amphora into it, not oil, not water, but that thicker, not liquid I have met in sweating jars. It clings without wetting and the cylinder hums approval. The rope tightens once around my waist as if to say good. Now do not fall, and I do not. The cradle lifts and vanishes, and somewhere above which shifts into place, and the arena I cannot see now is preparing its boards the way a stage hands breathes on. Cue. I move inland along the lane, the mirrors outline, and arrive where the boundary stones wait, pale, patient, their tops flashing silver when the bronze light finds them. Their hum is soft today, more like a greeting than a question. I lay my palm on one and it answers with that low, agreeable note. Then something small and improbable happens. A bird crosses the same stubborn noon square over the auger's platform with a clean wing beat, and I feel the old argument kick in. Historians still debate whether augurs were reading gods or whether their liturus cut the sky into prophecy or schedule. But the feather cuts the air regardless, and the city files the moment into its ledgers without asking our panel to vote. The rope leads me on to the laurel-marked roof, the basalt table brightening into its thin capillaries. Lines of liquid drawing a path I already half know. Forum, granary, amphitheater I square, and then an alley I have somehow refused to walk. The table writes exit, then erases it out of politeness. I angle down through a service door where the walls are frank about their purpose. Pegs labeled line, pulley, wedge, spare, no ghosts, only craft, and it calms me more than any miracle. Mainstream fact, Roman opus cementitium made roofs and vaults that shrugged at centuries. Tidy ironwork and rope logic let small crews move big ideas. Fringe note, Some households taught their kids knots before letters because knots stopped what letters merely recorded. I step into a small reading room that smells like warmed ink, open scrolls and wax, a lamplight without flame humming its steady gold. The desk presents a wax tablet already beginning to write under my unlowered stylus, Night 6 counted. It carves, return the borrowed eye. It adds, deepening the line as if the house is tired of asking nicely. I set the eye on the desk and for a breath nothing happens. Then the window that normally refuses the sky shows me the arena from the cheap seats. Boards closed, sand smoothed, a circle tightening at the center like a pupil. I pick up the eye again because I am not ready to leave it where any room can scold me. And the rope forgives me by loosening the knot at my wrist and slipping away toward a narrow arch. We empty into a square I do not recall ever naming, its floor set with 7 concentric rings, broken by pedestals, each pedestal topped with one of the household marks. When I touch them in the order the city has been teaching me, laurel, bread, key, amphora, rope, mirror, eye, the central rings sink to reveal a stair, salt on the breath below. And I follow to a chamber where the water keeps a perfect face until I lean, then shows me the hatch, the wheel, and a shadow almost like mine but not, a companion I have met only in reflections. Nodding once in a moth wing motion I recognize. Light joke too to tame the twinge. If my shadow has opinions it can pay half the rent. The rope leads me back up, past a corridor where tiny calendars in bronze line the wall. Some complete weeks, some broken, one with its last day left blank as if saving a seat. Scholars still argue whether those gaps meant disaster or discretion, whether a town edited its own time for reasons too practical or too pious to admit. And it comforts me that their quarrel remains unfinished like the tablet's dash. I reach the amphitheater gate just as the light under the board swells by a shy degree. A breath behind the stage and the sand, or would-be sand, settles a new path that remembers me. I stand at the lip and make the small promise that is all I can afford. I will return what I borrowed when the house has finished teaching me what to do with empty hands. I tuck the bronze eye against my heart so its hum sits with my pulse, and I let the rope guide me to the place on the rail where a sailor's knot has always waited. Just untied enough to invite, the wheel turns its careful 3 and rests. The city says your line, and I answer without knowing the words yet, stepping onto the boards that are not sand and feeling the whole machine, mosaics, mirrors, funnels, clocks, calendars, traps, and kindness, lean in to listen. The boards under my feet are warm, carrying the slow pulse of whatever runs beneath. The ropes slack at my ankle but not leaving. As if unsure whether I am cargo or crew, the bronze sky overhead is cut into a perfect ring by the amphitheater's walls. Every archway dark, watching. The sand has been replaced entirely by these planks, each one polished to a sheen that reflects just enough light to seem shallow. Mainstream fact steadies my breath. Roman amphitheaters often had wooden floors over hypogeum chambers where machinery, cages, and scenery could be raised during shows. Fringe speculation whispers that some provincial arenas used these spaces for private rites long after the games had stopped, their boards creaking under processions rather than gladiators. I take a step toward the center, and the sound that answers is not a creak but a quiet tap. Like a knuckle on a hollow door, the rope slides ahead and circles a point where the planks are faintly marked with the laurel, bread, and I symbols carved small and shallow. I kneel, tracing them with my fingertips, and the board beneath shifts a hair, enough to admit that it is not fixed. The rope coils in a small spiral and holds. I press the bronze eye to the marks, and the board lifts just enough to let a draft escape. Cool and smelling faintly of fennel and beeswax. I ease it open further and see a narrow stair descending into darkness lit by a single line of bronze light from somewhere below. I follow, the rope brushing my shoulder like a careful guide. The stair ends in a long corridor whose walls are set with shelves of amphory, each sealed with wax stamped in the shape of an eye. The golden grain in my pocket warms sharply, and the rope tugs me toward the far end where a basin sits. Shallow and made of black basalt, its surface covered with fine dust. I blow gently and the dust swirls away to reveal a map I have seen before, the city reduced to 7 points. But now the I-square is joined by a faint 8th point beyond the known ring. Historians still debate whether such peripheral spaces in Roman plans were reserved for expansion. Defense or symbolic symmetry, fringe detail insists they marked sites that existed only in ceremony. The rope taps the basin twice and the image fades, replaced by a reflection of my own hand holding both the eye and the amphora. I pour a single drop into the basin and the reflection ripples, showing a narrow dock where the uphill water runs faster than it should. Then the hatch above closing, then darkness. I set the amphora down and follow the rope to a side passage that rises steeply, its walls scratched with sailors' knots and the laurel I pear. The passage ends at a small door that opens directly onto a boundary stone lane, the tops of the stones flashing silver in sequence like a slow, deliberate signal. And as I step between them, the rope tightens once and the wheel above the arena gives 3 slow turns, the sound rolling through the city like a promise I am not ready to name. The silver glint on the boundary stones fades as I pass, replaced by the bronze glow that threads the city's veins. The rope loose but persistent at my ankle, pulling me toward a street I have avoided without meaning to, its paving stones narrower, set in a herringbone pattern that guides the eye toward a single archway ahead. Mainstream fact keeps my pace. Even the herringbone, or opus spiccatum, was common in Roman paving for its durability, particularly in places expecting heavy foot traffic. But fringe curiosity wonders if the pattern here is less about strength and more about funneling the walker toward what waits. The arch's keystone is marked with the wave and the laurel side by side, the combination still rare in this city. I step through into a small plaza where the ground dips to form a shallow basin, its floor covered in fine sand with the numeral 7 drawn at the center. The windless air makes the precision unsettling. The golden grain in my pocket warms. The rope coils beside the 7 and the sand beneath it trembles, then collapses into a shallow depression revealing a polished bronze plate. I crouch and see it is engraved with a ring of bees chasing each other clockwise. In the middle a palm cradles an open. I press the bronze eye from my hand into the plate and the bees begin to turn. Not engraved now but moving, tiny mechanical bodies spinning in perfect rhythm. The plate warms and the sound of the rope will reaches my ears. Faster than usual, I lift the eye and the bees stop, frozen in place. The rope moves toward a narrow stair descending under one side of the plaza. I follow into a dim chamber lined with racks of amphorae, smaller than those in the hypogeum, each sealed with the laurel and wave. Historians still debate whether such storage spaces beneath open plazas were civic reserves, private caches, or ritual offerings disguised as practical stock. Fringe detail claims some were timed to be opened only after certain omens or mechanical signals from elsewhere in the city. The rope taps the seal of one amphora and it glows faintly before dimming again. We move on to a low arch where water flows uphill in a narrow channel, its surface glassy and still. I crouch to touch it and the reflection shows not my face but the hatch in the arena floor, half open, boards breathing. I withdraw my hand and the reflection vanishes, replaced by the bronze ceiling of the laurel-marked roof. I stand and follow the rope along the channel until it opens onto a dock. I saw in the basin's vision earlier, the uphill water slipping beneath a carved keystone marked with a B and the numeral 7. The rope pauses here, waiting, and from somewhere above the wheel, turns 3 deliberate times. The pause afterward deep enough to feel in my bones, as if the city has just set a clock I do not yet know how to read. The pause after the wheel's 3 turns feels like a lid resting on a simmer, not clamped, just placed with the kind of trust a careful cook has in timing. The rope drifts to the dock's carved keystone, B and 7 together like a tidy signature. And I set my palm there, half expecting a sting, getting instead a little warmth that climbs into my wrist and steadies. The uphill water below the arch keeps its unbothered glide, and for a second the surface shows me the amphitheater boards. Again, then edits me out and shows only the hatch breathing as if the city is practicing calm. I follow the rope alongside the channel into a low passage where the walls narrow until my shoulders brush damp stone. The air here is pitch, salt, fennel, and a sweet note like figs left too close to the brazier. A tiny bronze plaque at knee height shows the 7 household marks in a ring and a palm in the center. When I press the bronze eye there a seam gives and the wall swallows itself a hand's width, admitting a workroom arranged like someone's very patient brain. Racks labeled line, wedge, spare, beeswax, tally. Yes, tally, in a room no one living should need. The wax tablets stacked with their edges still glossy as if the stylus only just left the last line. Mainstream anchor to keep my breath even. Ostia's and Rome's Horia took their pride in method, sealed rooms, numbered bays, lead tags, inventory tablet on the door, a bureaucracy of grain that could outremember anyone's steward. Here the logic hums the same tune. Only the audience has gone to bed for 2,000 years. The rope taps a small door in the back of the room and I open it to a stair that can't decide if it wants to be a ladder. Slick and shallow and spiraling until my thighs remember that I promised my knees a gentler century. Light joke one to slow the heart. The stair ends in a round cellar where 7 shallow basins stand in a ring, each stamped at the lip with one of the marks. All filled to the rim with liquid that looks like oil but sits like water and refuses to wet my fingertip. Fringe cork to file. I dip the reed from the laurel roof and try to write a line across. 1 basin and the stroke glows then lifts cleanly like thread, floating until it tucks itself into a notch on the rim. Somewhere a thoughtful engineer is glaring at me from history's balcony and I blow him a kiss because the trick works. The rope nudges me toward the basin stamped with the eye and I lower the mirror until the surface decides to be generous, giving me the Laurel House channel's writing exit. Then blanking and showing the boundary stones blinking in a slow, polite left to right, hello, you are being expected. Then showing nothing at all, I pocket the mirror and the rope slides to a paneled hatch that looks like every other panel until you admit you have learned the pattern. Palm carved there, small as a coin. I place the warm seed and the panel retreats to reveal a crawl space where the air drops in temperature hard enough to pinch my teeth. And when I clamber through I find a corridor whose floor is a mosaic of tiny wave marks that move if you do not look directly at them. A sea you can't drown in, the corridor opens onto a chamber. That could be a chapel if chapels were engineered. 7 thin columns holding a ceiling painted with black rectangles that steal light. The floor a black basalt disc cut with the arena's familiar rings. Only here the rings meet in a single slit that exhales air in a clean, cool ribbon. Historians still debate whether slit vents in substructures were practical, draft control, smoke relief, or carried ritual purpose. Channeling breath or voice during processions. The archaeology leans practical. The inscriptions wink ceremonial. And the truth keeps sipping from both cups as usual. I kneel and the warm seed answers with heat that climbs into my palm. The bronze eye hums until I feel it in my jaw. The rope wraps my ankle loosely like a seatbelt that does not want to admit it is working. I lower the seed toward the slit and a low chord swells from somewhere in the stone. Not loud, just the kind of sound that puts its hand on your spine and says attention, then fades. A side door unlatches and I pass into a loggia opening above a sunken court where the floor presents a clean copy of the 7-ring mosaic, each break capped with a pale pedestal supporting a familiar object, loaf, key, coil, amphora, mirror, laurel, eye. Except the mirror shows the court I stand in from a slightly wrong angle. As if the city enjoys standing a half step behind me, I touch them in the city's preferred order and the central rings drop, giving me a stare that smells of new timber and tar. I descend into a hall that is part dock, part throat, water slicking in along a gutter that insists on climbing, and across the gutter a frame hangs with its rope loop poised. The wheel above exhale clicks once, counting, exhale clicks again, counting, and the loop drops to a polite reach. I do not step in because even I learn eventually, and the rope seems to approve by taking the lead through a side arch into a storage gallery where every third niche holds a tiny bronze plate engraved with fast-eye letters, good days, bad days, market days, and the last 7 line deep as if the hand pressed to insist. I run a finger along the cuts and feel the old debate lift its head. The calendars that kept the Republic and Empire on task rarely matched live time. Intercalations, local feasts, festivals smudged by ships late from Alexandria. And whether provincial towns edited weeks for reasons of devotion or delivery still makes historians argue pleasantly at conferences. The plate hums under my skin like it has its own opinion and then quiets. The rope waits at a door punched with bees. 7. Laurel, the city's handshake. And on the other side the street opens suddenly as if it had been held behind teeth. Boundary stones ahead blinking their patient silver once. Twice, like a metronome that refuses drama. I take the short stairs to the augur's platform and lean on the little carved lichus set in the stone. Silly habit now. I know, but the staff hums a hare and a single bird crosses the same forbidden noon square. Obedient to no schedule but its own. Light joke too to keep the shoulders low. If we argue long enough we will convince ourselves birds read Latin, and the city declines to scold me. The rope draws me along a laurel corridor whose leaves really are sharp and catch on my sleeve like a grandmother who still thinks you are too thin, into a reading room where the lamp casts the good honey light and the tablet on the desk writes before I touch it. Night 6 counted, it says 7 approaches, then adds return the borrowed eye, carving deeper like the house is done being shy. I set the eye down and the window that won't show sky shows me the amphitheater boards again, and for once something other than rope moves in the rafters. A shadow with my posture but not my patience nods in that moth-wing way I keep meeting in the corners of reflections. I nod back to be civilized, then take the eye again because I am not leaving it where a sentence can shame me. The rope hums forgiveness and threads me through a suite of rooms that have been teaching the same lesson for 6 nights, beeswax, tally, rope, mirror, bread, laurel, and now simply wait with their tools laid out. Not daring a cue, I reach a courtyard whose floor is the 7 ring diagram I have learned like a song. I touch the pedestals in order and the center drops into a pool that keeps its face still until I lean and it shows me the laurel roof writing exit and then, unwilling to be gracious, erases the word and I hear myself whisper not yet, as if the city has ever promised me a later. The rope takes the hint and leads me to a modest pantry whose mosaic omits half the streets and includes a lane I have refused 3 times. It glows until I say fine and step through the side door it names, and the lane answers with tar breath from the drowned port and the soft tick of fresh boards somewhere overhead. We stop beneath a shutter staged with polished mirrors that pass their tiny sun down and down until a coin of day balances on my palm, then slides off and shows me the bees and 7 on the nearest keystone. I place the eye there. The plate warms, cools, and the hatch in the amphitheater, miles of stone away yet somehow here. Exhale clicks 3 times in my sternum. The rope does not pull now. It waits like a friend outside the performance door, and I go because nights in this city only count forward, never back, and I have run out of ways to avoid the word return. The amphitheater admits me by a vomitorium that pretends it has always been open. The boards underfoot a mild heat, the circle at center bright as breath, and when I kneel, the bronze eye heavy in both hands, the machine of the place, ropes, pulleys, clepsydra beats, mirror light, calendars cut into stone, leans in to listen while I say I borrowed and the city answers with the smallest relief you can hear, a knot loosening somewhere above my head, which is how theaters tell you the next scene is finally ready. The knot above me loosens with a sigh. I feel more in my bones than in my ears, and the rope at my ankle slides away with the unhurried grace of a friend who knows you will follow anyway. The bronze sky overhead is a perfect coin again, framed by the amphitheater's curve, and the boards beneath me feel lighter, as if something essential has been lifted from their burden. The bronze eye rests cool in my palm now. Its hum barely there, like a heartbeat in sleep. Mainstream fact keeps me steady. Amphitheaters like this one were designed with careful drainage systems under the arena floor. Not just for cleaning blood and sand, but for cooling air and controlling smells, though fringe theories suggest some of those drains doubled as hidden communication lines, carrying sound or signal between distant points in a structure. The rope has already slipped toward the north exit, a shaded corridor where mirrors mounted high in the walls catch a wandering shard of sunlight and push it forward like a slow coin rolling down a tilted table. I follow through the vomitorium and out into a narrow lane between high brick walls, the kind of service alley that never makes it onto public maps. Its paving stones slope slightly toward a covered gutter where water runs uphill in stubborn defiance. I touch it and see, just for a moment, the laurel-marked roof from above, its capstones glowing faintly. Then the vision shifts to a calendar plate carved deep in stone. The last 7 days pressed so hard they almost cut through. I step back and the water goes glassy again. The rope leads me to a small courtyard shaded by vines heavy with unripe grapes. In the center is a circular fountain no higher than my knee, its basin dry except for a scatter of fine sand. The numeral V is drawn there, precise as a surveyor's line. I crouch, brushing the sand aside, and a bronze plate beneath reveals a ring of bees, chasing an open eye, the same motif that has greeted me in so many forms. I place the bronze eye there and the bees begin to turn, each in perfect time with the next. The plate warms in a pulse that runs into the paving stones under my feet. Somewhere far off the wheel turns twice, then holds. The rope slides toward a doorway framed in laurel carvings, and I follow into a long, low hall whose walls are lined with shelves of amphory, sealed with wax stamped in pairs of symbols, wave and laurel, bread and eye, coil and mirror. Historians still debate whether such pairings and seal designs were purely decorative or marked contents, origin, or intended recipient. Fringe rumor claims certain pairs were linked to private routes through the city, a kind of architectural key. The rope taps a jar sealed with bread and eye, and I lift it down, feeling the weight shift strangely, as though its contents cling to one side. I set it on a stone table in the corner and break the seal, but when I tilt it, nothing pours out. Instead, the interior glows with a map of the 7-ring mosaic, the eye square pulsing faintly, and beyond it that 8th mark I have seen only once. The glow fades as soon as I set the jar upright again. The rope does not insist on carrying it, only coils at my feet and waits. So I leave the amphora on the table and step through a narrow arch into a bright colonnade where the floor tiles are patterned in the herringbone that always seems to lead me to thresholds I am not ready for. At the far end, a small boundary stone blinks its silver twice in polite greeting, and from somewhere in the amphitheater the wheel turns its 3 slow counts, the city setting another unseen clock in motion, leaving me to wonder how many of them I have already wound without knowing. The boundary stone's silver blink fades, leaving only the warm bronze wash of the city's light sliding along the colonnade floor. The rope glides toward it without hurry, as though this clock it just set has hours to spare. The herringbone tiles under my feet pull my gaze forward until the colonnade empties into a small plaza, ringed by low steps. In the center, a pedestal holds a shallow bronze bowl, its surface covered in a layer of fine dust. Mainstream fact steadies me. Bronze basins like this were often used in Roman, domestic and civic spaces for offerings, libations, or even as decorative water features. Fringe detail whispers that in some places, basins served as timekeepers when filled with water, their slow drip from a concealed source marking. Hours without bells. I blow gently and the dust stirs, revealing the engraved laurel and eye. I press the bronze eye from my palm into the laurel curve and the metal hums in a low, steady chord somewhere far above. The wheel turns once, waits, then turns again. The rope coils twice around the pedestal before slipping off toward a shaded archway. The passage beyond smells faintly of fennel and beeswax, and the walls are lined with narrow recesses, each holding a small sealed amphora marked with one of the 7 symbols. I pass bread, rope, amphora, mirror, wave, and laurel before stopping at the eye. The seal here is carved deeper than the rest, almost cut through. Historians still debate whether deeper seals were the mark of higher value contents, a warning of fragility, or a ritual emphasis. Fringe theory says some were meant to be broken only at certain times of year. I take the amphora down and it feels oddly weightless. The rope taps my wrist and leads me to a side chamber lit by a single slit window. In the center is a black basalt table etched with the 7-ring mosaic. But here the rings are connected by fine channels cut deep enough to carry liquid. I set the amphora in the center and break the seal. Nothing spills, but the table begins to glow along its channels, tracing the path from laurel to bread to key to amphora to rope to mirror to eye, then outward toward that faint 8th mark. The glow fades, the table cools, and the rope tugs me toward another doorway where a flight of steps descends into a vaulted corridor. The air cooler, damp with the scent of stone that has been rinsed for centuries. The walls here are hung with bronze plates engraved with calendars, each showing 7-day spans, some complete, others missing the final day. The rope stops at one with its last space left blank, and I feel the same quiet as in the reading rooms, an unfinished sentence waiting for me to write. The last word. Fringe detail insists such blanks were left as an offering to the unknown, a gesture to whatever might fill the day beyond the reach of the calendar's order. I touch the plate and the air shifts, a small hatch at the end of the corridor opening to reveal a dock where water runs uphill under a carved keystone of B and 7. The rope slips forward, and from somewhere above the wheel turns its 3 counts, the sound carrying through stone and water alike. Another measure marked in this city's quiet, relentless ledger. The uphill dock breathes its slow, inland tide, and the carved B over the 7 keeps its patient pose while the rope leads me along the waterline like a guide who knows I will stare at the reflections anyway. The channel's surface offers a practice reel of places I have already earned. The laurel-marked roof writing its hairline exit, the amphitheater boards pretending to be calm, the boundary stones blinking their tender silver. Then edits the footage until the water is only water again. I step onto a narrow ledge and the sound of the wheel arrives as a soft syllable I can almost pronounce. 3 turns, a hush, 3 turns. The little grammar this city trusts more than voices. A service door opens with the good manners of a hinge that has been oiled for centuries, and I pass into a corridor arranged with the honesty I keep loving. Pegs labeled line, wedge, spare, beeswax, tally, no ghosts, just craft. A decent backstage for miracles that refuse to trip. Mainstream anchor drifts in to steady the hands. Roman collegia, guilds of bakers, shipwrights, rope makers, organized labor and devotion both, posting tablets and dues, keeping shrines to the Laras of their trade on the same shelves where they kept ledgers. A civic rhythm that survived storms. And if a city was a machine, it was these little rooms that furnished the teeth. The rope noses me to a shallow stair that remembers 1,000 careful feet and ends at a bronze-lipped basin. It's liquid still as a held breath until I lower the palm mirror and it decides to be generous, showing the granary door with chalk tallies scraped clean, the laurel garden where the hedges refuse to grow, and a small square I have not managed to reach. Marked by the eye and nothing else, the picture fades before I can bargain for longer. Light joke one to keep the shoulders down, fine. I will take the director's cut when the city puts it on. Cassette. The rope approves with a little tap and slides through a mesh grate into an alley that pretends to be nothing. The paving herringbones my gaze toward a lintel stamped with laurel and bee. and beyond it a room that smells of warm ink and fennel and the faint iron tang of a tool scraped clean. On the table, a wax tablet is waiting with the stylus laid like cutlery. The first line already rising under my hand, though I have not touched it. Night 6 counted. Night 7 approaches, and then it carves the thing it has been carving in every dialect of architecture all week. Return the borrowed eye, and digs that last line deeper. As if to make a groove for my reluctance to settle into, I set the bronze eye on the wood and nothing moves. Not the lamp's good honey, not the mirrors fixed under the eaves to ferry a sliver of daylight in, not even the little dust that likes to dance near decisions, but the rope loops my wrist. Not tight, just neighborly, and we leave before the room can become a scold. The lane beyond climbs a step and opens into a cloister where 7 thread-thin fountains tick into a common bowl at different rates, 1 bead for rope, 1 for bread, 1 for wave, a tiny orchestra that does not need a conductor. I hold the eye above them and they fall together for the space of a slow breath before wandering back to their private tempos. Historians still debate whether domestic clepsydry timed chores or only lent the idea of time to houses that preferred ritual hours over solar ones. The archaeology writes in 2 inks. A public basin that disciplined speeches by drip and a private one that soothed a household by the same sound. I file that away with the other quarrels I like, augurs reading birds or whether the pomerium is law or metaphor, whether provincial amphitheaters ever staged real Namakii or just a good rumor with damp boards, and step into a peristyle whose floor shows the city reduced to 7 points again, except an 8th glows faint beyond the ring, as if a door has been waiting outside the map the whole time. Fringe appetite perks its ears. Some antiquarians swore of excess places, precincts that existed only when the household kept its calendar straight. I follow the rope through a B-marked postern, and it simply delivers me to an ordinary workyard where loaves cool to stone without ever being warm, stamped eyes at their centers like patient pupils. A pile of coils sits with a sailor's dignity, and a row of amphorae glisten with that not water sheen that refuses my skin. Light joke too, because nerves like candy. If the city offers moisturizer again, I am finally saying yes. We cut behind the ovens and meet a stair with numbers scratched into the plaster and lots of 7, every set stopping at 6, the city's idea of suspense. And at the bottom a low vault lets me watch the upriver trick perform itself, water going wrong and right at once. Polite physics next to ritual grammar. I place my palm on the bronze lip and the liquid shows me the augur's platform. A bird crossing the stubborn square with an absolutely disrespectful wing beat, and I catch myself grinning because some things ignore choreography. The rope brings me to a threshold with B's and 7 and an I, the city's handshake, and inside a chamber where 7 shallow pedestals hold the household's props, staged for a rehearsal. Half loaf, key, coil, amphora, mirror, laurel. The mirror shows me from half a beat behind like it has all week. A second self that nods moth wings small. I nod back like a civilized person and we both fade. I touch each object in the order I have learned by walking, and a floor panel retreats into a stair smelling of tar and new timber. Down there the dock is dressed like a throat again, and the frame's loop hangs at perfect height for a mistake. I do not step into it, and the rope thanks me by guiding me instead into the gallery of bronze plates where tiny calendars stream along the wall. 7-day spans cut like little gutters for habit. To run in, many complete, some broken, one with a blank last square, and I stand at that gap and feel the silent city's use when they hand the pen to the living. Quirky aside, I have not confessed yet. In one corner a plate is engraved with a fish and a fig knotted together, as if someone decided the shopping list belonged on the schedule, fringe detail that once got an entire article. A scholar argued provincial plates doubled as domestic reminders, and half the field wrote rebuttals with cheerful knives. I breathe until the rope lifts the knot of my wrist and we climb to the boundary lane where the stones blink in sequence like a slow code. I put my palm to one and the note under my skin is warmer than yesterday. Less warning, more welcome. It makes me say out loud to no one that I will bring the eye back. I will, and the stone answers by not disagreeing. We turn toward the laurel roof and the basalt table. Starts its capillary trick, lines of invisible liquid drawing forum, granary, amphitheater, the eye-marked square, and then that pale eighth beyond the old diagram until the channels erase themselves with tact. I take the side passage where a rope maker's guild might have kept its tally. Hooks shaped like question marks, pegs labeled with someone's hand, line, spare, beeswax. This is the kind of room that saves cities when shrines can't. The rope slides me into a half-lit study where the window refuses the garden in favor of the amphitheater's boards. And tonight the hatch is a little more ajar, a throat clearing behind a hand. And the lamp's honey leans toward the word the tablet likes best, return, and I step back because the throat I hear might be mine. Light joke 3. If a building asks for a refund, I will need a receipt. The city pretends to ignore me and nudges me into a court where the 7-ring floor waits for its little dance. Pedestal to pedestal, laurel bread key amphora rope mirror eye. The center sinking to a pool that keeps its face too still until I lean and it shows me the drowned port smoothing the carved week where I laid the sealed seed. A polite assurance stamped into stone. I take the hint and make for the amphitheater with the rope close now like a belt. The vomitorium opens with the same unfussy courtesy. The boards warm as a good table, and I kneel at the center where a palm is carved shallow into the plank, the bronze eye heavy in my hands. The wheel above me counting in its unshowy grammar. 3 turns, hush, 3 turns, and all at once I understand the only thing the city has asked since it walked me in. Feed what you can spare, not what you cannot live without. Mainstream fact lends spine to the moment. The Annona never promised luxury, only a ration, measured and stamped. Bread for the day, not for forever. Historians still debate whether that bureaucracy strangled generosity or saved urban life. But the stamp in the crust carried both law and kindness. I set the bronze eye in the wood and feel the knot above loosen again. A small cough through the rafters. A weight skidding from one hook to another, and a draft flows up from the hypogeum that smells like fennel and that oil that is not oil and the clean salt of water doing a trick under the floor. The rope withdraws its loop from my wrist the way a friend lets go when the door finally opens. And somewhere below the boards a pulley whispers yes. And I do not hear applause because that is not how this city loves you. I hear the quiet you only get in rooms that were built to remember, which is better. The boards beneath me keep their warmth as if holding on to the shape of the bronze eye even after it is gone. The rope slides away entirely now, leaving my ankles free but my direction already chosen. A vomitorium on the east side yawns open, its arch framed by faint laurel carvings. The air flowing through it carries a mix of fennel, beeswax, and something cooler. Like stone rinsed by a slow tide, I follow into a narrow lane paved with herringbone brick, the pattern pulling my gaze toward a sunken courtyard ahead. Mainstream fact steadies my step. Opus spiccatum was often used in service corridors or spaces that needed durable footing. Fringe detail whispers that in certain households the herringbone led deliberately to places of decision, altars, strong rooms, or archives, where a patterned approach was meant to focus the mind. The courtyard here holds a round fountain no higher than my knees, dry except for a scattering of fine sand. The numeral 3 is drawn with perfect precision at its center. I crouch and brush the sand aside to find a small bronze plate engraved with the 7 household symbols, the palm mirror, and a ring of bees chasing each other in a clockwise race. I press my own bronze eye into the center and the plate hums, a warm ripple running into the paving stones. Somewhere above the wheel turns twice in slow measure. The rope is gone, but the city still guides me. A side door opens in the colonnade, its lintel stamped with B and 7. And I pass into a low hall lined with shelves of amphorae, each sealed with wax marked in pairs, bread and laurel, rope and wave, eye and mirror. Historians still debate whether such seals denoted contents, intended use. or were simply a decorative shorthand for the household's allegiance. Fringe theory suggests these paired symbols could be read as coordinates within the city, a hidden map for those who knew the code. I stop at an amphora sealed with eye and mirror, its wax cut deeper than the rest. When I lift it, the weight shifts oddly as though the contents are thick but restless. I carry it to a black basalt table in the center of the hall, its surface carved with the 7-ring mosaic connected by fine channels. I break the seal and tilt the amphora. Nothing pours out, but the channels begin to glow, tracing the path from laurel to bread to key to amphora to rope to mirror to eye. Then beyond to that faint 8th mark I have glimpsed before. The glow fades and the table cools. I leave the amphora and pass into a stair that spirals down to a corridor where the walls are lined with bronze calendar plates, some complete, others missing their final day. One plate catches my attention, its last square carved but left blank. Fringe quirk reminds me that certain Roman calendars left deliberate gaps as gestures toward the unknown, spaces meant for the will of gods or the unpredictable arrival of news from far-off provinces. I touch the blank square and a hidden hatch opens at the corridor's end, revealing a dock where water flows uphill beneath a carved B, 7, and laurel. I step onto the dock and the water's surface shifts to show me the amphitheater hatch breathing open and closed. Then the image fades, the wheel above turns 3 measured counts, and I understand the city is setting another clock. One I am not meant to read yet, but will feel in the timing of every step that follows. The uphill water slides beneath the B and 7 keystone, with the kind of composure that makes you doubt it is moving at all. Yet my palm on the carved laurel feels a faint vibration like a clock hidden deep in the stone. The dock's narrow planks are worn smooth in long arcs, a record of cargo or ritual steps. Mainstream fact steadies me. Roman docks often featured deliberate patterns where ropes and feet traced predictable paths, a sign of steady trade or repeated ceremony. Fringe curiosity adds that certain inland docks with no active shipping may have been maintained solely for symbolic arrivals. I follow a narrow channel inland, its surface offering flashes of places I have already seen. The laurel roof at dusk, the boundary stones blinking in sequence, the herringbone lane narrowing toward the sand-marked courtyard, before returning to plain water. The path rises toward a doorway framed in carved coils and the wave symbol. I step through into a vaulted storehouse with hooks, pegs, and benches labeled in Latin shorthand, the kind a rope maker's collegium might have used. Pegs marked line, wedge, beeswax, tally, all lined with the same practical order that feels older than this city's strangeness. The far wall is broken by a narrow bronze door engraved with the 7 symbols in a ring and the palm in the center. I press the warm seed from my pocket to the carving and the door clicks open, revealing a spiral stair that descends into a round chamber. 7 shallow basins arranged in a perfect ring around a central plinth, each basin stamped with one of the household marks and filled with a clear liquid that refuses to wet my skin. Fringe detail recalls tales of memory oil used in certain rites, where a written word or symbol could be laid upon the surface and then retrieved days later intact. I lower the palm mirror to the basin stamped with the eye and the reflection shows me a street I have never walked, lined with pale arches, each arch topped with bee and laurel. The image shifts to the amphitheater boards, the hatch at their center closed, then to a single calendar plate with all 7 days carved deep and a faint 8th square glowing just beyond. The vision fades. I lift the mirror and step back. The plinth in the center hums and a seam opens to reveal a short passage. At its end a flight of steps rises into daylight beneath a small pergola draped in grapevines, their leaves filtering the bronze light into green. The floor here is a mosaic of the 7-ring diagram with each break capped by a pedestal. But these pedestals are empty. The absence feels deliberate, like a stage waiting for props. Historians still debate whether such empty settings were meant to signal an unfinished rite or to invite the participant to bring their own tokens. I leave the pergola and step into a lane that runs straight toward the laurel-marked roof, its tiles bright against the dim sky, and as I approach, somewhere beneath the stones the wheel turns its 3 slow counts, not calling me closer, just letting me know the city still hears my steps. The lane delivers me to the laurel-marked roof as if pulled by a thread stitched under the paving, the basalt table waiting with its capillaries already damp as though the city anticipated. My hands, the rope is nowhere visible now, but the timing sneaks along the walls. 3 turns, a hush, like a metronome in the next room. I set the palm mirror down and it refuses my face, choosing instead a detail I have avoided, that faint eighth beyond the neat ring of 7, hovering like a footnote that wants to be the thesis. The capillaries brighten and trace the old grammar, forum, granary, amphitheater, I square, and then curve outward toward a margin my walking never reached. The bronze light above tightens its tone the way a string does when tuned just past perfect, and a side panel in the wall slides open without asking my opinion, a plain corridor beyond. Pegs labeled in the same tidy script, line, wedge, spare, beeswax, and a reed laid sideways as if someone set it down mid-thought, mainstream anchor to steady pulse. Roman houses that could afford it kept these efficient backstage bones. Storerooms with numbered pegs, labels in chalk, to belly for inventories. The habit of order was infrastructure wearing a quiet toga. Fringe whisper keeps pace. Some families swore their lararia, remembered the household's promises if fed at proper intervals, a private ledger kept by gods of the threshold. I pass a clepsydra small as a helmet, a winter/summer plate scratched with unequal hours, and smile because a basin that argues with the sun is my kind of coworker. Light joke one, HR will love that. Then follow a stair soft underfoot into a cloister where 7 thread-thin fountains strike a common bowl in uncoordinated patience. I hold the bronze eye above them, and for one long inhale they fall together, then wander off again like musicians packing up after rehearsal. Historians still debate whether domestic water clocks were precision or performance. Did they truly regulate chores or soothe nerves with the idea of time? I leave them to their pleasant fight and take the B-stamped postern the table named, out into a lane that narrows until even my thoughts tuck their elbows in. The paving switches to opus spiccatum, and the pattern carries my gaze to an arch whose keystone pairs wave and laurel, uncommon here, and the breath of the drowned port lifts in cool ribbons along the stone. Inside, a suite of rooms behaves like every other. Neat benches, hooks like question marks, coils with sailor patience, bread coolers that never warmed. Only the floor betrays the difference, a mosaic of the 7-ring diagram with a hairline path, etched beyond to that 8th dot. Daring me to notice, I kneel and the golden grain in my pocket heats once, then calms as if to say yes, I see it too. The mirror shows the dot as a tiny court, bounded by low walls with bee and laurel on their teeth. The image flickers to the amphitheater boards, the hatch lifted by a polite finger, then the boundary stones blinking in sequence, then dark again like a stage hand pulling a shutter. Light joke two, yes, I will buy a proper ticket next time, so I go where the etching points and the city rewards the obedience by offering an almost ordinary door. Lintel stamped with laurel, bee, and the little palm I keep finding in important places. Beyond it, the air smells of beeswax and ink warmed by the same lamp for centuries. A reading room compact enough to count as a confession booth. The wax tablet writes under my stylus before I choose a letter. Night 6 counted. Night 7 approaches, and then digs the familiar line deeper. Return the borrowed eye, each stroke heavier like a tutor who has exhausted cheerful methods. I set the eye on the desk, and the window that refuses gardens returns the amphitheater in miniature. Boards calm, then breathing, then calm again, the wheels grammar in wood. I take the eye back, not ready, not yet, and the room pretends not to be disappointed. The 8th dot's corridor exits to a gutter where water runs uphill under the smallest arch I have seen here, and the reflection shows me something I would laugh at if I had not learned manners. Myself from half a beat ahead, the moth-wing nod of that second shadow. Then a hand, mine, notching a tally to 7 and stopping as if the chalk broke. Mainstream fact to pin the nerves. Emperors in Rome once flooded the Colosseum for mock sea battles. Scholars still argue how often and how feasible that trick truly was given the later hypogeum. Some say Naumachii belonged to earlier arenas or purpose-built basins, not marble giants with deep underworks. I step along a quay where bollards are worn like old teeth and think of boards that could carry water or breath or birds on a dare. Fringe cork slips and grinning. Fullers used urine to clean togas. Consider this my reminder that even in miracles, housekeeping runs the empire. Light joke 3. The city declines to find me for tone. The rope is absent but timing escorts me. 3 turns above and a hush. The secret punctuation that has taught my ankles to wait between beats. The lane climbs to a tiny square with no pedestals. Only a palm-shaped depression cut into the floor as if a giant placed a hand there and asked the stone to remember. I set the bronze eye into the palm and for a long breath nothing happens. Then the bronze sky bends a degree and the boundary stones blink left to right like an unhurried code. The depression warms, cools, and returns the eye to my fingers untouched. Alone, extended, without a new signature. The side wall folds back to show a workshop that makes a scholar laugh on instinct. Labels, indexes, neat drawers, the word tally cut proud into wood, and under a cover a tiny heliostat arrangement. Shines a coin of true daylight along mirrors until it lands on a brass plate engraved with a palm. The beam licks the line and slides away to trigger a door seam. Optics in a city that majors in hydraulics. A small engineer's panache that feels like a wink. I descend into a walkway whose floor is a black wave that shivers if you glance at it from the corner of your eye. And at the end a round chamber opens where 7 basins sit like quiet bells. Each stamped bread. Rope, key, amphora, laurel, wave, eye. Their liquids refusing to wet my skin. I lower the mirror to the eye and it shows me the 8th court from above. Just long enough to memorize the notch of wall. Then gifts me a whisper of the auger platform where a bird breaks the unlawful square as if no one posted the rules. Scholars will quarrel forever whether augury was meteorology in liturgy's clothes or sacred grammar that bent weather to schedule. I love them for not locking the answer. I climb into a shaded pergola draped with grape leaves so green the bronze light softens. The floor repeats the 7-ring diagram and, finally, an 8th point glows faintly beyond. No pedestal, no prop, just space waiting for a step. The amphitheater will turns once, twice, thrice, slow as manners, and I understand the city is not hiding a door so much as withholding the courage to use one. I step, and the 8th point accepts me the way a well-made hinge accepts a secret with no complaint. The court is small, its walls low, their tops carved with bees and laurel and tiny eyes that are more patient than judgmental. The center offers nothing but a bronze plate identical to the others, except for a single line cut beside the palm. Feed only what you can spare. I am jerked back to the dock calendar that took the sealed seed and smoothed the week. To the bread stamps with their watchful pupils. To the tiny fountains that agree for just one shared breath. To the mosaics that redrew alleys until even I could read them, mainstream aside to brace the decision. The Anona's ration loaves carried stamps for baker and batch, a bureaucracy that turned hunger into numbers so cities could keep their feet. Whether that strangled generosity or saved the poor remains a live argument, but stamped bread bought time, and time is what ritual always pretends to be buying. I set the bronze eye on the plate, feel the least knot loosen somewhere under the boards of the world, and the plate warms, cools and gives it back, not collected, only acknowledged. A ledger entry that says seen, not seized. The 8th point dims, satisfied not with sacrifice but with a promise kept loud enough for stone. The corridor back to the laurel roof straightens as if it had been daydreaming while I walked. The basalt table brightens and writes exit then erases it. Prim tutor, and the mirrors under the eaves ferry a coin of daylight across my wrist that vanishes before I can pocket it. I cross the boundary lane where the stones hum their less worried note and the augur's platform keeps its law while a bird declines to notice. The amphitheater boards breathe once under a hand I won't see, and the city, having spent 6.5 nights training my feet to count, chooses, most kindly, not to make me hurry the 7th. The amphitheater holds its breath as I linger at the edge of the arena. The board's warm enough to remind me of the bronze eye's weight, though it now rests in my satchel. The wheel above offers a single turn, a pause, then another, as if marking a new kind of time. One that measures hesitations instead of hours. I take the North Vomitorium out into a lane that leans downhill, the paving changing from herringbone to broad, flat stones polished by centuries of feet. Mainstream fact steadies me. Many Roman streets were built with a slight camber to shed water into side channels, keeping the center drier for walkers. Fringe detail says in certain districts those channels were designed to carry scented runoff from dye works or perfumers, a civic kindness or a sly advertisement. This lane smells faintly of rosemary and beeswax, the air shifting cooler as I pass beneath an arch carved with laurel and wave. Beyond is a small square paved with the 7-ring mosaic, each break capped with a low pedestal, but here each pedestal holds a vessel, amphory, baskets, small chests, all sealed with wax and stamped in pairs of symbols. I circle them, bread and rope, amphora and eye, coil and mirror, then stop at laurel and bee, the wax cut deeper than the rest. I press the bronze eye to it and the seal softens enough for me to lift the lid. Inside is a shallow dish of that not oil liquid, its surface mirror still. I lower the palm mirror and the reflection offers me the 8th chord again. But this time it is empty. No plate, no palm, just the faint outline where they should be. The image fades and I am left staring at my own hand. The rope is absent, but the city's timing is here. 3 turns from the wheel carrying easily through the stone. A door in the far wall opens on a stair descending to a vaulted corridor lined with shelves, each cubby labeled with numbers in 7s, some filled with coiled rope, others with jars, still others empty. Historians still debate whether such storage systems were purely practical or carried symbolic weight in their arrangement. Fringe theory insists that in certain households the empties marked promises, goods pledged but not yet delivered. The air here smells faintly of fennel and warm clay. The corridor ends in a dock where uphill water hums under a keystone of bee, 7, and laurel. The reflection shows me the amphitheater hatch closed, the laurel roof dark. Then the calendar plate with its blank final square. The wheel turns above, slow and deliberate, and I feel the city waiting, not impatient, but certain that whatever must be placed in that square is already in my hands, though I have yet to name it. The uphill dock seems quieter than before, the hum in the stone subdued, as though the city has wrapped it in cloth. I step back into the vaulted corridor and take the stair upward, the air warming with each turn until I emerge into a sunken courtyard ringed by columns, their capitals carved with the 7 household symbols in no apparent order. Mainstream fact steadies my thoughts. Column capitals in Roman architecture were often adorned with acanthus. Laurel or mythic scenes, decorative more than functional. Fringe detail suggests that in certain enclosed courtyards, carvings were used as mnemonic devices, silent inventories of the households, allegiances, trades, or ritual calendar. In the center of this courtyard lies a shallow pool drained to dampness, its floor inlaid with the 7-ring diagram. But here the rings are connected by faint lines toward a point beyond the edge, the same elusive 8th I have chased for days. I kneel and trace one of the lines with my fingertip, the stone warm under the bronze light, and a panel in the arcade slides open to reveal a narrow passage. Inside the walls are lined with shelves of amphory sealed with wax stamped in pairs. Eye and wave, bread and laurel, mirror and coil. I choose bread and laurel, its wax seal softening at my touch. Inside is a coil of thin rope the color of old gold. Its texture dry but supple. I loop it loosely around my wrist and feel a subtle pull. Not as insistent as before, but guiding. It leads me through another arch into a dim room where a bronze basin sits upon a tripod. The basin's rim engraved with the 7 symbols. The eye opposite the laurel. I lower the palm mirror to the water inside, and the reflection shows the blank final square of the calendar plate. The golden grain I carry warming in my pocket. Fringe speculation suggests certain grains or seeds were ritually placed in such blanks as placeholders for intentions. Promises made to gods or ancestors. The reflection fades and the water stills. I leave the basin and follow the rope's gentle pull up a tight stair into a chamber under the laurel-marked roof. The basalt table there hums faintly, its capillaries lit just enough to trace. Forum, granary, amphitheater, I square, then the faint eighth. I set the golden grain in the center and the table accepts it without movement. Yet the warmth in the air shifts. A subtle easing, as if a balance has been adjusted. Somewhere far off the wheel turns 3 slow counts, and I understand that whatever the blank square needs, I have just given part of it, though the city will not yet tell me the rest. The basalt table cools under my fingertips, its capillaries fading back into the stone, as if the golden grain had never been there. Yet the air in the chamber feels lighter, like a room after a sealed window is cracked open. I step out beneath the laurel-marked roof into a lane that drifts downhill toward a quieter quarter of the city. Mainstream fact steadies my pace. Roman residential districts often clustered around. Internal courtyards and narrow alleys, designed to funnel breezes and keep interiors cooler. Fringe detail murmurs that some alleys doubled as acoustic channels, carrying the sounds of bells, chants, or even distant water wheels as subtle signals. The paving here changes to small irregular stones, their uneven rhythm slowing my steps until I arrive at a modest square where a bronze plate is set into the ground. Engraved with the 7 household symbols in a ring, the eye directly opposite the laurel, I kneel and press the bronze eye into its place. The plate warms and a seam opens beside it, revealing a shallow box lined with beeswax tablets, each inscribed with lists, tallies, and single words in careful hand. I lift one that bears only the numeral 7 and the word expecto. Historians still debate whether such single-word tablets were personal reminders, ritual prompts, or coded messages. Fringe theory claims they were offerings meant to be erased and rewritten as vows were fulfilled. I return the tablet and the seam closes, leaving no trace. A side passage from the square leads into a long, narrow hall where light filters down through slits in the roof, catching dust motes in still air along one wall. 7 niches hold objects: a loaf, a key, a coil, an amphora, a mirror, a laurel branch, an empty palm-shaped depression. I touch the depression and feel a faint pull toward the amphitheater, as though the city has quietly threaded the idea into my bones. The passage ends at a door opening onto a dock where uphill water hums beneath a B&7 keystone. The reflection this time shows me the blank square of the calendar plate again. Brighter now, the outline of a grain at its center. Then the image dissolves into the pattern of the herringbone paving. The wheel above turns 3 slow counts. A sound that feels less like an order and more like a reminder that the 7th night is closing in. The uphill dock's hum lingers in my ears as I leave by a side stair that climbs into a service alley no wider than my outstretched arms. The walls rising high and close enough to trap the bronze light in thin vertical slices. Mainstream fact steadies me. Many Roman alleys were designed narrow for shade, but also to serve as hidden access routes for servants, messengers, or guild members moving between workshops. Fringe detail adds that certain alleys doubled as symbolic thresholds, places where offerings or tokens could be exchanged unseen. Halfway along, a recessed niche holds a small amphora sealed with wax-stamped laurel and I break the seal and find a rolled strip of thin bronze, etched with the 7 household symbols in a spiral. The rope is gone, yet the strip seems to guide my hand toward the alley's end, where a low arch opens into a circular courtyard paved with the 7-ring mosaic. But here the rings are not empty. Each holds a shallow bronze bowl, 6 filled with clear liquid that beads away. From my skin, the 7th dry, marked with the eye. I lower the palm mirror into one of the filled bowls, and the reflection offers me a fleeting view of the 8th court. This plate empty again. Then the vision shifts to the calendar plate, its blank square faintly glowing, the golden grain now fully visible there. The image fades and I lift the mirror. The bowls remain still. Historians still debate whether such courtyard arrangements were decorative or functional, cooling the air, reflecting light, or serving in ritual cycles. Fringe theory claims the liquids were memory agents, holding images until a specific gesture released them. I cross to a shaded portico where a bronze door stands ajar, its lintel carved with B and 7. Inside, a long gallery lined with low shelves holds sealed jars marked in pairs of symbols. I find one stamped with wave and bread, break the seal, and tip it over the basalt table in the center. Nothing pours, but the table glows along its channels, tracing laurel to bread to rope to amphora to mirror to eye. Then, hesitating at the 8th mark, the glow fades and the air cools. A far-off sound of the wheel turning twice, pausing, then once more, as if to say the city's patient. But not endlessly so. I take a narrow passage from the gallery that opens into the amphitheater's shadow. The boards above quiet now, the hatch sealed, the colonnade around it breathing that faint fennel scent. I look back and see the bronze strip in my hand catching a shard of light, the spiral of symbols leading inward toward the eye, and for the first time, I think the city might not just be showing me the path. It is waiting for me to choose whether I will take the final step. The bronze strip in my hand coils into a shallow spiral as if remembering the niche it slept in, every loop etched with the 7 house signs in a sequence that tightens toward the eye. And though the rope has long since excused itself, the city still moves me with the gentle insistence of a metronome. You have forgotten to wind. 3 turns. A hush. 3 turns. Breathing through stone and timber. I follow the amphitheater's shadow along a herringbone lane that narrows my thoughts into a single file, the air tasting of fennel, pitch, and a sweetness like figs brushed with smoke. The walls lean just enough to pretend counsel, and the ground rises a palm width to a modest square where the 7-ring floor waits like patient. Stationary, the pedestals are empty tonight, their top faces polished by the kind of touching that adds up across generations. Mainstream fact to anchor this soft march. Roman families did keep domestic shrines, Lararia set with painted Laras, genius, and the household's old guarantees, and those niches stand in Pompeii with their soot and prayers intact. But scholars still debate whether these domestic rites were tightly regulated or gleefully improvised with borrowed civic grammar. How much was handbook and how much was habit, fringe detail to pocket with a straight face, curse tablets, depictions, turn up in drains and wells across the empire. Rolled lead whispered into water with names and wishes pinned down. You do not build a civilization without both ledgers and muttered insurance. I circle the square once because walking writes the thought better than stylus does, then press the bronze strip flat across the pedestals so that laurel meets bread, key meets amphora, rope meets mirror, and the eye waits at the center like a comma. A shallow click answers from below. The rings dim under a veil of dust that was not there, and the square opens a palm's width along an invisible seam, the kind of courtesy this city offers when it thinks you have finished your homework. The seam runs straight to a door whose lintel wears the quiet triad. B7, Laurel. And when I set my palm there, the warmth that answers is not heat so much as agreement. The corridor beyond is one I have walked by other names. Pegs labeled line wedge spare tally. A clepsydra on a bracket whispering unequal winter hours with the stubborn grace of a clock that refuses modern compromise. And I can't help the grin. Light joke one. If HR asks, I will tell them my coworker is a bowl that argues with the sun. The stare down is honest about its intentions, shallow, tight, and perfumed with old tar. It delivers me to the drowned portside throat where keys keep the shape of business long after business. Left, the calendar cut in the stone shows the week I fed. The blank square smoothed by a sealed seed floating like a bead of oil. The water hushes over the carving and goes flat the way good glass does when it chooses not to show you anything. The wheel above answers with 2 careful turns and a third like a signature. Not hurry, not permission, just count. I climb again into a reading room that smells of warmed ink and beeswax. Window showing not a garden but the amphitheater boards in miniature. Their hatch ajar by exactly the width of a breath. The wax tablet begins its old refrain beneath my unlowered stylus. Night 6 counted. Night 7 approaches. Return the borrowed eye, and cuts that last line deeper as if making a groove for a habit to slide into. I lay the bronze eye on the desk and the room does not seize it. Only lets the lamp lean its honey toward the decision. I lift the eye again because I have learned the lesson but not the tune. And the city forgives me by opening a side seam into a corridor whose floor is set with tiny wave marks that move if you look away. A conjurer's habit I should resent and instead admire. At the end a round room waits with 7 thin columns and a black basalt disc cut with the arena's rings drawn tight to a single slit that breathes cool air. Mainstream fact to steady the hands. Underground chambers in Roman theaters and amphitheaters did the practical work. Lifts, cages, vents, opus cementitium vaults managing pressure and smoke while the crowd pretended to watch only the obvious. Whether these systems also carried private rituals is a question the brick won't answer and the texts refuse to admit. I kneel and lower the bronze eye until its hum becomes a low felt thing in my jaw. The slit exhales a line of breath sweet as fennel. The disc warms a fraction, and a side door unthreads itself, leading me to a little chapel of tools, a coil knotted in a sailor's pride, a loaf that will never cool. A mirror that prefers me at a moth wing's lag, a laurel that refuses to dry, and a palm-shaped depression on a waist-high pillar. I place the bronze eye into the palm the way you lay a coin on a friend's open hand when you owe something older than money, and the pillar warms, cools, and gives it back without argument. Ledger updated, not confiscation. I carry it upward along a service stair whose plaster tallies stop at 6 in every landing. Slow suspense written as arithmetic, and step into a court I have not earned until now. The 8th point that has trailed me like a footnote, low walls carved with bees and laurel. Their tops flicking silver when the bronze light behaves. No pedestal here, no prop, only a brass plate flush with the stone engraved with a single line beside a palm. Feed only what you can spare, the sentence we have had in a dozen dialects of rope and basin. I set the golden grain against the plate for a breath, and though I know I already gave part of it to the basalt table under the laurel roof, the warmth that returns is not admonition but balance. The city rechecking its math, the plate cools, another seam finds daylight, and I am in a loggia hung above a small lane where mirrors mounted under eaves ferry a sliver of noon through a chain of glints until it lands on a brass plaque at my height. A tiny heliostat trick a Roman artisan would have defended hands-on in a workshop argument. Mainstream aside, polished metal mirrors handed light deeper into rooms. The evidence is there in fragments and philosophers grousing about glare, fringe quirk. Some houses etched names into their mirror backs to teach the mirrors to remember a face. I palm the plaque and the light hops on, triggering a door that yields into a pantry whose floor mosaic reduces the city to children's grammar. 7 points and a shy 8th, the path etched between them like capillaries. And yes, the pantry has the dignity to pretend it does not notice me pocketing its lesson. The narrow stair beyond empties into a boundary lane where the stones sing their lower, kinder note, blinking silver left to right like a slow code. I touch one and say aloud, because talking makes the breath behave, I will return what I borrowed. And the stone answers by not moving, which is the gentlest consent this town traffics in. Historians still debate whether the sacred pomerium moved with imperial whims or stayed stubborn while rhetoric did the travel. The archaeology makes a nuisance of itself by being both strict and suggestive. I cross back into the amphitheater where the boards have warmed to whatever the city placed. Underneath, the hatchet center drawn open the width of a palm, rope quiet but present in the grain of the timber. I kneel and set the bronze eye into a shallow recess carved like a small smile in the plank. And the machine above speaks in its grammar, 3 turns, hush, 3 turns, wood answering with a relieved tick in the rafters, a weight walking itself from one hook to the next. The breath rising cool from below with fennel and that not oil that clings but will not wet. Light joke too. If the city offers me moisturizer again, I will take it and send a review to Pliny. The recess warms and returns the eye, ledger marked, not emptied. The boards settle their shoulders and the circle closes to an even ring. I stand into a quiet that tastes finished around the edges but refuses to say so out loud. And the path the city lays under my feet is soft as agreement. Laurel roof for a last nod at the basalt map. A fountain whose threads of water choose to share a downbeat for one polite inhalation before wandering. A storeroom where pegs still label line wedge spare because order is its own benediction. The rope does not touch my ankle, but I feel it in the rhythm that keeps sneaking into my steps. I stop in a side room no bigger than a cell where a wax tablet waits with clean space and finally set. The stylus down to leave the smallest mark I have made here. The thing only I can spare. A single 7 scored light enough to be erased tomorrow. Heavy enough for stone to feel it tonight. And under it a line in the same hand that has been coaching me all week returned, after which the tablet is suddenly ordinary and the lamp is exactly a lamp. And I let the door pull shut with a domestic click that belongs more to kitchens than catacombs. Mainstream fact to tuck in the pocket before I go. Mithria loved basements and borrowed light. Inscriptions and altars crouch under modern streets from Rome to Londinium, whispered cult or soldier's supper club, depending on the scholar and the day, but every one of those rooms is part tool room, part theater, a place built to hold a practice, and this city has only ever asked me to practice keeping time with it. Fringe garnish, fullers clean togas with urine and hung amulets against envy in their shops. A city's miracles are never all at one altitude. I pass the boundary stones once more and they hum the same low yes. The augur's platform holds its stubborn square while a small bird declines to notice. The bronze sky keeps the warm coin of its noon, and somewhere behind me the wheel rests its weight on a new hook, lighter by whatever my little entry paid. Polite as ever, counting forward, not back, with the patience of a city that expects me to sleep after this and, in the morning, remember. The morning here never looks like morning anywhere else. The bronze light does not brighten so much as it sharpens, the shadows crisp as if drawn with a stylus. The air carrying the same fennel and wax scent that has followed me through lanes and chambers for nights. I step out from under a modest arch marked with bee and laurel into a lane paved with small square stones, their edges worn into soft bowls by long-departed feet. Mainstream fact steadies me. Roman paving stones were often intentionally set with slightly domed surfaces to shed water toward side gutters. An engineering detail still visible in ancient roads today. Fringe detail suggests that in certain districts, subtle patterns in the wear might have been read like a calendar. Locals tracing time by the fading of specific stones. My path leads me to a rectangular courtyard enclosed by high walls. The floor a simple grid of pale tiles except for a single inlay in the center, a palm holding an open eye. I kneel and press the bronze eye from my satchel into the design, and the tile beneath clicks softly. A panel in the wall sliding open to reveal a narrow stair. I descend into a dim, cool chamber lined with shelves holding sealed amphorae. Each stamped with pairs of the household symbols. I find one marked rope and wave its wax seal cut deep. When I break it open, nothing spills but the floor mosaic. 7 rings around a faint eighth, begins to glow along its channels, tracing the familiar sequence and halting again at that final point. Historians still debate whether such sealed containers were for storage, ritual, or coded communication between allied households. Fringe theory claims they were used as keys. Their contents irrelevant compared to the act of opening. The glow fades, and the chamber's far wall reveals a small bronze door. Its surface engraved with a calendar plate missing its last square. I press my hand to it and the door yields, leading into a dock chamber where water flows uphill under a keystone of B and 7. The reflection shows me the calendar again. The blank square glowing brighter, the golden grain at its center clearly visible. Then the image fades into the pattern of the herringbone paving. The wheel above turns 3 slow counts. The sound sinking into the water and the stone together, and I feel the city watching to see if I understand what the final night will require. The uphill dock hums under my feet as I step back. Through the bronze door, its calendar engraving still cool to the touch. I follow a side stair that rises into a narrow lane lined with walls so high they trap the bronze light into thin ribbons across the paving. Mainstream fact steadies me. Many Roman service lanes were designed to connect workshops with markets while keeping the movement of goods hidden from the public. Fringe detail says that in certain ritual districts these lanes acted as controlled paths for processions. The confined space focusing attention on the next reveal. The paving changes to herringbone and guides me toward a modest portico, its lintel carved with B laurel, and the small palm I have come to recognize as a gatekeeper's mark. Inside, the floor holds the 7-ring mosaic, but here each ring is filled with a shallow bronze dish. 6 holding the bead-away liquid, the 7th, marked with the eye. Completely dry, I lower the palm mirror into one of the filled dishes and see the 8th quart again, empty save for the faint outline of a plate. Then the view shifts to the calendar plate, its final square glowing brighter than before, the golden grain solid at its center. The image fades. I lift the mirror and leave by a rear arch into a gallery where low shelves hold sealed jars, stamped in paired symbols. I take one marked laurel and rope, break the seal, and watch as a central basalt table glows along its capillaries, tracing the household path and again pausing at the 8th point. Historians still debate whether these paired seals were a form of inventory system or a symbolic code linking households. Fringe theory claims each pairing was a kind of conversational move in an ongoing ritual game. The glow fades and the air cools. The gallery's side door opens onto a small square where the boundary stones blink left to right. The wheel's 3 slow turns carrying clearly through the paving, not hurrying me, but reminding me that whatever must be set into that final square is not something the city can provide on its own. The square with the blinking boundary stones feels like it is, breathing with me, each pulse of light matching my exhale. The hum underfoot tuned to the wheel's 3-turn rhythm. I cross to a narrow archway carved with B and wave, the stone cool against my shoulder as I slip through into a lane paved in irregular basalt. Mainstream fact steadies my step. Roman builders often used locally sourced volcanic stone for streets in port cities, both for durability and to display regional identity. Fringe detail says certain street patterns in these stones were laid to echo constellations, visible only from upper stories or rooftops. The lane ends at a bronze door engraved with the 7 household symbols arranged in a spiral toward the eye. I press the bronze eye into its center and the door swings inward to a small circular room lit by a single shaft of light from above. 7 niches line the wall, each holding a different household token: a loaf, a key, a coil, an amphora, a mirror, a laurel branch, and an empty palm-shaped depression. I set the golden grain into the palm and the floor mosaic, 7 rings with the faint 8th beyond, flares softly. Tracing the sequence to that final point, historians still debate whether such offerings were symbolic payments or part of an actual exchange of goods between allied houses. Fringe theory claims the items acted as placeholders for more abstract debts. The glow fades and the grain remains in the palm, the air warm and still, I take it back and leave through a rear passage into a dock chamber where uphill water hums beneath a keystone of B7 and Laurel. The reflection shows the calendar plate, the final square now almost fully illuminated, the grain's image bright at its center. Then the view shifts to the amphitheater boards. The hatch at their center just beginning to open. The image dissolves, and the wheel above turns its 3 slow counts, the sound carrying through stone and water, a reminder that the last night waits just ahead. The dock's hum trails after me as I climb the narrow stair into a lane just wide enough for one person, the high walls on either side blotting out most of the bronze light. Mainstream fact steadies my thoughts. Roman urban planning often wove such alleys between insulae to serve as fire breaks and service routes. Fringe detail says some were intentionally disorienting, a civic trick to confuse strangers or contain processions within a desired circuit. The paving shifts from plain stone to herringbone, carrying me toward a doorway framed in laurel and B. Inside, a modest chamber holds a basalt table with its capillaries already faintly lit, tracing the sequence from laurel to bread to rope to amphora to mirror to eye, and then again halting at that final point. I set the golden grain in the center and the channels glow more brightly than before, the air warming as the path completes itself to the 8th point. For the first time, a soft chime sounding somewhere deep below. Historians still debate whether such signal tones in ancient cities were practical, marking hours, shifts or watch changes or symbolic cues tied to ritual cycles. Fringe theory claims certain tones were meant to trigger actions in distant parts of the city. The table dims, returning the grain to me, and a side door opens onto a short corridor ending in a palm-shaped depression in the floor. I place the bronze eye there and the floor beneath me vibrates, a seam opening to reveal a steep stair dropping into a dock chamber where uphill water hums. Under a B7 keystone, the reflection shows the calendar plate now fully illuminated, the grain at its center glowing as if lit from within. Then the image shifts to the amphitheater boards. The hatch wide open, the view fading as the wheel turns 3 deliberate counts, the sound heavy with the weight of the week's last night. The wheel's rhythm feels slower now, not from fatigue but from ceremony, each turn separated by a pause long enough to notice the faint scent of fennel riding the air. I follow it through a lane paved with the soft dips of centuries-old basalt toward the amphitheater. Mainstream fact steadies me. Roman amphitheaters often had hypogeum, underground networks of lifts, cages, and corridors that allowed rapid changes in scenery or the release of animals and performers. Fringe detail says in certain cities these underworks were adapted for civic rituals once the spectacles ended. The architecture repurposed without altering its symbolic weight. I step inside to find the arena boards already warm, the hatch at their center open, a narrow stair spiraling down into the dim underbelly. The air here is cooler, threaded with that not oil scent. The walls lined with niches, each holding a household token: bread, key, coil, amphora, mirror, laurel, and at the end, a pedestal shaped like an open palm. I place the bronze eye into it, and the floor mosaic 7 rings with the faint 8th beyond glows fully for the first time, tracing the path without hesitation. The pedestal warms, cools, and returns the eye. Historians still debate whether such cycles were meant to culminate in a physical exchange or whether the act of returning the token was the entire point. Fringe theory claims the ritual's purpose was to remind participants of the balance between what is kept and what is spared. I climb back to the boards where the calendar plate now appears inset into the wood, the final square no longer blank but filled with the grain's likeness, its glow fading slowly as the wheel turns. 3 final counts, the sound deep and sure. I step away as the hatch closes behind me, the bronze light above softening at the edges, the city's hum lowering into something closer to a whisper, streets narrowing into memory, courtyards dimming into dream, until all that remains is the quiet sense that both of us, city and guest, have kept our part of the bargain.